Chapter 4:14. Anyway, with Shui Fei already bringing Shijun along, Yang Zhaoge did not mind adding another person. Moreover, he and Feng Yunsheng got along rather well. I'm naturally fine. I just wonder what junior apprentice sister Feng means. Yang Zhaoge said, from what she said, she wants to go tempering herself this time. If I can hold on, she naturally has no need to take the risk. I can also not act, but with me there, it is a threat to the enemy. To her, she will inevitably feel a little more reliant on me, even if she tries to restrain herself. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. If even I can't hold on, then we'll both be doomed, let alone tempering ourselves. Yuan Zhengfeng said, how can there be anything perfect in this world? We can only try our best to balance it out. Yunsheng's thoughts are clear, and she naturally understands this principle. Speaking of this is already the most suitable outcome. Zhaoge, you are already at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Also, when you truly fight, your strength far surpasses that of others, also possessing treasures all over your body. There are already not that many who can truly threaten your life. And for Yunsheng, who is still a martial scholar, you will be able to bear most of the dangers. Even if you make a move at the last moment, you will still be able to make it in time. As for opponents that even you cannot deal with, the marsh of illusory sea that you are going to this time is ultimately the territory of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Being strictly neutral, Turbid Wave Pavilion will definitely not allow the higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall to enter the marsh of illusory sea and kill you. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge nodded, that is indeed so. Yuan Zhengfeng said, therefore, the danger of natural disasters is actually greater for you going over this time. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, the marsh of illusory sea cannot be underestimated even though it is currently in its weakened phase. As compared to the storms of the Great Desert, the extreme coldness of the snowy plains, the blazing fire of the underground palace and so on, the threat of the marsh of illusory sea does not seem to be as intense, but it is formless, instead being harder to guard against. Lost in the environment of the marsh of illusory sea, one might very well lose their life unknowingly. Yang Zhaoge said, yes, Grandmaster. Rest easy, I know what I'm doing. In the end, other than Feng Yunsheng, Shui Fei and Shijun, Han Long and Ying Longtu were also going. Such a chance is truly hard to come by. Bring Longtu along with you. Yang Di waved his hands very naturally. Yang Zhaoge also found it rather funny for a time. It had already been a while since he had done something like this. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. The various sacred grounds and sects would often use the method of the old leading the new, allowing their younger disciples to participate in tempering. The person leading the group could be a senior of the sect, or they could be a senior brother or sister who had entered the sect earlier and had a high cultivation base. When Yang Zhaoge had gone to the Sealing Dragon Abyss with Sikong Qing, Yi Jing and the others, it had also been like this. However, Yang Zhaoge's cultivation speed was just too fast. Currently, he was still not old, and the difference in cultivation bases between him and those of the younger generation was a little too great. It would be very awkward to lead the team at this time. If the place he was going to was dangerous, the people he brought along would become his burden. They could only be carried by him like they were his belongings, completely protected, and would not be able to train them. If they went to a less dangerous place, it would be a waste of their talents. Still, of those accompanying them this time, little Shijun not included, the one with the lowest cultivation base, Ying Longtu, was already an outer aura martial scholar. Also, he was talented and not weak. Shui Fei was even at the 2nd level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel stage. It was only because Yang Zhaoge had consecutively leapt 3 times within a short period of time that it would have been uncertain who would be leading the team this time. In terms of experience in leading teams, Shui Fei was much more abundant than Yang Zhaoge. Other than Sikong Qing, who was not present, those accompanying them this time were basically the most brilliant elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation in recent years. Ying Longtu not included, Yang Zhaoge, Shui Fei and Feng Yunsheng could actually all lead fellow disciples of the clan with lower cultivation bases for tempering. While it was said that he was leading the team, Yang Zhaoge was actually quite worry-free as he immediately resumed his old occupation. After taking his leave from his father, he set off together with Xu Fei and the others. Hu and Pan Pan naturally set off as well. At this moment, having just experienced the invasion of the Flame Devils, the situation in the Eight Extremities world appeared rather calm. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others knew that it was currently the time when undercurrents were surging, already like an arrow on a bowstring, with a storm that could descend at any moment. Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang was in seclusion recovering from his injuries, while the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one to the south and one to the north, were restless. As Jade Sea City's allies, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain were also on guard at all times, prepared to rush to Jade Sea City's aid at any time. Yuan Zhengfeng personally set off, bringing along the clear qi robe as he came to the Earth Domain, standing between the Fire Domain and the Water Domain, at the same time still influencing the Heaven Domain from afar. Yang Di and the others stayed behind to guard the clan, also being prepared at all times. Yang Zhaoge and the others were led by Yuan Zhengfeng to the Earth Domain, after bidding farewell to their Grand Master, heading south to the Lake Domain. Leaving the Earth Domain, arriving on the surface of the Lake Domain, Yang Zhaoge and the others could temporarily set their hearts at ease. While Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and Qinglin was also in secluded cultivation due to heavy injuries, the possibility of the Sacred Sun Clan having designs on this place was not high. As soon as there were any changes, Yuan Zhengfeng would also be able to immediately head south to reinforce them. Senior Apprentice Brother Xu, I've only just realized that you're coming this time. Was it also for Senior Apprentice Sister Xie? Yang Zhaoge guided Ying Longtu in the Big Dipper sword as he smiled at Xu Fei. Between the Big Dipper sword and the Great Heaven-Earth sword, Ying Longtu had finally chosen the Big Dipper sword. The martial arts of the 8 extreme arts that he had previously cultivated in, the Vajra body, the chaotic elements uniting saber and the wind-fire calamities, were all vigorous and heavy, domineering and sharp. Since he was walking on an all-encompassing path, martial arts that leaned towards nimbleness naturally had to be cultivated in as well. Therefore, under Yang Di's suggestion, Ying Longtu had chosen the Big Dipper sword. Anyway, having come along this time, with both Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei, whether Ying Longtu chose the Big Dipper sword or the Great Heaven-Earth sword, there would be people who would be able to guide him. Teased by Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei was not vexed as he said, before the invasion of the Flame Devils on the East Sea this time, Junior Apprentice Sister Xie had already entered secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. That's how it is. During the 5th Extreme Yin bout, when I was at Turbid Wave Pavilion, I even saw her before. Still, at that time, Senior Apprentice Sister Xie had already successfully stepped into the heavenly connection stage of the peak of the martial scholar realm, beginning to enter secluded cultivation in preparation for her breakthrough into the martial Grandmaster realm. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, then chuckled as he looked at Xu Fei. Still, Senior Apprentice Brother Xu, you know about it very well, and their relationship is very close. Xu Fei laughed. Is it very strange? Seeing him so frank, the flames of gossip within Yang Zhaoge's heart instead gradually extinguished. Oh, it's indeed nothing strange. You haven't married, and she hasn't married yet. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's rare listless look, Feng Yunsheng and Hu were both amused by the side. Ying Longtu was still a little dazed. Senior Apprentice Brother Yang, Senior Apprentice Brother Xu, what are you talking about? Yang Zhaoge said lazily, we're talking about when your Senior Apprentice Brother Xu is going to get a wife, right, just like your parents. Still, your Senior Apprentice Brother Xu is still waiting. Even if we go over this time, we won't be able to see his future wife, she's already in secluded cultivation. Han Longer nodded, not really understanding, before he suddenly asked. Then, when will Senior Apprentice Brother Yang get a wife? Chapter 415. Han Longer's words were unintentional, but it caused the expressions of the others to change slightly. Xue Fei looked rather worriedly at Yang Zhaoge. While Ying Longtu did not understand the situation, he knew that Yang Zhaoge had once had a lover named Lin Yuxiao. But 3 years ago, Lin Yuxiao had unfortunately perished in the Eastern Tang, at the hands of Yi Jing. Scratching his head, Hu also looked at Yang Zhaoge, not knowing what Yang Zhaoge was currently thinking. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng's heart jolted slightly. While Lin Yuxiao had already died before she had entered the clan, She had also heard about the relationship between Yang Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao from her fellow disciples. Yang Zhaoge was taken aback by Han Long-er's sudden question. The reason he was in a daze was not because of Lin Yuxiao. Although it was a pity that a young life had died, it would be a lie to say that he had deep feelings for someone who only existed in his memory. He had never even met her in real life, let alone spoken to her. Yang Zhaoge was more open to fate when it came to the matters between men and women. If a beauty threw herself into his arms, he wouldn't reject it. However, at this stage, his main focus was on improving his personal strength and promoting the development of the sect, so he didn't have any active thoughts. However, there were exceptions. For just that one moment, Yang Zhaoge's heart throbbed as he was attracted to it. The thought of taking the initiative to do so arose in his mind. That had been when Feng Yunsheng had taken the initiative to request to try out the cold marrow needles. At that moment, looking at that bright, beautiful, and resolute girl, Yang Zhaoge had vaguely felt a little dazed. In that instant, what Yang Zhaoge had thought of was not the importance of the extreme yin crown, not the current situation of the Eight Extremities world, not the contest and competition between his Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan. He simply wanted to help the woman in front of him, to help her put on the crown as she wished and ascend to the peak of her life. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he almost unconsciously looked towards the other party involved. Still, he instantly stabilized his mind, his expression as per usual. This kind of thing is up to fate. How can I give an accurate time? But why is our Han Long-er suddenly so interested in getting a wife? Taken aback for a moment, Yang Zhaoge regained his wits, smiling as he looked at Ying Longtu. You've indeed grown up. Is Han Long-er thinking about his wife now? Which girl is so lucky? Ying Longtu blinked his eyes, somewhat at a loss. Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Seeing this, Xu Fei heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that as time passed, Yang Zhaoge had already successfully walked out of the haze of Lin Yuxiao's death. While the relationship between Yang Zhaoge and Lin Yuxiao did not involve romance, in the eyes of many, they had once been a pair of lovers. Lin Yuxiao had been killed by Yi Jing. Afterwards, Yi Jing had been personally slaughtered by Yang Zhaoge, dying without a complete corpse. Some had even viewed it as Yang Zhaoge's revenge. In order not to appear abnormal, Yang Zhaoge usually went with the flow. As one of Yang Zhaoge's fellow disciples who had the best relationship with him, Xue Fei had always been paying close attention to Yang Zhaoge's situation, worried that he would be unable to extricate himself from his earlier emotions. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's current appearance, not seeming like he was forcibly trying to keep his spirits up, Xue Fei felt much more at ease. Imitating Yang Zhaoge's habit, Hu stroked his lower chin as he thought to himself, however, after Miss Lin passed away, young master has always been single these past 3 years. This isn't a solution. If I can marry a young mistress sooner, giving birth to Lina sooner, family head will definitely be very happy when he becomes a grandfather. As he thought, Hu looked furtively at Feng Yunsheng. I wonder what young master is thinking. Is it this one, or Miss Sikong, or perhaps someone else? Feng Yunsheng had originally been looking at Yang Zhaoge a little absent-mindedly. Now, feeling Hu's gaze, she swiveled her head to look at him. Hu rubbed the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Feng Yunsheng felt a little exasperated yet also a little amused as she shook her head. Yang Zhaoge's gaze quickly swept past the side of Feng Yunsheng's exquisite features, smiling slightly. The group chatted and laughed as they traversed the territory of the lake domain, heading south. On the way, Yang Zhaoge and the others naturally couldn't just be concerned about whether Ying Longtu was thinking about his wife. Instead, they made use of this chance to teach him by example, telling him many things that he would not be able to learn at the clan. These were all necessary knowledge for a person to gain experience in the outside world. Han Long-er's talent was extraordinary. At a young age, his cultivation base had already surpassed many others, but his thoughts were too simple and simple. As he grew older, following the careful guidance of the clan's seniors, Han Long-er's mind gradually opened up. While he still appeared naive and ignorant about some things, he was already gradually able to stand on his own. It was just that as compared to others of the same age, he still appeared a little clumsy. As a martial practitioner, while one's strength was important, if one's mind was not perfect, being too honest and straightforward, they would still inevitably suffer losses. Therefore, along the way, as compared to Han Longer, who was focused on cultivating in the Big Dipper sword, Yang Zhaoge and the others paid more attention to imparting various experiences and knowledge to him. Generally speaking, experts of the 6 great sacred grounds who had reached the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm and above would not lightly step into the territory of other clans. If there was no special reason, and they were not notified beforehand, it could very easily be seen as a provocation. While Yang Zhaoge was currently still an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, his status was different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, having come to the territory of the Lake Domain, according to etiquette, he also had to inform Turbid Wave Pavilion, paying them a visit at the same time. Yang Zhaoge's group arrived at Turbid Wave Pavilion. As Pavilion Lord and Qinglin was still in seclusion, the other peak longtime elders of Turbid Wave Pavilion received them. After a short stay, Yang Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Turbid Wave Pavilion, heading to the Marsh of Illusory Sea. While Turbid Wave Pavilion maintained a neutral stance in the conflict between the other sacred grounds, their relationship with the other sacred grounds was still not bad. At this time, they also sent out people to lead the way for Yang Zhaoge's group, sending them into the Marsh of Illusory Sea. As one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, even Turbid Wave Pavilion that ruled over the Lake Domain did not have complete control over this place. However, Turbid Wave Pavilion's understanding of this place was undoubtedly the deepest. I've been to the Great Western Desert, the extreme northern snowy plains, the outskirts of Hell, and now entering the Marsh of Illusory Sea again. Yang Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. Of the 6 great danger grounds, there is only the distant ocean beyond the sea and the southern underground palace that I have not personally stepped into. Feng Yunsheng said, while you have not entered deep into the core region, you can still be considered to have been there before, passing through danger as though it were nothing. Yang Zhaoge laughed, in my father's words, good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng. Right, I remember you saying that under the protection of your seniors that year, you too once entered the southern underground palace? This means that other than the extreme northern snowy plains and the distant ocean beyond the sea, you seem to have been to the other 4 as well. Feng Yunsheng smiled. Like you said, scourges live for 1,000 years. Xu Fei smiled. Is this considered flattery between the two of you? Yang Zhaoge blinked at him. I am actually flattering you, senior apprentice brother Xu. After all, among us, only you have been to the Marsh of Illusory Sea before. Now, it is time for an old horse to know the way. Chapter 416. Xue Fei shook his head. How can I be considered an old horse that knows the way? I've only stepped a few times in the outskirts. If we really want to find an old horse that knows the way, we can only find it in Turbid Wave Pavilion. Yang Zhaoge smiled. It's still better than us who have never been here before. Xue Fei walked at the front, saying as he walked, anyway, be careful and don't fall behind. Illusions abound in the Marsh of Illusory Sea. The strangest and hardest thing to guard against is that it is often hard to distinguish what is real and what is illusory. Sometimes, falling into an illusion while being unable to detect it in time is the main reason why most people die within it. By the time they realize it, they have already sunk deep into the mud, unable to escape from it, Xue Fei said. Therefore, it is very important for those in the same group to support each other. Yang Zhaoge nodded. You lead the way, I'll bring up the rear. Xu Fei agreed before tossing out a rope, grabbing one end while Yang Zhaoge caught it and held the other end. Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Ying Longtu each grabbed the middle section of the rope. Walking at the front, Xue Fei lit a stick of incense, something that he had obtained from Turbid Wave Pavilion and used to disperse the bewildering fog within the marsh. While it could not completely resolve the threat of the illusions, it was still rather useful, especially now when the illusions were at their weakest over the past 10 years. The group advanced, barely able to determine their direction and position as they moved towards the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was. Holding one end of the rope, Yang Zhaoge walked at the very back, looking at Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Ying Longtu up ahead while also paying attention to their surroundings. It was not that life was absent within the Marsh of Illusory Sea. Many rare beasts resided here. These beasts had long since grown accustomed to the illusions within the marsh, often even making it hard for one to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Other than the illusions, many ferocious beasts were also a huge threat. Especially within the illusions, it was even harder to guard against them. Surveying their surroundings, Yang Zhaoge saw dense grey fog suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Dim blue smoke could vaguely be seen rising from the surrounding marsh, merging together with the grey fog as it emanated a strange, demonic feeling. Having just entered the marsh of Illusory Sea, with the help of Xuefei's special fragrance, they had not felt anything abnormal. However, as time passed and they had traveled for over 10 days, Yang Zhaoge and the others could clearly feel that the mist within the great marsh before them was growing denser and denser. Even though they were on guard, all kinds of illusions began to surround them. Everyone encountered different situations. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. They took care of the front and the back, helping each other and moving forward together. After communicating with them, Yang Zhaoge discovered that the illusions that everyone had encountered had not been born out of thin air. Instead, they had originated from within their hearts, and were related to themselves. Whether it was Yang Zhaoge himself with the highest cultivation base or Ying Longtu with the lowest cultivation base, they were both in a similar situation. This illusion would not be biased based on whether one's thoughts were pure or not. No one could avoid it. Although Han Long-Er's cultivation level was low, he was born with the heavenly Dipper body. His mind was clear and bright, without any impurities. However, he was also disturbed by the illusion and had the illusion that his parents were still alive. Xu Fei had the cultivation of a spirit vessel middle stage great grandmaster. He had a firm will and a steady temperament, but the illusions before his eyes were similarly heavy. There were scenes of him being homeless in his youth, roaming the world alone. Scenes of him interacting with his master Shi Tai also frequently surfaced. The most tragic, sorrowful memory of his life, the scene of him personally witnessing Shi Tai's death in battle, appeared unceasingly, slashing at his heart time and time again, fresh blood flowing. Many scenes that she could not bear to recall also appeared before Feng Yunsheng's eyes. Her high-spirited youth when she had just entered the Sacred Sun clan, as well as the accidental injury in the Earth domain which changed her life's fate, as well as being forced by Xiao Shen and Pan Buotai afterwards to flee the clan, fighting bloody battles all the way as she traversed tens of thousands of kilometers by herself. Some illusions were especially vicious, distorting the memories of the person in question, creating false scenes. However, these illusions were especially realistic, as though they would allow one to experience another life. Feng Yunsheng had experienced within the illusion that her extreme yin physique had not been damaged, finally successfully suppressing all the other females in the first extreme yin bout, wearing the extreme yin crown that she had always yearned for. She had experienced the illusion of her failed resistance, being tainted by Xiao Shen. She had experienced being betrayed and abandoned by her master, being captured and killed by Pan Buotai in the end. She had experienced the illusion of escaping from the clan, fleeing all the way, still ultimately being dismembered by those of the Sacred Sun clan. Despite having received Yang Zhaoge's help, the illusion of her extreme yin physique being unable to recover. Various illusions that passed for truth seemed to have forcibly stuffed one true memory after another into Feng Yunsheng's mind, to the point that she was almost unable to differentiate what exactly was what she had truly experienced. It was the same for Yang Zhaoge. To be precise, the illusions that had appeared within his mind were even more bizarre and bizarre. Various scenes, some of them were things that he could only long for in his dreams, yet could not achieve, beautiful to the point of causing him to be intoxicated within, unwilling to wake up. Some of them were things that he feared the most, worrying the most, had come true, causing him to virtually collapse, unable to bear it. Yang Zhaoge stabilized his mind time and time again, expelling all distracting thoughts, breaking free of the restraints and interference of the illusions. Past events came flooding back to him, all sorts of people appearing before him, then vanishing one by one, tides rising and falling, people coming and going. Ever since the invasion of the Flame Devils on the East Sea, when he had attempted to come into contact with the small crimson pagoda with the corpse of the ice dragon, yet failed in the end, having been slain by the Flame Devils, Yang Zhaoge shook his head slightly, regaining his calm as he continued striding forward. As he walked, Yang Zhaoge suddenly felt the bewildering fog up ahead grow denser and denser, his vision gradually becoming so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers before him. The figure of Ying Longtu, who was closest to him, gradually grew blurry. Before Ying Longtu was Hu, who was much taller than him, but he couldn't even be seen. Yang Zhaoge frowned, calling out to Ying Longtu. The youth before him, however, didn't react, his figure also completely enveloped by the bewildering fog the next moment, unable to be seen any longer. The rope in his hand that had always been tensed up suddenly lightened. Lowering his head, Yang Zhaoge saw that the rope in his hand had shockingly broken, only half of it remaining as it drooped downwards powerlessly. Heh! Yang Zhaoge did not panic, intuitively feeling that this was yet another layer of illusions. However, before he could sort out his emotions, the bewildering fog that enveloped the great marsh before him suddenly dissipated, his surroundings instantly becoming empty. As the heavens and the earth shook, Yang Zhaoge raised his head and saw a massive hand flying over from beyond the heavens, slapping down towards him. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. That was not an ordinary palm. It was that massive palm that had struck towards the divine palace during the great calamity that year in Yang Zhaoge's memories. A strange light shot out from Yang Zhaoge's eyes as he focused on this palm. The scenes between the heavens and the earth before him shook slightly. As the palm descended, it suddenly vanished. The bewildering fog arose once more, though it was no longer as dense as before. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw two majestic rainbows, one horizontal and one vertical, piercing through the horizon. It was precisely the 10-character heavenly rainbow. To be continued. Chapter 417. Yang Zhaoge had once witnessed the phenomenon of two rainbows, one on the inside and one on the outside, forming a line as they curved through the horizon. While those two rainbows were both 7-colored, they were arranged in reverse order, one from the inside to the outside, from red to purple, while the other was the exact opposite, from purple to red. As Yang Zhaoge knew, that was due to the refraction of sunlight and water vapor. While it was rare, it could still be considered a normal sight. However, the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was actually two rainbows that were exactly the same, intersecting within the horizon, one heading east and west, the other heading north and south, intersecting vertically. This was the first time Yang Zhaoge had seen such a sight, as he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. In the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog grew thinner as the bewitching power of the marsh of illusory sea also seemed to have diminished greatly. Before Yang Zhaoge, the figures of Xu Fei and the others appeared once more. Lowering his head, the rope was still in their hands, showing no signs of breaking. Yang Zhaoge did not immediately relax. Who knew whether the scene before him was a scene within a scene, a trap within a trap? Illusions would sometimes simulate things that one could only dream of, yet be unable to achieve. Searching for the 10-character heavenly rainbow was precisely one of the reasons why they had come to the marsh of illusory sea. The stubbornness within one's heart would often become a bewildering barrier that bewitched one's mind. Yang Zhaoge calmed his heart, his mind immersed within the peerless heavenly scripture that he cultivated in, the true essence of his entire body roiling. On the surface, Yang Zhaoge seemed normal, but if someone were to carefully observe Yang Zhaoge now, they would feel as if Yang Zhaoge did not exist at all. Yang Zhaoge vaguely felt that his perspective was gradually breaking away from the restraints of the marsh of illusory sea, having a tendency to transcend the outside world. The marsh of illusory sea before him seemed to be filled with numerous illusory scenes. Instead, it was much calmer in the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After calming his mind for a moment and feeling the changes in the spiritual qi, Yang Zhaoge could confirm that the 10-character heavenly rainbow before him was real, and that he had not fallen into yet another illusory scene. Instead, the situation of Ying Longtu before Yang Zhaoge seemed a little off. The little fellow's gaze was a little dazed as he was currently giggling foolishly, as he seemed to be enjoying himself. Yang Zhaoge sighed. To Han Long his short life was simple and pure, very easy to be satisfied, very easy to be happy. But Han Long life was not smooth sailing at such a young age. Han Long would never be able to let go of the pain of his parents' early death. The death of his master, Shi Tai, was another huge blow to him. Even though Han Long had always been a carefree person, as if he didn't know what sorrow and worry were, but in his simple mind, the influence of these things would always exist. Yang Zhaoge landed a heavy palm on Ying Longtu's shoulder, the latter turning to look at him rather blankly. Just having turned, the index finger of Yang Zhaoge's other hand had already tapped on Ying Longtu's forehead. Ying Longtu was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. All the hair on his body stood on end. At the same time that he was attacked, his body subconsciously prepared to defend and counterattack. However, it was also at this moment that Ying Longtu woke up. His eyes were no longer blank and lifeless, but had regained their clarity and brightness. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Ying Longtu very quickly reacted, saying slowly, "Senior apprentice brother Yang, Yang Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands, "Stabilize your mind, distinguish between truth and falsehood. False illusions are sometimes very beautiful. It is a very normal thing for people to yearn for them or yearn for them to be beautiful. However, this is not a reason for us to stop moving forward. What is false is still false at the end of the day. It depends on others, and not on us." Looking at Ying Longtu, Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Calm your heart, calm your qi." Ying Longtu nodded obediently, inhaling and exhaling a few times as his breathing grew more and more stable. Having arrived at the region where the 10-character heavenly rainbow was, they halted, raising their heads to look at the miraculous scene in the sky above them. Feng Yunsheng muttered to herself, "Such a scene is really rare to see." After quietly feeling the spiritual qi flow in the surroundings for a while, she asked, "Is it because there are abnormalities in the space between the heavens and the earth here?" Born of a sacred ground-level power, as a direct disciple, her cultivation base aside, her discernment ability and knowledge were all top figures of her age in the Eight Extremities world. Xu Fei said, "That should be the case. It is the intense distortion of space here that forms such a unique scene. The weakening of the power of illusions in the marsh of illusory sea should also be due to the distortion of space. Without the skin, how can the hair attach? Even this region of the heavens and earth has become weak and distorted, let alone the numerous illusions here." Who scratched his head, "Young master, brother Fei, other than looking for the 10-character heavenly rainbow this time, aren't we also looking for the empty spirit rain mist?" Yang Zhaoge said, "The empty spirit rain mist is extremely rare, and it is very hard to predict where it will appear. However, generally speaking, in the vicinity of where the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears, it is possible that the empty spirit rain mist also exists. Therefore, in coming here, we are actually dealing with both of our targets at the same time. However, some luck is still required." Xu Fei said slowly, "According to what I know, the empty spirit rain mist most likely appears before or after the 10-character heavenly rainbow appears. I'll first look around the vicinity. If there is, that would naturally be best. If there isn't, we'll just silently wait for the moment when the 10-character heavenly rainbow finally dissipates." Xu Fei looked at Yang Zhaoge, "Zhaoge, you stay here and quietly observe the movements of the 10-character heavenly rainbow as well as the abnormal changes in space here." Yang Zhaoge answered, "Since that is so, I won't accompany you, senior apprentice brother. However, you have to be careful. After leaving the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the bewildering fog of the marsh of illusory sea will grow dense once more, the power of illusions immediately surging. Rest easy, I know." Saying thus, Xu Fei let go of the rope, then began moving around the periphery of the area enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, searching for the empty spirit rain mist required to treat Ying Yuzhen. Feng Yunsheng, Hu, and Ying Longtu also helped out. To Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu, moving alone now could also be considered their own tempering. Yang Zhaoge remained where he was, raising his head and narrowing his eyes as he paid close attention to the 10-character heavenly rainbow. After a long time of searching, Xu Fei and the others returned to where Yang Zhaoge was, all of them sighing, "We can only wait for the 10-character heavenly rainbow to vanish to see if there is any empty spirit rain mist forming. If there isn't, trying to find it elsewhere in the marsh of illusory sea would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. The change in space is indeed great, but we still haven't been able to open a passageway that truly leads to another world." Yang Zhaoge also didn't have any gains here as he thought, "Still, it's still fine. The 10-character heavenly rainbow will be sustained for a rather long period of time. Perhaps there's still a chance." Carrying this thought, Yang Zhaoge and the others remained where they were, waiting quietly. Not even 2 days had passed. One noon, Yang Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he abruptly raised his head. Then, where the two rainbows intersected, the distortion of space grew more and more intense, to the point where it was clearly visible to the naked eye. There, the sky resembled a canvas, being twisted and distorted intensely as a gap gradually appeared within it. It's appeared, there really is. Yang Zhaoge's spirits rose as he immediately said to Ahu, "Hurry up and report to the clan, tell my father." Before his words had landed, Yang Zhaoge felt his shadow shrinking pouch shudder intensely before a snow crane formed of flowing light shot out from within. The snow crane's wings swept outwards, actually sweeping along Yang Zhaoge and the others beneath the 10-character heavenly rainbow before shooting towards the black hole within the sky at lightning speed. To be continued. Chapter 4:18. Within the sky, where the two streaks of light intersected, one horizontal, one vertical, the space distorted intensely. There, the 7-colored light vanished, only darkness remaining. A black point of intersection expanded unceasingly, devouring the surrounding rainbow light as well as everything else. After having expanded to a certain size, this black dot seemed to have calmed down. Gazing from afar, other than the distortion at the point of intersection being even more intense, the red light no longer straight, the 10-character heavenly rainbow seemed no different from usual. There was only a silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies, flapping its wings as it flew towards the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Amidst this silhouetted snow crane, Yang Zhaoge and the others were swept along by a strange force, following them towards the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. "This is a little unexpected, Yang Zhaoge's expression turned solemn as he spread open his right palm, a jade hairpin on which a snow crane was inscribed. This was something that his mother Xue Chuqing had left in the 8 extremities world, having always been kept safe by his father Yang Di before this. It had always been ordinary and unremarkable, not seeming to have anything special about it at all, resembling just an ordinary accessory. Who knew that in that instant when the black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow had appeared, this jade hairpin had suddenly moved, streams of light emerging from within, transforming into a snow crane that shot out of Yang Zhaoge's shadow shrinking pouch. Yang Zhaoge reached out in time, grabbing the jade hairpin that had flown out along with it. However, as the snow crane flapped its wings, it still swept along everyone within the vicinity of the 10-character heavenly rainbow, flying upwards. It's a mechanism with a teleportation function. Yang Zhaoge quickly deduced, there must be a catalyst before it can be awakened from its slumber. Raising his head, he saw that black hole at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow gradually stabilizing, resembling the entrance to a passageway. At the center of the black hole, it was already no longer completely black, instead being multicolored. There seemed to be many scenes within, distorted and broken apart, merging as one after being disrupted. Chaotic space. Yang Zhaoge had already identified it. It really is a path that leads to another world, but is extremely unstable. It is indeed another world on the other side. The foundation of the mechanism should be there. The jade hairpin is like a token. When the two worlds are connected, the person holding the token will be automatically drawn over by the mechanism. Yang Zhaoge had already completely calmed down at this moment. Still, glancing at Feng Yunxing, Ahu, Xu Fei, and Ying Longtu beside him as well as Pan who was being carried in Feng Yunxing's embrace, Yang Zhaoge instantly smiled bitterly. It teleported everyone within the range of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. This ritual is very good and very powerful, but also very stupid. Now, all of them had disappeared without a trace. While Yang Zhaoge was very interested in going to the other world to take a look, his pitiful father was still anxiously waiting for news at the clan. Now, there wasn't even a single person to report to him. At this rate, who knew how long it would be before Yang Di received the news? Meanwhile, the elites of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had virtually all vanished from the 8 extremities world in a single night. If this news spread, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be laughing even in their dreams. It would be fine if the dimensional passageway still existed when Yang Di and the others arrived. However, if the dimensional passageway had already vanished, it would be very hard for them to understand the situation. Swept along by the silhouetted snow crane, Yang Zhaoge shook his head, yelling in a low tone, "Senior apprentice brother Xu." As he said this, Yang Zhaoge waved his hand, another black silhouette flying out from his shadow-shrinking pouch. It was an existence that resembled a short stone rod. After flying out, this thing expanded with the wind, immediately transforming into a massive stone pillar. It was precisely the pillar of the divine palace. Yang Zhaoge clapped his hands onto the pillar of the divine palace. The pillar of the divine palace emitted a brilliant glow, numerous streams of multicolored light extending outwards, resembling silk as they tunneled into the silhouetted snow crane from within. The suppressive power of the pillar of the divine palace exerted its effect as the silhouetted snow crane that shot into the skies instantly slowed, halting in midair. Xu Fei was also an experienced person. Without Yang Zhaoge having to say anything further, he already knew what to do. Making use of the moment when the silhouetted snow crane slowed slightly, Xu Fei made a grabbing motion behind him, a black broadsword exiting its scabbard with the roar of a dragon as it landed in his hand. The swordlight was simple and unadorned, vanishing as soon as it appeared. Xu Fei rapidly struck out with his sword, the black swordlight condensing into tangible form, leaving behind marks in mid-air as they transformed into runes one after another. Then, these runes descended, leaving the area of effect of the silhouetted snow crane as they landed on the marsh of illusory sea down below. The glow of the black runes was retracted, gradually dissolving within the mud of the marsh. Faced with such a major change, after their initial shock, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu quickly calmed down. Seeing Xu Fei's actions, Feng Yunsheng smiled, asking, "Senior apprentice brother Xu, this should be a unique technique of turbid wave pavilions, great marsh leaving letters?" The marsh domain was densely dotted with lakes and marshes, with very little solid soil or mountain rocks. Wanting to leave a mark or leave behind a message in such a place was a very difficult thing. Martial experts could turn the false into the real, being able to leave behind words in the water or even in the air. However, there was a limit to how long words could be left behind, depending on the martial practitioner's cultivation base, also being relatively short. Especially now that they were in the marsh of illusory sea, even enveloped by the 10-character heavenly rainbow, the illusory power was still powerful as it would unceasingly wear down the sword intent aura chi of a martial practitioner, finally causing the traces left behind to vanish. Turbid Wave Pavilion's lineage had specially invented a unique technique of great marsh leaving letters, making it convenient for their disciples to preserve the messages they left behind for a long period of time in an environment filled with lakes and marshes, allowing their fellow disciples who arrived later to read them. Xu Fei quickly explained the current situation. Using this method to leave behind messages, on one hand, they could preserve them for a long period of time, and on the other hand, they could prevent just anyone from seeing them. Turbid Wave Pavilion was on rather good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, and their disciples were relatively trustworthy. They could send a message to Broad Creed Mountain after discovering the words, "Chief, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fang and Grand Master all know that I am proficient in great marsh leaving letters." Xu Fei said as he sheathed his sword, "If our clan's seniors arrive here first and are unable to find any traces, they will also invite Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners over to unearth the messages I left behind." Ah Hu said sneakily, "Brother Fei, who did you learn great marsh leaving letters from?" Xu Fei answered frankly, "Naturally from Turbid Wave Pavilion's junior apprentice sister Xie, but it's not convenient for me to teach it to you." Ah Hu smiled in an extremely simple and honest manner, "Brother Fei, it's fine, right? It's not like this is a direct lineage martial Dao of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Otherwise, Miss Xie wouldn't have taught it to you." Xu Fei smiled, "Don't give me that. If we hadn't met with danger together in the marsh of illusory sea back then, in order to avoid being separated, junior apprentice sister Xie wouldn't have made an exception to teach it to me. Since she trusts me, it will naturally end here." The momentum of the snow crane shooting into the skies seemed unstoppable, the suction force from the other side of the dimensional passageway growing stronger and stronger, reaching its peak. Yang Zhaoge kept the pillar of the divine palace, everyone following the silhouette of the snow crane as they shot into the dimensional passageway at the center of the 10-character heavenly rainbow. Countless shadows flickered before their eyes, countless scenes intersecting as they appeared bizarre and dazzling, causing those who were experiencing this for the first time to click their tongues in wonder. Very quickly, the scenes before them stabilized. The first thing that appeared before Yang Zhaoge was a lush, primordial forest. Gazing back, they saw a dimensional passageway in the sky behind them in the midst of slowly closing. Seeing this, Ahu's expression instantly changed greatly. "Young master, does this mean that we can only return after the next 10-character heavenly rainbow appears?" "No, the dimensional passageway still exists." Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes and carefully sensed it for a moment before shaking his head, smiling lightly. "Ah, this place is very interesting." Chapter 419. The snow crane's figure streaked across the horizon. It spread its wings and soared, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the distance in an instant. Still within the silhouetted snow crane, Yang Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest, curling his lips. "The entrance of the dimensional passageway here is even more unstable than the one in our 8 extremities world. If I did not see wrongly, it seems to be shifting along the spiritual chi pulse of this world. We will have to properly search for it. Fortunately, based on the time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow has existed in our 8 extremities world, there is still a very long time before the passageway closes." Yang Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the sun hanging high up in the sky. Yes, if the time flow of the two worlds is the same. Everyone was flying with the snow crane as they observed their surroundings curiously. After glancing at Feng Yunxing and Ying Longtu, Xu Fei secretly sent a sound transmission to Yang Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, I remember that the snow crane was the symbol of your mother, Senior Snow, that year." The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly as he answered with a bitter smile. "I've let senior apprentice brother Xu see a joke. To tell you the truth, coming here this time is precisely due to the clues left behind by my mother that year." Xue Fei shook his head. "Why would I laugh at you? It's just that I didn't expect your mother to be related to another world. When I first entered the sect, I even saw her once." Connecting this to the matter of Xue Chuqing suddenly disappearing in the 8 extremities world, Xue Fei's first thought was that she had come from this world, rather than just having discovered this place by pure coincidence. Yang Zhaoge said, "Anyway, let's see where this snow crane will ultimately land. Who knows, we might be able to obtain some information related to this world. We are completely unfamiliar with this place. We must first gain some understanding of it and ensure a path of retreat back to the 8 extremities world." Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples rather irritably. The current situation in the 8 extremities world is rather delicate, with various conflicts about to erupt at any moment. This is not the time to be pioneering a new world, especially when, swiveling his head to glance at Feng Yunxing, Yang Zhaoge knit his brows. Especially when junior apprentice sister Feng still has to participate in the extreme yin bout. Feng Yunxing's expression was currently rather calm. Feeling something, she turned to meet Yang Zhaoge's gaze. Seemingly understanding Yang Zhaoge's thoughts, she shook her head slightly, indicating that she was fine. Xu Fei said, "Right now, we are completely clueless about this place. We also don't know what kind of experts there are here. It's best to be cautious. The entrance to the passage isn't fixed in this world, so even if someone were to rush over from the 10-character heavenly rainbow, their landing point in this world wouldn't be the same as ours, so it'd be difficult to coordinate with them." Yang Zhaoge nodded, saying, "It's also not that just anyone can come over. The chaotic flows of space can rip people apart at any time. The reason why we can be so safe is because of this snow crane." Xue Fei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Speaking of this snow crane, it would be rather inconceivable if the ritual was left behind by your mother. Although Senior Xue's cultivation was not weak back then, it seems that he could not have left behind such a powerful ritual." Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "Perhaps it is some sort of treasure." According to what his father Yang Di had said, while his mother had concealed her origins, her cultivation base should have been real. With Xue Chuqing's cultivation at the time, it was indeed impossible for her to set up such a powerful ritual. As they conversed, the snow crane's silhouette gradually dimmed and began to descend. Yang Zhaoge's spirits rose. Gazing over carefully, he saw a white pillar of light shooting into the skies amidst a primordial forest. The pure white snow crane landed within the pillar of light, gradually vanishing, while the figures of Yang Zhaoge and the others landed on the ground within the pillar of light. Looking downwards, numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground, profound and complex. Feng Yunxing, Xue Fei, Ahu, and the others all involuntarily let out sighs of admiration. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. This legacy of spirit patterns indeed has some resemblance to those of before the Great Calamity. It was not that people of later generations had researched and researched on the foundations of their predecessors, starting anew from scratch. Instead, it was like the complete legacy of the martial civilization of before the Great Calamity, not having been severed due to the Great Calamity. As they landed, the white pillar of light that shot into the skies gradually vanished, the numerous spirit patterns on the ground also beginning to dissipate. The white light congregated at the center of the spirit patterns. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be a mirror there. More accurately, it was half a mirror. Coming before the mirror, Yang Zhaoge saw that it was a simple round mirror that had been split into two from the middle. There was only one half here, the whereabouts of the other half unknown. Xue Fei and the others appraised the mirror curiously. Yang Zhaoge picked up this half mirror, infusing his true essence within, carefully feeling it for a moment. This half mirror is the core of the mechanism. After a long time, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath. There should still be another half that has not been lost, instead being buried somewhere in this world. He muttered within his heart, the mirror dimensional traversing art, it really is an ancient technique of before the Great Calamity. Who looked curiously at the half mirror above Yang Zhaoge's head. Young master, can this thing help us return to the Eight Extremities world? Yang Zhaoge tapped lightly on the surface of the mirror twice, not in a short period of time. In order to complete the mechanism just now, the power accumulated within this half mirror has been temporarily depleted, requiring time to recover. The time that the 10-character heavenly rainbow can be maintained for is limited at the end of the day, and we might not be able to make it in time. Feng Yunsheng pondered, perhaps it lies in the other half of the mirror? Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers, that's right. With that half mirror, we should be able to more easily find that dimensional passageway entrance that follows the movement of the spirit vein here. Also, after the two broken mirrors have been completely merged together, there might still be other wondrous uses for them. Scanning their surroundings, Xue Fei sent a sound transmission to Yang Zhaoge. If this mechanism was set up by Senior Xue to help you or Chief come over, there should be some information left behind, right? Yang Zhaoge kept that half mirror, similarly appraising their surroundings. I think so too. Having searched for a long time, yet still unable to find any traces of it, Yang Zhaoge could not help but feel rather puzzled. Xue Fei was also very helpless. It looks like there isn't. Or perhaps it was discovered by someone beforehand and taken away. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Whatever the case, let's first try to find the other half of the mirror and ensure that we can return to the Eight Extremities world in time. Xue Fei said, I had originally hoped that Senior Xue could have left behind some information to let us know the general situation here. Now, we can only slowly probe around. I also don't know the specific situation of this world, what kind of people there are. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Very soon, someone will come knocking on our door on their own accord, answering our questions. With the white light shooting into the heavens here just now, it could be seen clearly from far away. It would definitely have drawn the attention of others. When we were brought flying by the silhouetted snow crane, I noticed that there were signs of human activity along the way. Having said thus, just a moment later, the expressions of Yang Zhaoge and the others all changed as they felt that someone was currently in the midst of approaching. To be continued. Chapter 420. His movement speed is very fast, but I can't feel any strong aura chi fluctuations. Ahu's ears twitched as he asked curiously, is it some kind of special movement technique? What a strange martial art. Xu Fei said, it is very likely that it is not completely the same as the martial legacies of our Eight Extremities world. Yang Zhaoge was also listening attentively to the newcomer's movements. It is not strange. After all, it is two different worlds. Actually, as compared to the differences in martial arts, I am more concerned about how different the language here is from ours. After all, even in the Eight Extremities world, the dialects of different places are also very different. If we do not use the common language, only using their own dialects, it would be very hard for people of different places to understand what the other is saying. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, wanting to find someone to understand the situation of this world, but if there is a language barrier, that would be awkward. Ahu asked, young master, how about you not show yourselves first? I will interact with the people here. We currently have no idea how strong the other party is, and it is very hard for us to judge. There might even be some strange arts that we do not know of. Having always been by Yang Zhaoge's side, other than being a retainer, Ahu had also been Yang Zhaoge's bodyguard for a very long time. While Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base was higher now, Ahu's way of thinking was still with Yang Zhaoge's safety as his #1 priority. While he was usually mischievous, when he was serious, he was still extremely reliable and responsible. In a brand new world, everything was foreign, unknown, and even dangerous. At this time, as a retainer, Ahu's heart was already completely taut. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands. If there really is a danger that even so many people cannot deal with, you alone would be no different from sending yourself to your death. Relax a little. While we are unable to judge the strength of the newcomer now, it should also not be too high. Comprehending one art, comprehending all arts. The great Tao of the world, all arts converge to their origins. While there are differences, the higher one goes, the more they tend to be the same. Yang Zhaoge gazed into the distance. Just like us and the Flame Devils, a martial saint and a Flame Devil King standing before you, the feeling they give you is completely different from that of a martial grandmaster or a great Flame Devil. Unless the other party has the intention, it is possible for you to misjudge the difference between an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster and an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, but you will definitely be able to clearly distinguish between a martial saint and a martial grandmaster. Yang Zhaoge and the others temporarily concealed themselves within the dense forest. Very quickly, a figure flickered, appearing before them. It was a tall, middle-aged man with bronze skin, round eyes, and a rough face. His body seemed to contain an explosive power that was extremely powerful. His eyes, in particular, shot out divine light in all directions and were abnormally sharp. Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. At the very least, he looks like a human on the outside, no different from us. He's not a mutant. Just as he was observing, he saw the burly man's eyes flash as he looked in Ying Longtu's direction. The people in the dense forest all frowned. Ying Longtu's cultivation base was the lowest among all of them, but he possessed the celestial dipper physique, which allowed him to control his qi and blood freely. His mind was clear and flawless. If he focused on hiding, it would be very difficult for others to detect his presence. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Is it that this person has concealed himself deeply, his strength higher than I thought, or is it that due to some special reason, his sensory abilities are extremely powerful? Then, after glancing at the place where Ying Longtu was concealed, that burly man's gaze turned to where Feng Yunsheng was. Yang Zhaoge coughed lightly, appearing. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, that burly man's expression was filled with wariness as he no longer looked in the direction of Feng Yunsheng and Ying Longtu, instead staring straight at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart, first asking, "How do I address you?" He first used the common language of the 8 extremities world. This was not nonsense, instead being the common language of the 8 extremities world, having been developed from the civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times, being the most systematic and also closest to the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. In terms of pronunciation, he was also trying his best to get closer to that of ancient times. While there would still be some differences if Yang Zhaoge were to evaluate it, it was not due to luck that this language had become the current mainstream of the 8 extremities world. If the world before them also inherited the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times, there should be some similarities between them. In the end, that burly man did not react in the slightest as his gaze was slightly vacant, his expression even more vigilant. He clearly looked like he didn't understand at all. Frowning, Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before repeating, "How do I address you?" This time, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and the others felt it to be unfamiliar, not being easy to understand. The language that Yang Zhaoge used this time was the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. For example, compared to the current language of the 8 extremities world, it was like the difference between classical and vernacular. Some words had the same meaning, but without having studied them systematically, it would be very hard for one to understand their complete meaning. This was what it meant to be able to recognize each word individually, but unable to understand them when put together. According to Yang Zhaoge's guess, The martial legacy that his mother cultivated in was a relatively complete version of the martial arts of pre-Great Calamity times. Therefore, the language that she used was likely not lost through the generations, being the common language of pre-Great Calamity times. This time, that burly man seemed to have a slight reaction. Even as he was vigilant, he looked at Yang Zhaoge inexplicably. Yang Zhaoge felt rather helpless under that gaze. The other party seemed to be asking, "Do you even know how to speak properly?" Carefully observing him, Yang Zhaoge felt that this person's attitude towards the language of pre-Great Calamity times was like that of Xu Fei, Feng Yunxing, and the others. This way, the greatest possibility is that the language here is the same as that of the Eight Extremities world, also originating from the civilization of pre-Great Calamity times. However, it has its own unique development, being completely different from the current language of the Eight Extremities world. Yang Zhaoge gradually came to a realization. It was just that while he understood, it still gave Yang Zhaoge a bit of a headache. With the language barrier, the word awkward was placed right in front of him. Anyway, they all evolved from the language of pre-Great Calamity times. If he says a few more words, I might be able to understand the gist of it. Yang Zhaoge sighed, if it really doesn't work, I'll even use sign language, even though it looks a little embarrassing. As he thought this, Yang Zhaoge said a few more words in the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. That burly man stared at Yang Zhaoge blankly and warily. Back then, in order to understand the current civilization of the Eight Extremities world, Yang Zhaoge had browsed through many books, understanding many different languages. Now, Yang Zhaoge unleashed his knowledge of languages to the maximum. It was not just the ancient language, but also the various dialects currently circulating in the Eight Extremities world that were different from the common vernacular, yet had all been derived from the ancient language. With each word, he observed that burly man's reaction. Feng Yunxing and the others stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this scene, only feeling that Yang Zhaoge had refreshed their understanding of the world once more. Who swallowed his saliva, sending via sound transmission with his aura qi, "Young master, you're so impressive." Yang Zhaoge sent via sound transmission, "Do you think I'm willing to go through so much trouble? With a language barrier, even if I capture him and want to interrogate him, it won't work. I first have to ascertain what language it is, such that he can understand me, and I can also understand him." As he said this, he saw that the burly man still had a blank yet wary look on his face, at the same time growing more and more irritable. Just as Yang Zhaoge was about to switch to another dialect, that burly man grew impatient as, with a low roar, he lunged over. "That's not good, is it?" Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 421. Yang Zhaoge was proficient in many languages, causing Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei, and the others to be dazzled by his words. However, his true target always looked like he didn't understand what he was saying, causing Yang Zhaoge to not know whether to laugh or to cry. The other party seemed to have an explosive temper, finally unable to suppress his anger as he lunged towards Yang Zhaoge. As he made his move, the hearts of the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners here trembled slightly. The other party's speed was as fast as lightning, as he had already arrived before Yang Zhaoge in an instant. Xu Fei and whose gazes hardened as they saw numerous patterns of light actually light up on the surface of this person's skin. It was as though numerous runes had been inscribed on his body. On this person's fingers, numerous streams of light condensed, transforming into existences that resembled sharp claws as they clawed towards Yang Zhaoge. Within his body, he still couldn't feel the existence of aura qi or true essence, only having a small amount of foundation inner qi. Generally speaking, this should be a characteristic of body refinement martial practitioners who had yet to cultivate qi into aura qi. However, the powerful qi and blood contained within this big man's body far surpassed that of body refinement martial practitioners. Feng Yunxing stared fixedly at the other party's eyes, seeing that the big man's pupils had shockingly turned jade green at this moment, filled with brutality and bloodthirstiness, resembling that of a ferocious beast. Staring fixedly at Yang Zhaoge, the big man clawed out with his claws, light streaking through the air, leaving behind marks that did not dissipate even after a long time, as though space itself had been broken apart. The patterns of light flickering around his body suddenly transformed into surging thunderbolts, enveloping the surroundings. Those were true thunderbolts, snakes of electricity leaping about, seemingly unceasingly piercing through the air as a series of explosive crackling sounds resounded. The surrounding primitive forest began to be hacked into charcoal. Dark clouds filled the sky, the rumbling of thunder resounding as numerous streaks of lightning traversed the dark clouds. As the lightning appeared, the big man's speed increased once more. Where the lightning passed, it caused one's heart to feel numb and stiff. Yang Zhaoge was speechless. I haven't even said anything about capturing you and slowly interrogating you, and you've already made the first move? Feeling the piercingly cold winds and violent lightning shooting over, seeing the terrifying claws already grabbing at him, Yang Zhaoge shook his head. He raised his hands, accurately grabbing the other party's wrists, preventing those flickering claws from advancing any further. The burly man was shocked. He felt that his hands were tightly bound, and his wrists were almost broken. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, saying, "The first person I've met in this world, I had originally intended to interact amicably. Still, from the looks of it now, I can save myself the trouble." You might not understand this sentence. That big man indeed didn't understand, only wanting to break free from Yang Zhaoge's grasp now. Unable to move his hands, he moved his feet, wanting to kick towards Yang Zhaoge. However, even as Yang Zhaoge had spoken, he had already kicked out, striking that big man's lower abdomen. The burly man's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His knees went weak, and his whole body trembled. Yang Zhaoge looked mildly at him. "I might as well just take you down, then see if you have any objects or scrolls on you. I'll compare them to your language here." The burly man was in unbearable pain. Blue veins were bulging on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He kept gasping for breath. The madness and bloodlust in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and the patterns on his body burned brighter and brighter. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh?" The big man roared madly, the patterns of light surging madly on his entire body, blue lightning spreading like a frenzied tide as it gradually condensed into a silhouette amidst space. Within the silhouette was a six-legged leopard that was covered in lightning, roaring madly. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Six-legged flying lightning leopard? That big man's figure seemed to expand, the rumbling of thunder resounding from within his body as power surged madly. A crazed look appeared within his gaze as he stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge, as if he would only let the matter rest after ripping him to shreds. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Exerting more force with his hands, even as he crushed the bones of that big man's wrists, he also shattered all the bones and meridians of his arms. An even greater force resembled the pressure of Mount Tai as it instantly suppressed that violent lightning into tiny sparks, limited to a circumference of a foot as it was unable to wreak havoc. The big man opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a sound due to the extreme pain. Yang Zhaoge appraised him rather interestedly. Interesting, turning fake into real, transforming one's power into actual lightning and thunderbolts. To martial practitioners, this should only be an ability that can be obtained after stepping into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, having refined Aura Chi into essence and cultivated into an Essence Spirit. However, this fella's strength has yet to reach the level of an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Let alone refining Aura Chi into essence, he has not even refined Chi into Aura Chi. However, the Chi and blood of his entire body is far from what martial artists can compare to, being already comparable to martial grandmasters. Manifesting actual thunderbolt, while it cannot compare to the level of an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, it is still rather powerful. Yang Zhaoge grabbed that big man's arms that had already been reduced to mush. Then, he saw streams of light flickering amidst the already mangled flesh and blood of that big man's arms. It was as if an extremely powerful force was unceasingly awakening within his bloodline. This power of could it be that it originates from the six-legged flying lightning leopard? Yang Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. At first, I thought that it was a demon that had taken human form. However, from the looks of it now, it is exactly the opposite. Did you refine the bloodline of a demonic beast into your own body, thereby obtaining your power? Before the Great Calamity, I had never seen anyone cultivating in the martial Tao like this. An original creation after the calamity? Interesting, very interesting. I wonder if it is you alone or the lineage of your clan that you come from, Or is it all the people of this world who are like this? Carefully feeling the changes in this big man's body, Yang Zhaoge indeed discovered many uncertainties. Under extreme pain and fury, that big man completely lost his rationality as he let out a series of strange roars. His voice was already no longer that of a human's, instead resembling the roar of a tiger or leopard. The next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, that big man's entire body was enveloped by patterns of light, his physique actually gradually changing. This person was beastifying. His head gradually turned into the head of a leopard, a tail appearing behind him, a pair of wings of thunder and lightning appearing behind him. His 4 limbs also turned into the claws of a leopard, his hind legs standing upright on the ground, completely resembling a leopard standing on its hind leg. His 2 front claws had been shattered by Yang Zhaoge, but 2 claws shockingly extended from his abdomen, clawing towards Yang Zhaoge. Enveloped by the patterns of light, the flesh and blood of this big man expanded, becoming extremely massive as he looked like he was about to transform into a 6-legged flying lightning leopard that was several feet long, the size of a small mountain. This 6-legged flying lightning leopard let out a crazed howl that shocked the heavens, thunder and lightning surging as it gathered the thunderclouds within the sky, descending in a chain. Yang Zhaoge grew more and more excited. Does this mean that the demonic blood in his body has gone out of control, causing a backlash against him? While his strength has increased greatly, he himself has become a demonic beast. Looking at the massive beast before him, Yang Zhaoge sighed in praise, exchanging a few blows. I instead learnt quite a few things. Indeed, it is still better to directly make a move. P.S. I recommend a book to everyone. Book title, Blue Wolf, book number 3068826, + to prevent blocking. The author is Yun Xiaotian Dao. A fat book of more than 4 million words. The technique is quite unique. To be continued. Chapter 422. As the patterns of light on Yang Zhaoge's entire body grew more and more intense, as he completely transformed into a 6-legged flying lightning leopard, the strength of Yang Zhaoge's opponent rose unceasingly. When he finally shapeshifted completely and became a true 6-legged flying lightning leopard, his power surged like the tide. It was as if that person had always been a cage that imprisoned ferocious beasts. Now that the cage had collapsed, the imprisoned beast had finally broken out of the cage. Facing the 6-legged flying lightning leopard that resembled a small mountain as it lunged over, Yang Zhaoge chuckled as he raised his palm, before slamming it downwards. After shapeshifting, that big man's body resembled a small mountain. Let alone standing up, even crouching on the ground, he was still much taller than Yang Zhaoge. However, as Yang Zhaoge raised his palm and then descended, it gave off the feeling that he was much larger than the massive beast before them. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. With a single palm strike, it was as if the heavens were falling. The fur of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard stood on end. Because both of his claws were crippled, the rage stimulated by the pain instantly cooled down. After losing his humanity and turning into a beast, his intuition towards danger became even stronger. At this moment, the threat of death engulfed the 6-legged flying lightning leopard's heart, causing it to instinctively turn around and flee. Therefore, everyone could only see the 6-legged flying lightning leopard that had still been ferociously surging to the heavens a moment ago, resembling a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage, wanting to fight to the death and rip its opponent to shreds. At this moment, facing Yang Zhaoge's raised palm, it suddenly turned and fled. That speed was truly even swifter than when it had lunged towards Yang Zhaoge earlier. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge could not help but be amused, losing their intelligence and becoming a demonic beast, instead becoming a little more intelligent. While Yang Zhaoge felt amused whilst also exasperated, Yang Zhaoge had no intention of letting the other party off. His palm still pressed downwards, a force that shook the heavens and the earth, directly breaking the spine of this 6-legged flying lightning leopard. Amidst the rumbling, it was as if a thundercloud had exploded. The flying leopard howled and fell to the ground, its body twitching and unable to move. Looking at it, Yang Zhaoge sighed. Why do you think this is necessary? Even if they didn't speak the same language, they could still slowly try to communicate peacefully and amicably. Why did they have to fight? Although I also feel that it's more efficient to do it by hand. That 6-legged flying lightning leopard's life force was indeed strong. While its body had virtually been broken into two by Yang Zhaoge, it was still not dead, as it even still had some strength remaining, streams of thunder flickering unceasingly on its body. However, at this moment, it had already completely lost all thoughts of resisting as it sprawled on the ground. Its gaze that was looking at Yang Zhaoge was filled with a pleading look. Yang Zhaoge sat down on its back nonchalantly, the flying leopard instantly letting out another mournful wail. "Let me see if you have anything valuable on you," Yang Zhaoge said as he extended his hand towards the ground. Previously, because the burly man had completely transformed into a six-legged flying lightning leopard, his luggage had been shattered by the fierce lightning. The items inside fell to the ground. Some of them were preserved, while others were blasted into powder by the lightning. Yang Zhaoge used his aura qi to draw the preserved items into his hands before beginning to inspect them. Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei, Hu, and Ying Longtu now approached as well, looking at the massive beast that Yang Zhaoge was seated on. Senior apprentice brother Yang, this leopard was transformed from that person? Han Longer looked curiously at that six-legged flying lightning leopard. While inspecting the items within his hands, Yang Zhaoge casually answered, "That's right." Feng Yunsheng appraised it a few times before saying, "It's already completely a demonic beast. The spiritual qi within its flesh and blood is abundant, being completely different from that of a human." Weighing a seal within his hands, Yang Zhaoge said simply, "It's a special cultivation technique. I suspect that it is refining the demonic beast's bloodline into one's own body. Afterwards, one would no longer cultivate qi like us, instead using the power of the demonic beast's bloodline as a foundation to raise one's own strength. However, other than providing strength, this demonic beast bloodline should also be unceasingly affecting the cultivator's mind. If, due to this or that reason, a person's will collapses, their mind disappearing, the power of the demonic beast might then turn from guest to host, causing the person to finally become a demonic beast, no longer in human form." Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "This person should have been seriously injured by me," his mind gradually dissipating, at the same time also being overwhelmed by rage and hatred. He wanted to live, wanted to resist, wanted to take revenge, finally surpassing his own limits, becoming like this in the end. Xu Fei and the others all clicked their tongues in wonder. Still, it really is a unique technique. Not having reached the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, he is already able to control true thunder and lightning, also possessing some power. Yang Zhaoge smiled, 6 legs like flying, a pair of wings on his back, wind and thunder accompanying as he walks, innately able to control thunder and lightning. This is precisely the innate divine ability of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard, just like how Pan Pan can control fire and water. The shrunken Pan Pan in Feng Yunsheng's embrace blinked his eyes. Yang Zhaoge smiled, stroking Pan Pan's head before saying thoughtfully, "Earlier, I discovered that while the spiritual qi of this world has its own circulation path, it feels very thin. Right, no, it shouldn't be said to be thin, but that its circulation method is not beneficial for us human martial practitioners to cultivate in." Hearing his words, Xu Fei looked at that 6-legged flying lightning leopard. "You suspect that the spiritual qi here is more suitable for demonic beasts to breathe in and absorb? Therefore, this kind of cultivation technique that induces demonic blood into one's body for refinement, changing one's physique, might not be an exception, instead being very common in this world?" Yang Zhaoge clapped lightly. "I indeed suspect this." Saying thus, he leapt off the back of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard, completely shattering its head with a single palm. Since it had already lost its humanity, even if they could communicate, it would still be impossible to get anything out of it. Yang Zhaoge naturally had no need to keep it alive. Not needing Yang Zhaoge's instructions, Hu walked over happily, opening his shadow shrinking pouch and keeping the corpse of this 6-legged flying lightning leopard. "Young master, what do we do next?" Hearing Hu's question, Yang Zhaoge sighed, "With the language barrier and the information we have on hand being too little, we should first think of a way to find some living people, letting me study their language and characters before understanding the situation of this world. Still, we have to be fast." There was already no longer anything of value left where they had been. After packing up a little, they left. Within the primordial forest, various demonic beasts of various kinds emerged in an endless stream, seemingly proving some of Yang Zhaoge's guesses. Leaving the primordial forest, they gradually entered the plains. Here, the human population began to gradually grow denser. However, due to the language barrier, Yang Zhaoge and the others were very low-key in their actions. Only when a large manor appeared before their eyes did Yang Zhaoge appraise it carefully for a moment, his eyes instantly lighting up. His gaze was focused on an exquisite loft within the manor. Looking through the open window, he could vaguely see a tall bookshelf as well as a dazzling collection of books. Seeing this, Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, could it be that you want to steal books?" Yang Zhaoge exasperatedly punched him. "How can you call it stealing when it's a scholar's business?" Chapter 423. Ahu blinked. "Then, what do you call the matter of the scholars?" Yang Zhaoge said solemnly, "Promoting the cultural exchange between the two worlds, establishing a bridge of communication." Ahu opened his mouth, yet did not utter a sound. By the side, Feng Yunsheng burst out laughing, while Xuefei smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Han Long'er had a blank look on his face. Finally, with the lofty aspiration of promoting the cultural exchange between the two worlds, Yang Zhaoge successfully borrowed a large amount of ancient texts from the library of that manor. After a period of study, he finally gained a vague understanding of the language of this world. As he had guessed earlier, the civilizations here also originated from before the Great Calamity. However, because of the Great Calamity, culture had been severed, everything could only be restarted from the foundations left behind. Therefore, it was also very different from the Eight Extremities world. Fortunately, however, they still originated from the same source, being able to follow certain pathways. After some stumbling, Yang Zhaoge finally gained an initial understanding of this world that they currently resided in. This place was commonly known as the floating life world. Like the Eight Extremities world, this place had also been formed after the Great Calamity when the world had shattered. The civilizations of before the Great Calamity had been severed, with only a few remnants remaining. The people living here had re-established their own civilizations. Unlike the Eight Extremities world, currently walking on the same path as the world of before the Great Calamity, the floating life world walked on a different path. While there was also a martial civilization here, it was a completely different kind of martial Dao. The martial practitioners of the floating life world were known as demonic bloodline cultivators. They refined the bloodline of demonic beasts with their human bodies, then used it as a foundation to cultivate, raising their strength from there. If the descriptions of the environment here in those books are accurate, this floating life world should not be as huge as the Eight Extremities world. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "This way, it will at least be a little easier for us to find the other half of the mirror and determine the location of the dimensional passageway." Xuefei said, "Even so, we still have to make the best use of our time. Who knows where the entrance of the dimensional passageway is? Traveling also requires time." Yang Zhaoge patted his head. "It is precisely so." Everyone continued onward, nearing a large city. Seeing people coming and going, and hearing the unfamiliar language being spoken, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. "It's still better to interact with people first. The ancient book doesn't describe the current situation." Xuefei frowned. "It's fine if they think we're outsiders. However, if we're seen through that we're not from this floating life world, it would be hard for us to avoid trouble. Actually, a foreigner's face is already very eye-catching." Yang Zhaoge laughed. "There's an old saying that goes well, children's words carry no harm." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge leisurely walked and stopped, passing by some hawkers selling snacks as he roughly observed the amount of money spent by the people here. Knowing that gold and silver could also be used here, Yang Zhaoge stealthily stole away some cakes and candies, before leaving behind a bit of silver that far exceeded their value. Then, he wandered around the city, following the sound of reading, and found a place that looked like a private school. Yang Zhaoge stood by the window, quietly looking at the teacher inside teaching some children. Even as the children were listening, he was actually listening attentively as well. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng, Xuefei and the others did not have any intention of laughing at him. After the children had left school, Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he used his half-baked language of the floating life world to try and get close to those children with some cakes and candies. Xuefei swiveled his head and said to Han Long'er, "There are many children here. Do you know why your senior apprentice brother Yang is looking for children from the academy? Han Longer shook his head blankly, as Xue Fei explained, while children's words carry no harm, there are also differences between children. The children who play around in the marketplace know more about the minor matters of the marketplace. However, what we want to understand now is the broader situation of this world. Therefore, we are looking for these children from the academy. Saying thus, Xue Fei sighed. Also, the children who grow up in the marketplace are more mature, more slippery, and more mischievous. They won't be so easily coaxed by your senior apprentice brother Yang. At the same time, news will spread quickly, and it will also be easy for news of us and our matters to be leaked. These children from the academy usually come into contact with simpler people. If it isn't the academy, it is their parents at home. Their hearts are also purer. Also, pay attention. The children that your senior apprentice brother Yang is looking for are all dressed in relatively simple clothes. These children's families are able to provide for their education, but they won't be too extravagant or rich. Most of their families are honest and dutiful, believing that it is better to avoid trouble. Even if the children return and mention the strange actions of strangers like us, the chances of news leaking out will also be lower. At the same time, their parents won't give them too much pocket money. Those children from wealthy families won't be easily bought over by your senior apprentice brother Yang with just a few pieces of cake. While he had mistakenly entered the floating life world and his future was uncertain, since he had brought Han Longer out this time, Xue Fei would make good use of this chance to temper this junior apprentice brother of his. These were all insignificant matters, but Xue Fei mainly hoped that Ying Longtu's thoughts would become more flexible, becoming more and more enlightened. Hearing his words, Ying Longtu nodded thoughtfully. Ah Hu grinned. It really must have been hard for young master not to be taken for a human trafficker. Feng Yunsheng smiled. It should have been hard for him to be able to converse with the locals so quickly. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. That's right. This time, I really admire young master to the point of prostrating myself in admiration. Yang Zhaoge was actually not relaxed at all at this moment. Learning a new language on his own, and doing so within such a short period of time at that, was not a very comfortable thing. He had to expend a great deal of effort before he could make the students before him understand his questions. Yang Zhaoge just had the feeling that the gazes of these little children before him carried a deep disdain as they looked at him. Already so old, they still can't speak as fluently as us. It was roughly like this. As for the answers of these children, Yang Zhaoge didn't understand most of them, only able to memorize them, even coaxing them to write on the ground before slowly pondering over them himself later. Amongst these, there should also be many children who had misinterpreted his meaning, giving wrong answers. He could only slowly sort them out afterwards. Easy for me, Yang Zhaoge cursed unceasingly within his heart. Suddenly, his mind jolted slightly as he swiveled his head to look. On the streets of the city, someone was dragging a massive prison carriage forward, the mournful roars of beasts resounding from within. Yang Zhaoge thought, from the looks of it, the people here will try to capture strange demonic beasts, then extract their bloodline and use it to groom demonic bloodline cultivators. With this, the children beside him could no longer sit still as they ran towards the prison carriage, watching excitedly. Yang Zhaoge stood where he was, not minding it at all. He had already asked all that he wanted to ask. However, as his gaze fell on a certain person, it involuntarily froze. Xikong Qing. No, it should be said that it's someone like Ouyang Qi and Chang Ning. Yang Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. To be continued. Chapter 424. Gazing over, Yang Zhaoge saw that above those massive prisoner carriages, there was a pergola. Within the pergola sat people, who should be the demonic bloodline cultivators in charge of escorting these massive beasts. On the prisoner carriage which held the strongest demonic beast, a young girl sat within the pergola. Dressed in martial attire, her features were picturesque. While her hair accessories and makeup were different, her facial features were clearly exactly the same as Xikong Qing's. Seeing this Xikong Qing, the surrounding citizens all let out waves of cheers, appearing extremely reverent. Crossing his hands before his chest, Yang Zhaoge retracted his gaze. Unless we directly capture her, this is not a suitable time to interact with her. Having experienced the matters of Ouyang Qi and Chang Ning back then, Yang Zhaoge was already very calm when he saw similar people now. When he had first arrived in this floating life world, he had still been wondering if he might meet someone similar to Sikong Qing here, just that he had not thought that it would be so soon. Through reading through ancient texts and reading about the geography of this world, as well as conversing with the local children just now, Yang Zhaoge already knew that the place they were currently in was a rather remote corner of the entire floating life world. Yang Zhaoge didn't have much of an opinion about this Sikong Qing, just that he was rather interested in the rune that she might possess. There are already 4 known of them in the 8 extremities world. I wonder how many of them there are in the floating life world. Yang Zhaoge memorized the insignia on that girl's clothes, then no longer paid her any attention. They strolled around the city once more, trying to obtain as much information as they could. Even as Yang Zhaoge was half-guessing, listening to the conversations of others, he also grew more and more proficient in the language of this place. This city is called Muzi. If you head north from this Muzi city, you'll reach the capital of the Furan Kingdom, Konghe City. Yang Zhaoge said to them, "Let's first head all the way to Konghe City before deciding on our next step." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Having arrived there, I should have more or less grasped the language of this floating life world. At that time, I should be able to directly converse with demonic bloodline cultivators." Xu Fei said, "It's all up to you. This time, we've all become mutes." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "Everyone can learn together with me. It's fine if it's a little slower." Xu Fei pondered for a moment before sending a sound transmission over to Yang Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, in my memories, your mother, Senior Snow, is completely different from the demonic bloodline cultivators here. The martial Tao that she cultivates in is rather similar to that of our 8 extremities world. Did he only begin cultivating like us after arriving in the 8 extremities world, or is it that, hearing Xuefei's question, Yang Zhaoge did not speak? He now held deep doubts about whether his mother, Xue Chuqing, had come from this floating life world. Perhaps, to this floating life world, Xue Chuqing was merely a passerby. Everyone headed north. In order to save time, those with higher cultivation bases led those with lower cultivation bases. Having already stepped into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the immortal crane wings were no longer of much use to Yang Zhaoge. Thus, he just passed it down to Ahu. Ahu was quite happy and couldn't bear to part with it. He said happily, "Young master, does this count as adding wings to a tiger? A tiger with wings on its waist should be called a tiger, right?" The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth twitched as he laughed. "That's right, you really are a tiger." Traveling and stopping along the way, as they neared Konghe City, Yang Zhaoge already had a general grasp of the language of the floating life world. While his pronunciation might still be a little strange, he could at least understand most of the common words used here. He also had a greater understanding of the situation of the world before him. For example, the Furan Kingdom before him was only a corner of the floating life world, located in the southern region. And the vast territory surrounding it, the Furan Kingdom included, all belonged to the control of a clan known as the Blood Cloud Clan. To the citizens of the Furan Kingdom, the Blood Cloud Clan resembled divinities of the heavens, possessing an incomparably exalted position. Being able to enter the Blood Cloud Clan to cultivate was something that even the royal family of the Furan Kingdom and the ordinary citizens could only dream of. However, if one wanted to become a demonic bloodline cultivator, talent was also required. Under these heavens, most people were unable to bear demonic blood entering their bodies. And those who could bear it also differed in what level of demonic beast bloodline they could bear. If one wanted to become a disciple of the Blood Cloud Clan, the requirement for talent was even higher. The ordinary citizens revere the Blood Cloud Clan like divinities. This is related to the region. The Blood Cloud Clan has always been the ruler of the Furan Kingdom, their influence deeply rooted. Therefore, it is very hard to judge from their evaluation what level this Blood Cloud Clan belongs to in the entire floating life world. Yang Zhaoge said, "The world in the eyes of ordinary people is completely different from the world in the eyes of martial practitioners. Only upon reaching a certain height will one be able to see the full picture of the world. We need to come into contact with true demonic bloodline cultivators before we can truly understand the level of experts in this world." As they walked, Xuefei said, The clues left behind by Senior Schwer at the place where we landed might have been completely swept away by someone. It should have been done by some demonic bloodline cultivator, also with a cultivation base that is not low. It is most likely to be the local tyrant of this region, a martial practitioner of the Furin Kingdom or someone of the Bloodcloud clan. Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It is precisely so. On the other hand, Yang Zhaoge already knew that the girl who resembled Sikong Qing, whom he had seen in Muzi City earlier, from her attire, was precisely a disciple of the Bloodcloud clan. As they walked, their hearts suddenly jolted slightly as they gazed into the distance in unison. Over there, fluctuations of power emanated as a battle seemed to be currently taking place. After Yang Zhaoge and the others neared, they saw a group of people currently locked in battle with a massive demonic beast amidst numerous mountains. Beneath the mountain, a massive prison carriage toppled to the side, its cage shattered. Looking at that demonic beast, Yang Zhaoge saw that it was a strange python, with a pair of wings on its back and a sharp horn on its head. Having broken free of its cage, this strange snake unleashed its full strength, causing the people escorting it to be hard for them to resist, with more than half of them either dead or injured. The human martial practitioners were now in a precarious situation. It seems to be a mixed blood snake. Yang Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances, nodding slightly. This might be a pretty good opportunity. After having made up his mind, Yang Zhaoge signaled to Ahu, who punched out from far away. A terrifying black storm condensed and compressed, a black spear that resembled a solid substance shooting out, directly piercing through the body of that mixed blood snake. The mixed blood snake fell to the ground, struggling on its last breath. Those martial practitioners escorting this demonic beast instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The prison carriage had already been destroyed. While the snake was heavily injured and not dead, it would also be impossible for them to send it on its way again. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge and the others saw those martial practitioners directly extracting its blood on the spot, then preserving it. This way, while the spiritual qi of the demonic blood had mostly dissipated, unable to be used for cultivation, it could still be used for other purposes. Following the direction from which the black storm had come, the martial practitioner in the lead was now searching for them. Seeing Yang Zhaoge and the others, he immediately asked in the language of the floating life world, "May I ask which experts you are?" Chapter 425. While this pair of martial practitioners who had been escorting Hua Shi had accidentally allowed Hua Shi to escape the cage, causing immense damage, they had mostly maintained their composure in the face of danger and death, also cooperating in battle in an orderly fashion. Looking at their clothes and weapons, they were also neat and of high quality. Yang Zhaoge judged that their backgrounds should not be bad. Indeed, these martial practitioners belonged to a major power of the Furin Kingdom's capital, Konghe City, the Eagle Feather Sect. Yang Zhaoge and the others had limited understanding of this Eagle Feather Sect, but there was a bright yellow insignia on that damaged prison carriage. Yang Zhaoge already knew that in the various kingdoms of the floating life world, the royal family was similarly used to using bright yellow as the insignia. Like the Eight Extremities world, they all imitated the ancient etiquette of pre-Great Calamity times. While they had developed their own civilizations and started anew, the martial practitioners of the floating life world cultivating in completely different ways, many things were still influenced by the civilizations of pre-Great Calamity times. For a sect to flourish in the capital of a kingdom, either their strength surpassed that of the kingdom or they had a close relationship with the royal family. The Eagle Feather Sect was not the Bloodcloud clan, not possessing such great strength. Asking them to help escort the prisoner carriage, it clearly belonged to the latter, that they were following the royal family of the Furin Kingdom for a living. Yang Zhaoge was extremely satisfied with this. While they were currently pretending to be people from the wilderness, the royal family of the Furin Kingdom probably hoped to recruit experts or those with ability to submit to them. Yang Zhaoge had no interest, nor did he have the time to be a guest. What he was interested in was who had taken away the stone inscription left behind by his mother. At the same time, conversing with these Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners, Yang Zhaoge also gained a greater understanding of the floating life world from the perspective of martial practitioners. The higher echelon experts of the floating life world were known as the Three Demons and Four Clans. The Bloodcloud clan was one of the four clans, currently the strongest power of the floating life world. In this world, The cultivation of demonic bloodline martial practitioners was rather special. This was because even as they guided the demonic beast bloodline into their bodies to cultivate, the demonic beast bloodline would also unceasingly influence the martial practitioner's mind. If they lost control, the demonic bloodline martial practitioner might break through the taboo boundary, causing the demonic beast bloodline that they had refined into their bodies to awaken. In such a state, demonic bloodline martial practitioners were often called semi-demonized martial practitioners, being much more powerful than their original selves. At the same time, if they continued cultivating with the demonic beast bloodline as their foundation, their rate of improvement would also be much faster than that of ordinary demonic bloodline martial practitioners. However, their humanity had diminished and their bestial instincts had awakened. They were unable to recover and became half-beast half-human. Although it was possible for them to change back to their original appearance, the nature of a half-demon martial artist was more like a demon beast that had refined its own bloodline. They were bloodthirsty, brutal, and began to crave human flesh. Cannibalism by half-demon martial artists was a common occurrence. Because of their familiarity with human society and human warriors, the semi-demon warriors were often more ferocious and terrifying than many demon beasts when they wreaked havoc. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, in the primordial forest, that leopard that was killed by me, when the power of thunder and lightning on his body manifested the silhouette of a six-legged flying lightning leopard, its gaze was filled with wild greed and bloodthirstiness, its strength abruptly rising to a whole new level. That should have been it transforming into a semi-demonized martial practitioner after losing control, right? Xu Fei said, after you crippled his arms, he was stimulated, and the demonic beast bloodline in his body awakened a step further. In the end, he completely shed his human form and became a true six-legged flying lightning leopard. Although the temperament of a semi-demonized cultivator had changed greatly, they could still cultivate according to the demonic bloodline cultivator's methods and increase their strength. However, if they lost control a step further, allowing the demonic beast bloodline in their body to completely awaken, the final result would be a great increase in their strength, but they would still turn from human into a demonic beast. From a certain perspective, it was like a demonic beast obtaining new life with the body of a human. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. I've really sinned. Generally speaking, semi-demonized cultivators were hated by everyone. Under the influence of certain psychological factors, people's wariness and hostility towards semi-demonized cultivators surpassed that of true demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the three demons of the so-called three demons and four clans did not refer to the demonic beasts or the demon race in Yang Zhaoge's memories. Instead, they referred to the current three strongest semi-demonized cultivators of the floating life world. Because they had become semi-demonized and their strength had skyrocketed, these three semi-demonized cultivators could basically also be viewed as the current three strongest experts of the floating life world. While the demonic bloodline cultivators of the four clans were as numerous as the clouds, in a one-on-one battle, not a single one of them would be able to stand against the three demons. Normal demonic bloodline cultivators would mostly surround and kill semi-demonized cultivators as a group. Gradually, the semi-demonized cultivators also began drawing closer to the three demons, being recruited by them, resembling demonic beasts surrounding the side of a beast king as they resisted the human martial practitioners. Other than the three demons and four clans, the floating life world also existed some pure, powerful demonic beasts, existences that people did not dare to provoke lightly. Demonic bloodline cultivators and demonic beasts, semi-demonized cultivators and demonic beasts, all of them clashed with each other. True demonic beasts and semi-demonized cultivators also rarely interacted, mostly fighting and devouring each other's flesh and blood to increase their own strength. The entire floating life world appeared violent and bloodthirsty. Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, even if Madam was not born in this world that year, she should still have left behind some traces here, right?" "There's no news of Madam." Yang Zhaoge shrugged. At the very least, this person of the Eagle Feather sect indeed seems to be unaware of it. Of course, it would not be good for me to ask too deeply. Thus, they traveled together, entering the capital of the Furan Kingdom, Konghe City. While the architectural style of Konghe City also appeared crude, it was naturally much more prosperous than Muzi City by the southern border. That Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioner Chen Shuo was a rather forthright person as he treated Yang Zhaoge and the others courteously, also introducing them to his master, the chief of the Eagle Feather Sect, Gao Fang. Gao Fang was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looking hale and hearty. This old man seemed to have the same forthright personality as Chen Shuo, but being shrewd with age, he unceasingly attempted to probe out the background of Yang Zhaoge and the others as they conversed. The cultivation techniques of demonic bloodline cultivators were vastly different from the martial civilization of the Eight Extremities world. If they were true demonic beasts, they would instead be able to deduce from the fluctuations of their demonic power and spiritual qi. However, the source of demonic bloodline cultivators' power as well as the foundation of their cultivation all lay within the demonic blood within their bodies, after which numerous formless runes were inscribed on their bodies. These things would usually not appear when they were not fighting. Their qi cultivation levels were also very shallow, causing Yang Zhaoge and the others to be very hard-pressed to determine the strength of these floating life-world martial practitioners. As for Gao Fang, Chen Shuo and the others, after Yang Zhaoge and the others had intentionally retracted their auras, they were also unable to see through their cultivation bases, leaving them only able to guess. As for Gao Fang's probing, Yang Zhaoge dealt with it as it came. While Gao Fang, Chen Shuo and the others still couldn't understand each other's language, Gao Fang, Chen Shuo and the others still couldn't help feeling suspicious, they still managed to get over it on the surface. After Gao Fang and the others had taken their leave, Yang Zhaoge left his lodgings and strolled about Konghe City, gaining a greater understanding of the Eagle Feather Sect from the mouths of others. This sect was indeed attached to the Furen royal family, being one of the few major powers of Konghe City. And the news that drew the most attention in the Furen kingdom in recent days was that an envoy of the Blood Cloud clan would be arriving, holding a talent selection meet in Konghe City. The young geniuses of the Furen kingdom and the surrounding countries would all be able to participate in it, being a major event. While it's a different world, many things are the same. Yang Zhaoge returned to his lodgings, an attendant serving tea. As the tea reached his lips, Yang Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly, his gaze instantly hardening slightly. To be continued. Chapter 426. Yang Zhaoge did not pause in his teacup as everything was very natural. However, he secretly sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei, and the others. There's a problem with the tea. Someone has come to greet us. Feng Yunxing and Xu Fei placed their teacups on the table, not yet in a hurry to touch them. However, Ah Hu and Ying Longtu had already raised their teacups. Receiving Yang Zhaoge's sound transmission, Ying Longtu was slightly taken aback as he stood blankly where he was. Seeing his strange expression, the maidservant serving tea by the side all looked over curiously. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he received the teacup from Ying Longtu. What, is it too hot? Han Longer blinked, nodding dazedly. Ah Hu behaved normally, just that after touching the teacup to his lips, he pursed his lips tightly, not letting the tea enter his mouth as he asked quietly, "Young master, there's a problem with the tea?" The tip of Yang Zhaoge's tongue lightly touched the tea, smiling as he sent over via sound transmission, "While they have indeed come to greet us, it's just throwing flirtatious glances at the blind. It's fine even if we drink this tea." Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing and Xu Fei both smiled, raising their teacups and lightly sipping their tea. Yang Zhaoge put down his teacup, smiling warmly at the maidservant standing by the side. "Please help us prepare food." The maidservant acknowledged respectfully, removing the teacups for them before leaving the room. Ah Hu looked at Yang Zhaoge. "Young master, what is it?" "Me, Brother Fei and Miss Feng have all checked it, and we really didn't find anything abnormal." Feng Yunxing and Xu Fei both gazed over as well, Yang Zhaoge smiling, "Because it wasn't prepared for us in the first place." "Oh, it should be said that it was prepared for us. If we are demonic bloodline cultivators like them, or demonic beasts." Hearing his words, thoughtful looks appeared on the faces of Ah Hu and the others. Because only Yang Zhaoge alone grasped the common language of the floating life world, the others were still learning it with great difficulty. Yang Zhaoge's explanation when interacting with Gao Fang and the others was that they were people of the wilderness, their ancestors having already lived in seclusion thousands of years ago. While Gao Fang and the others might not believe it, They had temporarily not thought that Yang Zhaoge and the others were not of the floating life world at all. Habitually, they still thought that Yang Zhaoge and the others were demonic bloodline cultivators like them. The combination of spinning top fragrance and grain essence grass has a very strong paralyzing effect on demonic beasts. It can weaken the spiritual power of demonic beasts, causing them to be in a weak state for a long time, unable to increase their strength. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. It was originally used to capture beasts, but if I am not wrong, it should also be effective against demonic bloodline cultivators. But for us, it's like putting spices in our tea. Feng Yunsheng frowned. Using this means that they haven't seen through our origins. Xue Fei said quietly, biting the hand that feeds you. Drugging him should be the first step. Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart, smiling. Beside him, Ahu stood up, smiling savagely as he exercised his wrists and neck. Have they all had tea? Jiao Fang stared at the maids in front of him like a hawk. The maidservants replied with some trepidation. Other than that young man, the other 3 men and 1 woman all drank. Jiao Fang nodded. That's good. You can leave now. The maidservants hurriedly retreated, Jiao Fang saying to a tall, slender man beside him, wait a moment. We can begin. The stronger the demonic beast or martial practitioner, the less effective the medicinal fragrance will be. Because we cannot ascertain their true cultivation bases, we might not be able to use our full strength. If the other party's strength surpasses our expectations, I hope that Mr. can lend us a hand. That tall, slender man dressed like a scholar asked, are you sure that they have a Pishio? After the great calamity, the Pishio went extinct, never having been discovered. Our understanding of them only stops at the records in ancient texts. No one has ever seen what they truly look like. Jiao Fang answered confidently, relax, its characteristics are exactly the same as those in the ancient texts. This old man is sure that it is a pure-blooded Pishio. The tall, slender scholar nodded. That's good. It will be sufficient to account to His Highness afterwards. Master, why are you doing this? They saved the lives of me and a few of my junior apprentice brothers. Chen Shuo looked uncomprehendingly at Jiao Fang from the side. Jiao Fang stroked his white beard. Foolish. How can you be sure that they do not have malicious intentions? That they are not intentionally borrowing the power of our clan to get close to His Highness, intending to harm him? Chen Shuo was taken aback for a moment. They can't even speak the official language properly. Who would find such assassins? Jiao Fang said mildly. How do you know that they are not pretending? You are so easily deceived. If something happens afterwards, and they track you and our clan down, how will you get out? Chen Shuo's lips twitched. Jiao Fang glanced at him. Next time, be more vigilant. The tall, slender scholar glanced back at Jiao Fang, smiling somewhat disdainfully as he thought, before your disciple, you still want to put on an act. Jiao Fang had wanted to make a move partly because he had his eye on the Pishio Panpan. To the people of the floating life world, a powerful, precious beast represented many things. Most importantly, however, it represented the possibility of a powerful bloodline. On the other hand, while Jiao Fang had not been able to dig out any details of Yang Zhaoge's background from his conversation with Yang Zhaoge, he had felt Yang Zhaoge's intentions in getting close to the Furan royal family. According to Chen Shuo's words, there was someone in Yang Zhaoge's group who could insta-kill a mixed blood snake from a distance. This caused a feeling of unease and danger to arise within Jiao Fang's heart. There were too many people gathered around the Furan crown prince, already causing the eagle feather sect to feel extremely congested. How would the tall, slender scholar not feel the same? This was also the reason why he was willing to help. After drinking that cup of tea, even if they still have combat power left, it is not that we have to personally kill them. We just have to force them to break through their limits, becoming half-demons, the tall, slender scholar said. At that time, there will be plenty of people who will take care of them. Master, this disciple still feels that it is inappropriate. Chen Shuo was silent for a moment before he said earnestly, Before he had finished speaking, Jiao Fang waved his hands. Some martial practitioners came forward, lifting Chen Shuo up and bringing him away. Swiveling his head to look, Jiao Fang saw that tall, slender scholar staring nonchalantly at the residents of Yang Zhaoge's group, seemingly not paying any attention to the dispute between Jiao Fang and Chen Shuo beside him at all. This old man will go first. Mister, please hold the line for this old man. Saying thus, Jiao Fang strode forward. He strode like a dragon and a tiger, his back arched slightly, his momentum extremely ferocious as he resembled a massive eagle swooping down from the sky. Looking at Jiao Fang's back, the tall, slender scholar's gaze flickered. Cultivating in the bloodline of the flying brilliant eagle to such an outstanding degree is truly rare. Even I do not have the confidence of defeating this old man. There are many who have pledged allegiance to the crown prince, but those who are able to stand tall and stand firm in this Konghe city are few and far between. The Eagle Feather sect's current foundation is indeed not due to luck. Looking at Jiao Fang's figure entering the courtyard, he thought, perhaps, there is no need for me to act. Chapter 427. After Jiao Fang entered, there was not the slightest movement from inside. The tall and skinny middle-aged scholar was the first to feel relieved. It looks like it didn't take much effort. The cultivation of that group of people was lower than expected. They were all knocked out by the medicine. However, the tall and skinny scholar was soon puzzled. But if his cultivation wasn't high, how could he have killed the mixed blood snake in one strike? He patiently gazed at the house that Yang Zhaoge and the others were residing in. But as time passed, there was still no movement from inside. Jiao Fang and the other Eagle Feather sect martial artists did not come out either. The tall and thin scholar vaguely felt that something was wrong. There were no fluctuations of bloodline power. Not to mention the foreigners, even Jiao Fang and the others didn't seem to have made a move. Although semidemon martial artists were hated by everyone, when faced with the threat of death, there would always be people who would choose to half-awaken their bloodline and become semidemon martial artists in order to obtain the power to turn defeat into victory or to survive when facing the threat of death. Based on the middle-aged scholar's understanding of Jiao Fang, this old man's persistence in this aspect was not as stubborn as he usually appeared. However, let alone Yang Zhaoge and the others, the middle-aged scholar had not felt any signs of Jiao Fang awakening his bloodline and transforming into a semi-demonized martial practitioner. Could it be that the other party is too powerful and killed Jiao Fang in an instant, preventing him from even awakening his bloodline? The middle-aged scholar was startled by his own thoughts. I don't think so. Jiao Fang is a well-known figure in Konghe City. Otherwise, how could he have a place in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? To be able to capture and kill him in an instant, how strong must the other party be? Could it be that they didn't even make a move? The middle-aged scholar's eyes narrowed into slits. Did the other party take out something valuable that moved Jiao Fang, causing the two sides to reconcile and conspire? He became alert. If it was said that it was too crowded in front of His Highness the Crown Prince, then he and the Eagle Feather sect were both people who occupied space. If he got rid of him, he would be able to make room. Thinking of this, the middle-aged scholar became even more vigilant. Regardless of the possibility, he had already made up his mind not to enter the door. However, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, he had to know the truth of the matter. Only then could he plan his next move. It might be difficult for others, but not for me. The bloodline power I cultivate is the shadow snake. The middle-aged scholar sneered. His body did not move, but the power of his bloodline was activated. Runes of light lit up beneath his clothes. The formless shadow force turned into a line and probed the residents in front of him. It was silent and untraceable. The middle-aged scholar's pupils turned dark yellow, transforming into the vertical pupils of a snake. The scene in front of him became dim and blurry, as if he had gone blind. But in the next moment, scenes appeared one after another, as if they were burning, and then gradually became clear. As the power of darkness continued to seep forward, a distant voice rang out in the scholar's ears. The shadow power continued forward, entered the house, and arrived at the main hall. Then, the middle-aged scholar saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Within the great hall, Yang Zhaoge sat leisurely, unmoving. Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei, and Ying Longtu were also seated. Hu stood up and stood in the middle of the hall, carrying a person in his hand like an eagle catching a chick. That person was the Eagle Feather Sect's sect master Gao Fang, who was usually old and shrewd like a hawk. However, at this moment, he had turned from a hawk to a chicken in someone's hand. Around Hu, a group of Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners lay strewn about. While it was not the two sides plotting against him, the scene before him was instead even more shocking. The middle-aged scholar could only feel a chill surging up from the soles of his feet, shooting straight to the top of his head. Then, he saw Yang Zhaoge looking over at him. The middle-aged scholar unconsciously wanted to stop his probing power of darkness, but before he could do so, he saw Yang Zhaoge's figure flicker, stomping over. Then, the middle-aged scholar discovered that he was unable to retract his probing bloodline power, even feeling as if his entire person had been stomped on by Yang Zhaoge as a result, unable to move. Who exactly are they? The middle-aged scholar was shocked. Yang Zhaoge's current expression was also rather strange as he lowered his head to look at the shadow beneath his feet that resembled a living being, before swiveling his head to look at the dispirited and listless Gao Fang in Ahu's grasp. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Yang Zhaoge muttered. Feng Yunsheng looked at the shadow beneath Yang Zhaoge's feet. It shouldn't be a demonic beast like the dark shadow snake, but a demonic bloodline cultivator who has refined the dark shadow snake's bloodline? Yang Zhaoge smiled. Won't you know after you take a look? Saying thus, he made a grabbing motion within the air, instantly grabbing that shadow within his hand. As his true essence surged, this illusory shadow seemed to turn tangible. Then, like tugging on a rope, Yang Zhaoge tugged on this shadow. Outside the mansion, the middle-aged scholar was immediately dragged into the mansion involuntarily. He wanted to struggle, yet felt as light as a strand of straw, completely unable to resist the immense force emanating from within. He wanted to completely sever the connection between his body and the released power of darkness, yet was similarly unsuccessful. At this moment, he didn't even have the time to awaken his bloodline and become a semi-demonized martial practitioner before he was dragged away. The other Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners who were standing guard outside the manor watched in shock as the middle-aged scholar resembled a fish that had bitten the hook as it was pulled up by someone, being dragged into the manor. While he had always been a loner, this middle-aged scholar had always been on equal footing with their chief. His reputation in this Konghe city are. Now, however, he was being dragged away like a dead fish. How could this not cause all the Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners here to stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied? They saw this middle-aged scholar being dragged along the ground, smashing through the walls of the manor before vanishing amidst the smoke and dust. Dragged to the ground, the middle-aged scholar felt his body being dragged across the lawn of the garden, along the long corridor of steps before his head knocked against the dorsal of the great hall within the manor, breaking it apart as he was dragged straight into the great hall. Stroking his lower chin, Yang Zhaoge looked first at this middle-aged scholar and then at Gao Fang before slowly asking, "The two of you, in this Furen Kingdom's Konghe city, what exactly are your martial practitioners at?" The middle-aged scholar's face was ashen as he felt that even if he awakened his bloodline and became a semi-demonized martial practitioner, or even completely awakened into a demonic beast, he would still be powerless to stand against Yang Zhaoge. He could only make a final struggle. Chief Gao and I are both retainers of the Crown Prince. While you are powerful, wanting to rampage in Konghe city would only be courting your own destruction. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh. You came to plot against me, and I stretched out my neck to be slaughtered, wouldn't I die? The middle-aged scholar hurriedly said, We do not have any intention of killing you. To tell you the truth, we just fancy your Pishio, wanting to wrest it away and offer it to the Crown Prince. In saving the Eagle Feather Sect martial practitioners, you are also merely seeking a chance to come into contact with the Crown Prince. Offering up the Pishio is precisely the best way to advance. You are powerful. We will naturally make amends later, even introducing you to the Crown Prince. Looking at him, Yang Zhaoge asked, The two of you can speak before the Furen Crown Prince. Thinking that Yang Zhaoge was moved, the middle-aged scholar immediately said, Before the Crown Prince, Chief Gao and I are ranked among the 6 ministers most trusted. He paused for a moment before saying, Still, with your strength, even the king would probably view you as an esteemed guest. Of course, the Crown Prince is a heavens-favored son who has hopes of entering the Blood Cloud clan. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, interrupting him, No need to go through so much trouble. The middle-aged scholar was taken aback. Returning to his seat neither hurriedly nor slowly, Yang Zhaoge suddenly broke into a smile. Since the Furan Crown Prince values you so much, with me keeping you here, he should take the initiative to ask about this matter, right? I'll wait for him here. To be continued. Chapter 428. The middle-aged scholar and Jiao Fang were captured by Ah Hu, one in each hand, resembling an eagle catching chicks. Sitting on a chair, Yang Zhaoge raised his head and gazed at the ceiling, his gaze unfocused as he instead felt like his mind was wandering beyond the heavens. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Oh, a lot of people. Within Yang Zhaoge's senses, a large number of martial practitioners were currently surrounding the house he was in, their imposing aura also emanating a sense of orderly solemnity. Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh, shaking his head. Great army? Are they taking us as demonic beasts to surround and capture? Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei, and the others exchanged looks. They had already known earlier that in this floating life world, in order to deal with semi-demonized practitioners, in order to actively hunt powerful demonic beasts to obtain the power of their bloodline, demonic bloodline cultivators would often form formations together. It was not just the Furan kingdom. Even large sects like the Blood Cloud clan would specially train in grand formations, forming them to face enemies together when the need arose. Xu Fei said slowly, while our Eight Extremities world also has formations, most of them are established based on geographical advantage, rarely forming battle formations with many people. Yang Zhaoge said, this is a difference brought about by different cultivation methods. The people forming battle formations here mostly cultivate in the same or similar type of demonic beast bloodline. This way, their power can be linked together, guided by the battle formation. It is not suitable for our side. There were some battle formations before the Great Calamity, but they all had their own unique requirements, not being so easily realized. Wanting to obtain power that surpasses the ordinary, there will always be some price to pay, some restrictions. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. This brother does know some pretty good battle formations, but the problem is that they are all too high-end. Ah Hu asked from the side, young master, is the other side intending to win by numbers? Gathering chicken feathers to gather courage, wanting to gang up on them. Yang Zhaoge shrugged, swiveling his head to look at the two. It looks like in the eyes of your crown prince, you are also not very important. The face of the chief of the Eagle Feather sect, Jiao Fang, was ashen, while feeling the aura of the great army outside that could topple mountains and overturn seas. That middle-aged scholar's expression could not help but turn a little ugly. It is not the crown prince who has come. It is the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps who has come. This person has always acted on his own, his temper stinky and hard. He must have thought that your actions of detaining us in Konghe City are equivalent to provoking our Furan kingdom, and thus acted. Yang Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, how is it that he can freely mobilize his army, not having to consult your king and crown prince? The middle-aged scholar and Jiao Fang felt a little awkward. The king is currently in seclusion and has great trust in this person. Yang Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his mouth. He was loyal to the king, but he didn't like the crown prince. Such a person, Yang Zhaoge laughed, that is to say, this person also won't care about your lives. The smiles on Jiao Fang and the middle-aged scholar's faces were somewhat forced. The middle-aged scholar barely managed to raise his spirits. Thus, there's no use for you to detain us. Why don't you release us? We'll help you deal with the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps. The Great Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps is loyal and devoted to the monarch. It's just that he doesn't have a grain of sand in his eyes. We can completely turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Your strength is outstanding, and the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps would definitely not want to make such a powerful enemy for the Furan kingdom. Having a great battle in Konghe City would be even more unseemly. Looking at the two of them, Yang Zhaoge seemed like he was smiling whilst also not, asking, could it be that just after I let you out, you would instead pour oil on the fire in front of that Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, urging his army to immediately attack? As you say, this Grand Commander and the Crown Prince behind you are not on good terms anyway. Whether or not he can kill me is another matter altogether. If I kill him, to the Furan Crown Prince, it seems to be something that he would be happy to see happen. Gao Fang and that middle-aged scholar both hurriedly said, "Definitely not, definitely not." From outside emanated a killing intent that had virtually condensed into tangible form. Cold sweat began dripping down the foreheads of the two. Yang Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands. "Relax a little. I'm just curious as to where your crown prince is at this time. From what you say, your positions in front of him are still rather important." Exchanging glances with that middle-aged scholar, Gao Fang hesitated for a moment before saying, "His Highness might be receiving envoys of the Blood Cloud clan, receiving the news a little later. It would not be good to neglect our esteemed guests." Yang Zhaoge nodded. That Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps daring to make a move, not fearing that he would not be able to eat us up, is actually also because someone from the Blood Cloud clan has come, right? Gao Fang and the middle-aged scholar nodded. However, they could not be optimistic. After all, having already fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, they could be killed at any time. Even if an expert of the Blood Cloud clan could avenge them, who would be willing to lose their lives? Yang Zhaoge asked interestedly, "I've heard of the 3 demons and 4 clans before, but how much stronger is the Blood Cloud clan compared to you? For that Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps to be so confident?" Gao Fang and that middle-aged scholar both looked rather strangely at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. "When my ancestor reigned over the floating life world, the 3 demons and 4 clans had yet to exist. It's just that the past is like passing clouds and smoke, it's fine not to mention it. I am someone who places more importance on the present and the future." Gao Fang sighed. "If it is said that the king is enraged, being able to destroy my Eagle Feather sect in a single day, then if the Blood Cloud clan wants to make a move against the Furin kingdom, it should be the same situation, perhaps even more important." The middle-aged scholar said, "Including the Furin kingdom, there are a total of 36 kingdoms in the surroundings, all of which are governed by the Blood Cloud clan. This time, the Blood Cloud clan holding a great meeting in the Furin kingdom to recruit disciples is actually only for the 6 kingdoms including the Furin kingdom. Such a great meeting is still being held in 5 other places, facing the other 30 kingdoms. There are 9 grades of demonic beasts. The upper 3 grades of demonic beast bloodlines are only possessed by the Blood Cloud clan and the other 3 clans. The middle 3 grades of demonic beast bloodlines are already extremely precious to the Furin kingdom, comparable to national treasures. However, in the Blood Cloud clan, they are merely ordinary." Yang Zhaoge listened intently. Hearing this, he suddenly asked, "What grade is the 6-legged flying lightning leopard here?" Gao Fang answered, "The 3rd grade of the upper 3 grades." Yang Zhaoge asked seemingly unintentionally, "Are there any famed martial practitioners who cultivate in the bloodline of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard?" The two exchanged glances. The bloodline of the 6-legged flying lightning leopard only exists in the Blood Cloud clan. There are 2 rather famous experts, one being the longtime elder of the clan, the leopard king Lingang, and the other being his disciple, the little leopard king He Taicheng. The middle-aged scholar looked at Yang Zhaoge rather disbelievingly. "You shouldn't have come into conflict with Lingang and He Taicheng before, right? He Taicheng is already a famed expert many years ago. Even if you can defeat him, if you provoke his master Lingang, you definitely won't be able to bear the consequences, let alone the entire Blood Cloud clan standing behind them." Yang Zhaoge smiled, looking thoughtful. As they conversed, the battle formation of the Crimson Halberd Corps outside had already been completely formed. While they didn't charge in, the demonic power that resembled the tides of the sea caused the house to collapse inwards from the outside. To be continued. Chapter 429. Feeling the power fluctuations emanating from outside, Yang Zhaoge blinked. As Gao Fang and that middle-aged scholar looked at Yang Zhaoge's group now, it was like they were looking at a bunch of dead people and lunatics. While Yang Zhaoge had not mentioned it, they could vaguely guess that Yang Zhaoge's group had very likely already offended the Blood Cloud clan. They suddenly felt extremely vexed. If they had long known of this situation, why would they have still been worrying about how to get rid of Yang Zhaoge's group? They would have only needed to report Yang Zhaoge's movements to the Blood Cloud clan and there would have been nothing to worry about. Whether it was the Furin kingdom or the surrounding territories, they were all under the influence of the Blood Cloud clan. Offending the Blood Cloud clan here, how could they possibly have a good ending? Gao Fang and the middle-aged scholar felt delighted, as though they could already see the demise of Yang Zhaoge's group. However, amidst their delight, the two also felt extremely bitter. Having fallen into Yang Zhaoge's hands, even if Yang Zhaoge was killed by the Blood Cloud clan, they would still have to accompany him in death. Why had they come to this? The middle-aged scholar swiveled his head to glance at Jiao Fang, his gaze filled with resentment. "You old ghost, making a move without properly investigating the other party's background, dragging me down with you as well." Yang Zhaoge's expression remained relaxed and calm as he grabbed Pan Pan by the neck and brought him before him. "You've taken a liking to this fella. What grade is it?" Jiao Fang said listlessly. "The Pishio is only mentioned in the legends of pre-Great Calamity times. This is still the first time we have seen one. Therefore, it is still hard to say what grade it is, having to analyze it for some time before we can be certain. However, according to the legends of pre-Great Calamity times, it is at least the upper 3 grades. Yang Zhaoge smiled. "The highest first grade, what are there?" The middle-aged scholar answered. "The highest first grade, not counting those that have appeared in history but only those that currently exist, there are a total of 5. A mixed-blood swanni, a blue bird, that is, a mixed-blood descendant of the blue luan, a pure-blooded golden ape, a green scaly dragon and a fire crow." Yang Zhaoge blinked. "Are there any true dragons or killins or golden crows?" The middle-aged scholar answered. "There is no such thing. They are all legends of pre-Great Calamity times." Yang Zhaoge laughed, throwing Pan Pan back to Feng Yunsheng as he said in the language of the 8 extremities world, "This lazy fella's bloodline, amongst the bloodlines that martial practitioners of the floating life world are able to come into contact with, can already be considered a top-grade existence. However, although most of them are of mixed blood, there are more mutated beasts here than in our world. No wonder they can't walk the normal path of martial arts, so they have to cultivate the bloodline of demonic beasts." As they spoke, the courtyard outside had completely collapsed and was razed to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Only the hall that everyone was in seemed to be protected by an invisible force and remained motionless. The demonic energy outside fluctuated a little. A cold voice rang out, "Ignorant fool, quickly come out and surrender. Don't make a mistake." Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the two, smiling. "This is the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps?" The two nodded. "That's right, the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han. He is one of the top 5 experts of Konghe City, cultivating in the 4th grade bloodline, the bloodline of the Crimson-Eyed Golden Eagle. The Crimson Halberd Corps under his command mostly cultivate in the bloodline of the Crimson-Eyed Golden Eagle, being able to form the crimson-feathered Great Halberd Battle Formation." Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly, saying mildly, "Commander Liang, is it? What I mean is that you should invite that monarch of yours who is in seclusion to leave seclusion. You cannot take responsibility for the current situation." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Outside the hall, the courtyard had been reduced to rubble. After the dust had settled, a tall, middle-aged man appeared, garbed in red armor and with a stern expression on his face. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's words, this man said coldly, "Since you are so thick-headed, kill without question." Saying thus, he raised a hand, wanting to make a downwards chopping motion. Meanwhile, the numerous soldiers around him, garbed in black armor and wielding great crimson halberds, were all prepared to attack. However, that red-armored man's hand suddenly halted in mid-air, frowning slightly as he looked to the other side. There, a group of people did not retreat due to the might of the Crimson Halberd Corps like the others, instead standing there watching the show. The one at their head was a tall youth, garbed in luxurious clothes, yet not in the attire of someone from the Furan Kingdom. Seeing the red-armored man look over, this youth could not help but smile. "Please continue, Commander Liang. This solitude is very happy being able to see such a good show in coming to Konghe City." The red-armored man, Liang Han, had already recognized the other party's identity. It was the crown prince of the neighboring Ziyu Kingdom. The Furan Kingdom and the Ziyu Kingdom had always been at odds with each other, often having waged war with each other. The youth before him was an old enemy of the Furan crown prince, the two having fought since young. They were also direct competitors in the Blood Cloud clan's disciple recruitment this time. While Liang Han was not on good terms with the Furan crown prince, towards the Ziyu crown prince before him, their relationship was even more so. The people inside, Are they from your Ziyu kingdom? Liang Han asked coldly. The Ziyu crown prince chuckled. No, but this solitude admires them very much now. Before Liang Han could speak, a voice resounded from afar, they will be dead very soon. The Ziyu crown prince snorted lightly before the crowd parted, a group of people led by a sinister-looking youth arriving before them. Liang Han paused for a moment before bowing. Elder Rong, Crown Prince. This sinister-looking youth was the Furen Crown Prince. Beside him was an old man who looked old, but whether it was the Furen Crown Prince or Liang Han, they were both extremely respectful towards him. He was the elder of the Blood Cloud clan who had come to preside over the great meet this time. The Ziyu Crown Prince smiled as he bowed. Elder Rong. Elder Rong nodded mildly before looking in the direction of the great hall where Yang Zhaoge and the others were, asking the Furen Crown Prince, "Your subordinates have reported that the other party is able to freeze illusory demonic power, transforming it into a tangible rope and dragging people in?" The Furen Crown Prince answered, "Yes." Elder Rong raised his voice towards the great hall. "Are you of the Snow Crane sect?" This old man is Rong Ji of the Blood Cloud clan. Within the great hall, hearing the words Snow Crane sect, Yang Zhaoge's heart involuntarily jolted slightly. Beside him, Xu Fei swiveled his head to look at him as well. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge smiled. No. It was silent outside. Looking at the two, Yang Zhaoge asked, "What is the background of the Snow Crane sect?" The two exchanged looks before Jiao Fang answered, "It is a rather strange clan, having been established just over 10 years ago. The people of the clan do not cultivate in the power of their bloodline, instead unceasingly cultivating in qi and tempering their body. That has long since been proven to be a dead end. However, that chief of the Snow Crane sect seems to have some unique areas in the Tao of qi cultivation, possessing a very high cultivation base. Sadly, the disciples of the clan are all far too lacking, thus the clan has not been able to develop. However, the daughter of this Snow Crane sect's chief has tied the knot with the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain of the 4 great sects. With the two families becoming in-laws, there is no one who would offend the Snow Crane sect." Hearing the situation of the Snow Crane sect, Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh?" Chapter 430. Looking at Jiao Fang, Yang Zhaoge asked, "It has only been over 10 years since their founding. That is to say, this current chief of the Snow Crane sect is also their founding chief. How much do you know about this person? Is there a portrait of her?" Jiao Fang shook his head. "There are portraits, but we definitely don't have one on hand now. We only know that she is a woman, her husband a demonic bloodline cultivator, but not as powerful as the chief of the Snow Crane sect." The middle-aged scholar on the other side said, "I heard that she was the maidservant of some expert that year, and can also be considered half a disciple. That expert is elusive, having already not appeared in this world for many years. I heard that this chief of the Snow Crane sect only followed him for a short period of time, but established her current foundation. The chief of the Snow Crane sect does not hide this past, instead feeling proud of it. The more she is like this, the more curious everyone is about that expert. However, there is very little news about him." Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. "This expert, was he a man or a woman?" "It is rumored that he was also a woman." Yang Zhaoge asked, "What exactly was his cultivation base like?" Jiao Fang and the middle-aged scholar opened their mouths, but paused before they both said rather awkwardly, "Actually, we don't really know much about him, just guessing based on the current chief's cultivation base." Yang Zhaoge asked again, "How long has it been since she last appeared?" "About 30 years. Jiao Fang thought for a moment before answering. Yang Zhaoge continued asking, "Never appeared again?" The middle-aged scholar answered, "At the very least, we have never heard of him again." Yang Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he smiled slightly. "One last question. How is the relationship between the Blood Cloud clan and Green Dragon Mountain with the Snow Crane sect?" The faces of Jiao Fang and the middle-aged scholar both stiffened. Before they could answer, intense fluctuations of demonic power emanated from outside. The Crimson Feather Great Halberd battle formation of the Crimson Halberd Corps was instantly unleashed to the maximum, at the same time also surging with demonic power even stronger than this. Looking at the two, Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "All right, you don't have to answer. I already know the answer. While Yang Zhaoge had already denied that he was of the snow crane sect, Rongji clearly still believed that he was related to it. Yang Zhaoge felt that from a certain perspective, the other party's guess was actually not completely wrong. He turned to look at Xue Fei and the others and said, "We've found some unexpected clues, but it has also brought us some trouble." Before he finished speaking, the violent demonic energy had already bombarded the roof of the hall. A gigantic red-eyed golden condor flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its feathers, which were made of light, turned crimson. It clawed at the roof of the hall with its claws, as if it was going to tear the entire hall apart. The Crown Prince of Ziyu stood with his hands behind his back. His expression did not change as he watched the scene unfold before him. However, his gaze had already turned rather solemn at this moment. The reputation of the Furin Kingdom's Crimson Halberd Corps is well deserved. Manifesting the silhouette of demonic beasts is a characteristic of half-demons. However, these soldiers of the Crimson Halberd Legion haven't awakened their bloodline yet. They're relying on the special power of the battle formation to manifest the silhouette of the crimson-eyed golden condor. The Crown Prince of Ziyu felt solemn within his heart. With a grand commander like Liang Han as their commander, their strength is already no longer just a matter of accumulating numbers. Instead, it is an increase in their intrinsic quality. Looking at the hall beneath the claws of the golden condor, he thought, "You can also be considered to have died a worthy death." At least, this solitude can witness the true strength of the Furin Kingdom's Crimson Halberd Corps. Just as he thought of this, he abruptly stared wide-eyed as he saw a black storm suddenly arise around that lonely hall, enveloping it. Isolated by the black hurricane, the massive condor was completely unable to approach at all. Beneath its claws, they were unceasingly sliced apart by the black hurricane, riddled with wounds as they were on the verge of breaking apart. The Crown Prince of Ziyu could not help but be dazed. Liang Han's eyes looked on the verge of imploding. The Furin Crown Prince's face darkened. Even the elder of the Bloodcloud clan, Rongji, frowned at this. Within the hall, Ahu asked, "Young master, is there still a need for us to remain in the Furin Kingdom?" Yang Zhaoge said, "It most likely won't be of much use. Our time is rather limited. Let's first leave this place." "All right, young master. Sit well." Ahu grinned, the immortal crane wings on his back expanding, numerous streaks of light expanding outwards. The aura chi of his entire body surged together, the terrifying black hurricane surrounding the entire house before uprooting it entirely. Within the hurricane, the silhouettes of immortal cranes appeared, flapping their wings as they flew high into the air, stirring the hurricane as they directly flew off into the distance. Within the room, Yang Zhaoge pointed at Ahu, smiling, "You idiot, you're really too showy. Flying like this, your speed is slow, and also a waste of strength." Outside the room, everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, Elder Rong frowning tightly. Could it be that this old man saw wrongly, that they are actually semi-demonized martial practitioners? "But I can't feel any fluctuations of demonic power are." Thinking about this, he did not slow down as he struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, patterns of light flickered on Elder Rong's entire body, the light instantly condensing to form a massive tiger claw, clawing towards the black hurricane in midair. Liang Han's face was livid, his gaze filled with fury as he drew upon the power of the Crimson Feather Great Halberd battle formation, the massive condor spreading its wings, shooting straight into the clouds. Within the black hurricane, another dense aura chi suddenly surged. The aura chi condensed to form a massive palm, clashing with Elder Rong's tiger claw in midair. As soon as they clashed, Elder Rong felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him. As the power of his demonic blood clashed with it, he felt as though he was unable to bear the heavy burden. That power was massive and heavy to the extreme, boundlessly heavy as the great earth, as towering as a great mountain, seemingly unshakable. In virtually just an instant, the tiger claw formed of patterns of light was directly smashed apart by that massive palm. Elder Rong was shocked by this. Luckily, that palm did not pursue him. After smashing apart the tiger claw, it struck towards the incoming massive condor from the other side. A great boom resounded as countless crimson feathers shattered, transforming into an all-encompassing rain of light that scattered all over the ground. The massive condor emitted a mournful, enraged howl as it struggled unceasingly. The figures of Liang Han and the Crimson Halberd Corps soldiers beside him all swayed for a moment, blood spurting out of their mouths. They forcibly persevered, the massive condor flapping its wings as it fought to the death, not retreating as it lunged towards the black hurricane once more. In the end, that massive palm slammed down once more, splitting mountains and breaking rivers as it completely sent the massive condor plummeting back to the ground. Liang Han and the others were no longer able to persevere now as they spat out another mouthful of blood. Other than the Grand Commander Liang Han, who had the highest cultivation base, the others all collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Liang Han was also no longer able to hold on as he knelt down on one knee. Within the hall, Xue Fei retracted his great heaven-earth palm, sitting down once more. Jiao Fang and the other two looked dazedly at Ah Hu and Xue Fei. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, a pondering look appearing on his face. On this day, the people of Konghe City all witnessed a bizarre scene. A black wind swept along a house, sending it flying out of the city. Now, from the distant Furen Kingdom's royal palace, powerful fluctuations emanated. "Who is causing trouble in my Furen Kingdom?" An authoritative voice resounded before numerous patterns of light instantly enveloped the entire city with the royal palace as their center. Then, a massive silhouette appeared in the sky above Konghe City, virtually enveloping half of the sky. A three-headed horse galloped madly towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. To be continued. Chapter 431. The three-headed horse galloped madly, trampling through the air as it shot towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. It was the king of the Furen Kingdom who had been in secluded cultivation, breaking out of seclusion and making a move, also activating the formation of Konghe City. Seeing this scene, the Ziyu Kingdom's crown prince felt a chill within his heart. This is different from a battle formation, being a formation that makes use of the geography of the land. To think that the Furen Kingdom still had such a move hidden up their sleeves. If my Ziyu attacks the Furen Kingdom, with its geography of the land, it will be hard for us to take down Konghe City. Coming here this time, it has really not been a wasted trip. As he was thinking this, he saw a dim saberlight suddenly shoot out from within the house that was flying in midair. As the dim saberlight landed on the neck of the horse, it instantly let out a mournful wail. The black hurricane that enveloped the house expanded, combining with the dim saberlight which was concealed within the storm, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The black hurricane became even sharper, as though it was entirely formed of saberlight. "You dare!" The king of the Furen Kingdom roared furiously, the three heads of that horse neighing together, blazing fire simultaneously spurting out of its mouths. The flames clashed with the black hurricane, transforming into a sea of flames that enveloped the horizon, wanting to trap the house within. Within the house, Ah Hu scratched the back of his head, swiveling his head to look at Yang Zhaoge. Young master, it looks like we still have to tear the house down." Yang Zhaoge glanced at him. "Weren't you pretty good at acting just now?" Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Wasn't this thinking of learning from young master? Is that all I have?" Yang Zhaoge pinched the corner of his forehead, yet saw that other than Han Long who had no reaction, Feng Yunxing, Ah Hu and Xu Fei were all looking at him earnestly before nodding in unison. Yang Zhaoge shook his head exasperatedly before saying, "Since it's already flying, what would it look like to tear the house down now?" Not moving from his seat, Yang Zhaoge lightly clapped his palms together. Opening his shadow-shrinking pouch, a short stone rod flew out, instantly enlarging within the hall as it took on the original appearance of the pillar of the Divine Palace. The pillar of the Divine Palace controlled its size, becoming exactly the same height as the ceiling of the hall before gradually merging with it, becoming its pillar. Uprooted by Ah Hu, its entire frame shook. The house, which had originally been on the brink of collapse due to Ah Hu's aura chi, instantly stabilized, emanating a concept of indestructibility. The entire house seemed to have become completely different at this moment. "Just hit it directly." Yang Zhaoge raised his right hand, flicking his wrist as he pointed forward, his tone light and casual. "All right, young master." Ah Hu grinned widely and laughed happily. In the next moment, the black tornado, along with the middle-grade spirit artifact, the serene clear sunlight saber, and the house that everyone was in, collided with the enormous three-headed horse. The incomparably huge three-headed steed shattered with a loud bang. The black tornado shook violently, But the house in the storm was different. It flew steadily in the air, not swaying at all. Feng Yunsheng quietly sensed the energy fluctuations during the collision and judged the strength of the other party's formation. It doesn't feel that outstanding. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, the people of the floating life world should just play with battle formations. They are not proficient in setting up grand formations based on geography. Of course, this is the evaluation of us of the 8 extremities world. If it was against others of the floating life world, choosing a general from a dwarf might be a great weapon. Seeing the image of the 3-headed steed shatter, the Furan Crown Prince and the Grand Commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han, were both dazed. The hearts of Elder Rong and the Ziyu Crown Prince both sunk. Above the distant royal palace, the figure of a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe appeared, his gaze fixated on the black tornado. He snorted coldly, bringing his palms together before striking out towards the distant royal palace down below. Seeing this, Liang Han was instantly greatly shocked. Your Majesty, you can't. The expression of the Furan Crown Prince changed as well. Royal Father? The royal palace shook mightily, a loud, clear roar resounding. Then, amidst infinite radiance, a true 3-headed steed galloped madly out. This 3-headed steed was tens of feet tall, each of its heads resembling the size of a small house, a demonic light flickering within its massive pupils. As the steed galloped madly, roiling waves of fire surged about, the surrounding great earth quaking as its hooves moved. 3-headed blazing flames howling wind beast. The Ziyu Crown Prince sucked in a breath of cold air, the Furan's guardian beast. It's easy to let this thing out, but it will be hard to take it back. The Furan family is going all out this time. Aren't they afraid that half of Konghe City will be destroyed afterwards? Seeing this, Elder Rong of the Bloodcloud clan flew up, chasing after Yang Zhaoge's group. That massive blazing flames howling wind beast galloped away in rapid succession. The guardian grand formation of Konghe City shone with radiance, numerous patterns of light filling the entire city. The silhouette of the 3-headed steed appeared once more, gradually merging with the true blazing flames howling wind beast. Bolstered by the power of the grand formation, the blazing flames howling wind beast howled madly, its speed rising yet another level. As the patterns of light flickered, an effect similar to shifting space was virtually manifested, causing the blazing flames howling wind beast to very quickly arrive in the vicinity of the black tornado. The blazing flames howling wind beast galloped madly like a tornado, coming to a sudden halt as it stood where it was, directly standing on its hind legs. It raised its 2 front hooves high before stomping down towards Yang Zhaoge and the others with the pressure of Mount Tai. Within the room, Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly, pulling out Pan Pan from Feng Yunsheng's bosom. Pan Pan blinked, a dazed look on his face. Yang Zhaoge smiled, always a lazy glutton, haven't you discovered that you've become much fatter recently? Exercise me a bit after your meal. Saying thus, he directly threw Pan Pan out of the room. Seeing this, Gao Fang and that middle-aged scholar were both dazed. Even if this Pishio's appearance is extraordinary, it is still only an infant. How can it stand against a 4th-grade demonic beast, the blazing flames howling wind beast, that has already reached its peak? Isn't this just courting death? However, next, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Flying out of the room, Pan Pan, who was small as a speck of dust in comparison to the blazing flames howling wind beast, felt the light before his eyes abruptly dim, a massive shadow obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. Raising his head, he saw the 2 front hooves of the blazing flames howling wind beast pressuring down like a mountain. Pan Pan, who had still had an adorable look on his face earlier, abruptly let out a frenzied roar, his voice instantly drowning out the neighing of the horse. Pan Pan's figure expanded madly like a balloon, returning from its shrunken state to its normal size, before expanding further. In an instant, Pan Pan stood on his hind legs, his height also reaching several tens of feet. While he was slightly smaller than the blazing flames howling wind beast, his majestic strength was greater. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the king of the Furan kingdom and the others, Pan Pan's 2 front claws, with the momentum of a heavenly king holding up a pagoda, forcibly blocked the 2 descending front hooves of the blazing flames howling wind beast. The figures of the 2 massive beasts halted simultaneously, Pan Pan's 2 hind claws instantly stomping deeply into the ground. However, The next instant, Pan Pan raised his 2 forearms, easily flipping the blazing flames howling wind beast whose front hooves were suspended in the air onto the ground. At this moment, Pan Pan was even more tyrannical and brutal than the most violent of ferocious beasts. Roaring, he strode forward, his massive claws waving as he directly sent one of the heads of the 3-headed blazing flames howling wind beast flying. To be continued. Chapter 432. The blazing flames howling wind beast was flipped over by Pan Pan. Just as it was struggling to get up, Pan Pan rushed over and slammed it into the ground with a palm. Of the 3 massive heads, one of them had its neck directly broken by Pan Pan's palm strike, its head flying outwards and smashing heavily onto the ground. In the distant imperial palace, the face of the king of the Furan kingdom was sunken. When the blazing flames howling wind beast had been flipped onto the ground by Pan Pan, the Furan crown prince, the grand commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han and the others looked as if they had lost their parents, while the king of the Furan kingdom had instead been extraordinarily calm. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. The hands of the king of the Furan kingdom stretched out horizontally, also letting out a low roar. The light patterns of the grand formation that enveloped Kanghe city rippled like water, enveloping the severed head and injured body of the blazing flames howling wind beast. However, with a roar, Pan Pan sent one of the blazing flames howling wind beast's heads flying with a single palm strike. The numerous patterns of light circulating on the grand formation were continuously shattered by Pan Pan's claws. Seeing this scene, the expression of the king of the Furan kingdom changed slightly as he flew away from the skies above the imperial palace, hurrying over to where Pan Pan and the blazing flames howling wind beast were. At this moment, Pan Pan was standing on the ground, raising one of his hind claws and stomping heavily on the body of the blazing flames howling wind beast which only had 2 heads left. The blazing flames howling wind beast instantly let out a long howl filled with pain as it was stepped on by Pan Pan, unable to move. The massive silhouette of a 3-headed steed appeared once more, enveloping the entire body of the king of the Furan kingdom. Its hooves were like the wind, virtually not touching the ground as it charged over madly. Within the Black Hurricane, seeing this, Yang Zhaoge shrugged, "Although I don't know what exactly you want to do, I don't know. But we have no obligation to cooperate with you." Pan Pan roared as streams of black water surged forth, transforming into an impenetrable wall that stood before the king of the Furan kingdom. The huge 3-headed horse crashed into the black water wall and let out a mournful cry. Streams of light shattered, but it was unable to break through the water wall. At the same time, Pan Pan exerted force beneath his feet once more, stomping down with a violent force as the great earth shattered unceasingly in all directions. The flaming howling wind beast's ribs were broken, and its 2 remaining heads were bleeding profusely. The flames surrounding its body were on the verge of extinguishing. Ahu said, "Let's go." The Black Hurricane swept Pan Pan up once more. Pan Pan blinked, his massive body shrinking once more, quickly disappearing within the Black Hurricane. The face of the king of the Furan kingdom was livid, but he no longer had the heart to continue chasing. He hurriedly landed beside the dying blazing flames howling wind beast, attempting to save it with all his might. Elder Rome also stopped in his tracks helplessly. He stared in the direction where the black tornado had disappeared, unable to speak for a long time. The Furan crown prince and the grand commander of the Crimson Halberd Corps, Liang Han, both had ugly looks on their faces. Not only had the Crimson Halberd army's formation been easily broken, even the king had been forced to come out of seclusion and personally activate the great formation that enveloped Kanghe city. However, he had still been unable to stop the other party. They mobilized their guardian beast, the 3-headed blazing wind beast, only to be beaten half to death by the other party's Pisho. They had suffered heavy losses, yet they hadn't even managed to keep a single strand of the enemy's hair. This caused the people of the Furan kingdom to feel despondent and resentful, as well as a sense of lingering fear. Looking at the feather-strewn state of Kanghe city, the Ziyu kingdom's crown prince was naturally inwardly delighted. However, he also felt slightly apprehensive. The strength of the Furan kingdom has surpassed my predictions. If not for these outsiders of unknown origins, if my Ziyu really went into an all-out war with the Furan kingdom, we would probably still be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, the Ziyu kingdom's crown prince also felt a little fear, Where exactly did these outsiders come from? Are they really related to the Snow Crane sect? The Snow Crane sect itself probably doesn't possess such great strength, right? I have to swiftly report this back to Royal Father. While these outsiders have now offended the Bloodcloud clan, my Ziyu has to be careful as well. Before they have been exterminated by the Bloodcloud clan, my Ziyu must definitely not get into a conflict with them. Otherwise, the Furin kingdom will serve as an example. The Ziyu kingdom's crown prince unceasingly calculated within his heart, but as he looked at Elder Rong's seemingly much older back, his heart jolted once more. Can the Bloodcloud clan really exterminate those outsiders? After leaving Konghe City, gazing back, Yang Zhaoge saw that within Konghe City, streaks of blood-red light very quickly shot into the skies, forming numerous rings of light within the air, sending a message to the Bloodcloud clan's nearby reinforcements. Yang Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Before him, Jiao Fang and the middle-aged man were already shocked to the point of numbness. They now suddenly felt that their earlier worries had been completely delusional. Someone like Yang Zhaoge would want to pledge allegiance to the Furin crown prince. Want to pledge allegiance to the king of the Furin kingdom? What a joke! Thinking of how they had originally attempted to oppose such a figure, Jiao Fang and the middle-aged man had the urge to smash their heads into the ground and die. Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he suddenly asked, "That Rongji just now, in the Bloodcloud clan, what level of strength does he possess?" Jiao Fang and the middle-aged man shuddered, exchanging glances before that middle-aged scholar answered carefully, "The Bloodcloud clan has as many experts as there are clouds. We cannot be certain. After all, Elder Rong and the others are at a much higher level than us. However, we can be sure that there are still quite a few people with higher cultivation bases than Elder Rong." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "Tell me about those you know. I believe that you wouldn't lie to me, right?" Hearing his words, that middle-aged scholar and Jiao Fang both smiled bitterly, nodding repeatedly. After a while of asking and answering questions, a rather strange expression surfaced on Yang Zhaoge's face as he muttered, "Something's really not right." After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, swiveling his head to look at Ah Hu, smiling. "How does it feel to sweep along a house and fly?" Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. "If it's for a long time, it is indeed a little tiring." Yang Zhaoge waved his hands. "Tiring isn't the main point. The main point is that it's too slow. We're in a rush for time." Hearing his words, Ah Hu instantly exerted force beneath his feet, the entire house instantly breaking apart. He looked at Jiao Fang and the middle-aged man who were currently already trembling in fear. "Young master, how do we deal with these two?" Yang Zhaoge said, "Do as you see fit." Ah Hu nodded, grabbing Jiao Fang and the middle-aged man with each hand, instantly leaving far away. After a period of time, he returned, reuniting with Yang Zhaoge and the others. "That is to say, after this, we will be making a trip to that Snow Crane sect?" Xu Fei asked. Hearing Yang Zhaoge's introduction, Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei, and the others all became interested in the Snow Crane sect. Yang Zhaoge said, "That's right. Let's go take a look at the situation first." They had already learnt earlier that the Snow Crane sect and Green Dragon Mountain were located in the northwest of the Furin kingdom. However, the distance was very far, having to cross the territory of several kingdoms. Yang Zhaoge and the others sped off, hurrying northwest at their greatest speed. Meanwhile, while the Bloodcloud clan had tried their best to conceal the news of what had happened in Konghe City earlier, it had still spread very quickly. As the Bloodcloud clan received the news, a great number of experts were dispatched, beginning to search for the whereabouts of Yang Zhaoge and the others. The floating life world, which had originally already been restless and uneasy, grew even more turbulent. To be continued. Chapter 433. The capital of the Furin kingdom, Konghe City, had fallen into chaos. The Bloodcloud clan that dominated the southern border of the floating life world had been enraged. The Pishio mountain that had only existed in legends after the Great Calamity had appeared. The various powers of the floating life world all paid attention to this news. The vast western region of the floating life world had always been the sphere of influence of Green Dragon Mountain. Meanwhile, the Snow Crane sect was located amidst the numerous mountains in the west, occupying the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains where it had been established. It had only been over 10 years since the sect had opened its doors, but it had already become a major sect that was renowned far and wide. Other than the daughter of their chief Jade Crane Su Yun, who had married the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Su Yun herself possessed outstanding strength, also being admired by the nearby heroes as she was not inferior to any man. Yang Zhaoge and the others headed northwest, heading straight for the Jade Ridge snowy mountains. The spiritual chi flow of this floating life world is not suitable for martial practitioners of our generation to absorb and refine. Normally speaking, while cultivating here is not necessarily useless, one would definitely have to expend multiple times the amount of time and effort. As they walked, Xu Fei said, "There is a limit to one's lifespan. If one cannot break through in time and increase their longevity, they may very well die of old age." Saying thus, he sighed, if not for a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, this Chief Su would probably be known as a peerless genius. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge smiled. It is still unclear exactly what her cultivation base is. Xu Fei said, "It shouldn't be too low. Also, it has only been over 10 years since she rose to fame. Considering the difficulty of cultivating in this floating life world, it should already be very difficult. Especially when, according to you, the others of the Snow Crane sect seem rather mediocre. In comparison, they are even more extraordinary." Feng Yunxing, Hu, and Ying Longtu had also generally understood the situation now. Feng Yunxing now said, "Compared to the difficulty of cultivating in here, the mediocrity of the others might be the norm." They all nodded. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "It has yet to be discovered in the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. However, before the Great Calamity, there were once records of a strange physique that appeared, known as the living source body, also known as the living water of exhausted source or the bitter sea traversing body." Hearing this, Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei and the others all grew interested as they swiveled their heads to look at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge recalled as he said, "Under normal circumstances, there is nothing special about the living source physique as it would be no different from an ordinary person. However, in the era of doom where spiritual energy is extremely scarce and almost dry, it will be difficult for normal people to absorb and refine spiritual energy. But the warriors who boast the living source body can train as usual. It's like a dry field that has a source of fresh water. To put it simply, if there is such a person who possesses the living source physique, he might appear very ordinary in our current Eight Extremities world. Of course, it's also possible that your aptitude is still outstanding, but that will depend on your innate aptitude in other aspects. It has nothing to do with the living source body." However, when this person came to this floating life world along with the others, while it would be difficult for others to even take a single step, having to put in hundreds of times more effort than cultivating in the Eight Extremities world, this person who possesses the living source physique is able to do so as though it is flat ground, no different from cultivating in the Eight Extremities world. When everyone heard this, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The boundless universe is truly full of wonders and mysteries. Xu Fei asked, "You suspect that Chief Su is of the living source physique?" Yang Zhaoge said, "This is merely one possibility. It is also possible that this Chief Su's aptitude is extremely outstanding, far surpassing our imaginations, or that she has had some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter." As they spoke, they advanced. After a long and arduous journey, the pure white snowy mountains had already appeared in the distance. Yang Zhaoge's gaze swept over. He saw that there were currently numerous figures scattered about the snowy mountains, as though they were searching and guarding against something. Gazing carefully, they were all garbed in white clothes and draped in cloaks of crane feathers, seemingly having merged as one with the surrounding white snow. With Yang Zhaoge's eyesight, he was able to see that there was an image of a snow crane flashing its wings on their clothes. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge instantly understood that these were all disciples of the Snow Crane sect. Roughly appraising them, Yang Zhaoge sighed inwardly. These Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were mostly of the body refinement realm. There were very few who had attained the martial scholar realm of chi refining. Xu Fei and who also saw those martial practitioners who seemed to be one with the snowy ground. These people, could it be that they are searching for us? Xu Fei knit his brows. The Blood Cloud clan's Rong Ji revealed that we might be related to the Snow Crane sect in Konghe City. While most people might not know why he came to this conclusion, it would not be strange for the news to spread. Feng Yunsheng said, "What senior apprentice brother Shu means is that because the Snow Crane sect is unable to ascertain our background and intentions, they have also first taken precautions against us." Hu scratched his head, but, with just these body refinement martial practitioners, how can they guard against us? The difference in cultivation bases is too great. They wouldn't even be able to discover us even if we walked past them. While we didn't exert much strength over at the Furen Kingdom, we should also know that a defensive line formed by body refinement martial practitioners would be completely useless. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before smiling, throwing a stone to test the waters. The other side indeed doesn't understand us, and also doesn't hope for these body refinement martial practitioners to discover us. What they are hoping for is that we can discover these Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. Feng Yunsheng murmured, "If we had come for the Snow Crane sect, we would naturally have taken the initiative to contact them, introducing them to Chief Su Yun through these Snow Crane sect disciples." Xu Fei nodded. "Whether we have good intentions or bad intentions, we would still inevitably have to interact with those of the Snow Crane sect." Yang Zhaoge smiled. "It is precisely so. Let's go down." Exchanging glances, they smiled as they descended from mid-air, landing on the snowy mountain. Yang Zhaoge and the others did not conceal their tracks, not concealing their auras as they strolled amidst the snowy lands as though they were climbing a mountain for a stroll. Very quickly, some Snow Crane sect martial practitioners discovered them. "This Jade Ridge snowy mountains are under the jurisdiction of my Snow Crane sect. Fellow Taoists, please report your names." Hearing the other party's question, Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. "Please inform Chief Su of your sect. You only need to say that an old friend has come to visit." After a slight pause, Yang Zhaoge added, "An old friend from 30 years ago." The Snow Crane sect disciples exchanged looks, an old man walking out from the crowd, saying, "Guests, please wait a moment." Saying thus, he swiveled his head to the side. The Snow Crane sect martial practitioner beside him nodded, turning and leaving. Seeing this, Xu Fei said, "It looks like that Chief Su is in the vicinity." Yang Zhaoge nodded, heading in the direction of the Furen Kingdom, waiting for us in this area where we have just arrived at the snowy mountain. Feng Yunsheng asked, "Green Dragon Mountain should have received the news very soon, right? It shouldn't be too late. After all, strictly speaking, the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains are also within the sphere of influence of Green Dragon Mountain. The Snow Crane sect is a vassal of Green Dragon Mountain." Yang Zhaoge gazed at those Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. "Still, I am rather interested in another matter now. There are actually Grand Spirit stones here, and their quality is not bad at all. Their production also seems to not be low." Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up. To be continued. Chapter 434. Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on the jade pendants hanging from the waists of the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. The jade pendant seemed to be made of white jade. The workmanship was exquisite and unique, and it was lifelike. What caught Yang Zhaoge's attention was that every Snow Crane sect martial practitioner had one, seemingly a symbol of their identity. Carefully feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations emanating from these jade pendants, Yang Zhaoge's eyes could not help but gradually light up. It really is a Grand Spirit Stone, and it's even a Grand Spirit Stone essence condensed from its essence. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, as a symbol of identity, "It seems that everyone who enters the clan has one. This means that this thing is not especially rare here." Feng Yunsheng, Hu, Xu Fei, and Ying Longtu looked at each other. Yang Zhaoge's current, slightly miserly appearance was rather rare. Xue Fei thought for a moment, then quietly asked, "Why does Zhaoge mind so much?" "I have also heard of the Grand Spirit Stone. It is already extinct in our Eight Extremities world, having been extremely rare in pre-Great Calamity times. Still, it doesn't seem to be a particularly valuable item." Yang Zhaoge laughed. "That is because very few people know that these Grand Spirit Stones have great uses. Senior apprentice brother Shu, the people of the floating life world do not specialize in setting up spirit formations that make use of geographical advantages. Because they cultivate demonic blood, they focus more on creating battle formations that require many people to work together. However, because they have only been developing for a short period of time, Their battle formations are still rather crude. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. In researching ancient texts and excavating various legacies, I actually made a huge gain, which was a powerful battle formation of before the Great Calamity. Unfortunately, the requirements for setting up the formation are quite high. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, so I can only put it on the shelf. But if there is a large amount of Grand Spirit Stone essence, then one of the two conditions that restrict the formation will be solved. Yang Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings. Due to the spiritual qi of the earth veins, there are extremely few treasures in this floating life world that are suitable for us human martial practitioners to cultivate in. On my way here, I have not found anything of value. Going by the standards of the Eight Extremities world, it would not be too much to say that this is a barren, barbaric land. Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on the jade pendant at the waist of the Snow Crane sect martial practitioner. However, things are different now. Feng Yunsheng asked, "You just said that you need a large amount of Great Spirit Stone essence. How much is considered a large amount?" Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Yen, above 500 kilograms." Feng Yunsheng and the others all had expressions on their faces that they knew this would happen. Senior apprentice brother Yang, while I know that when you make a move, it has always been a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering move of yours is indeed not something that just anyone can afford to play with. Feng Yunsheng smiled bitterly. Great moves all require great capital as a foundation. Yang Zhaoge laughed. Is there? Xue Fei also shook his head and laughed bitterly. I have only heard of the Great Spirit Stone and have never heard of the Great Spirit Stone essence, but I know of the Scenic Blue Jade and the Scenic Blue Jade essence, the Fang Cheng Stone and the Fang Cheng Stone essence. As the name implies, the Great Spirit Stone essence should be condensed from the Great Spirit Stone's spirit energy essence. Generally speaking, the output of such essence condensation is at most 1% of the raw stone. You want more than 500 kilograms of Great Spirit Stone essence, then how many ores do you need? How much ore was needed to mine and refine the raw stone? How big of a mine would it take to satisfy your needs? Xue Fei sighed. The Great Spirit Stones of the Eight Extremities world have long since gone extinct, but even if all the Great Spirit Stones produced in history were accumulated, it would still not be enough for you. The Great Spirit Stones of the floating life world might not be little, but would they be enough to satisfy your needs? Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, chuckling, I finally have some interest in this floating life world. Don't pour cold water on me. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Young master, if you are interested in this place might be in for a calamity. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. It is still too early to say such things now. I first have to confirm some things with this Chief Su. Amidst their conversation, intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from the distance. Those power fluctuations were the strongest they had encountered ever since having come to this floating life world. However, what truly caused the expressions of Yang Zhaoge and the others to change was that these power fluctuations did not come from demonic bloodline cultivators, instead being exactly the same as the martial Tao they cultivated in. Snowstorms assaulted the distant horizon. Yang Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances, turning false into real, refining aura into essence, the methods of essence spirit martial grandmasters. As the snowstorm neared, the snowy mountain shook as it seemed like an avalanche was about to happen. However, the newcomer quickly halted her momentum, dispersing the snowstorm as she descended towards the snowy mountain. Light circulated as she landed before Yang Zhaoge and the others. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that the other party was a middle-aged woman. She was garbed in white, her looks merely above average. However, she was graceful and magnanimous, possessing a certain air of her own. The surrounding Snow Crane sect martial practitioners all bowed in unison. We greet Chief. That white-clothed woman nodded towards them before her gaze fell on Yang Zhaoge, asking, I am Su Yun, the chief of the Snow Crane sect. I wonder how I should address you. Yang Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands. I am surnamed Yang, Yang Zhaoge. Chief Su greets you. Even as she carefully appraised Yang Zhaoge, Su Yun asked, You said that you are a descendant of an old friend of mine, just that I do not know if you are a descendant or if you have some other relationship. Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, If you were here to seek revenge, we wouldn't be talking like this. Su Yun said mildly, Don't blame me for being suspicious. This is something that is very hard to say. You're right. Yang Zhaoge thought nothing of it as he flashed that jade hairpin with the image of a snow crane on it. This thing could also have been obtained from someone else before coming over to pass it off as their own, right? Su Yun said, it's possible, but it's easy to verify it. Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh? Su Yun said, this snow crane hairpin is indeed Miss's original head ornament. I also know that Miss had refined your own blood essence into this hairpin. When it comes into contact with Miss's blood, it will react. Therefore, the verification is very simple. You just need to infuse your power into it and see if the jade hairpin will change. Stroking the snow crane hairpin with his finger, Yang Zhaoge smiled. No wonder I felt that there was an inexplicable mechanism inscribed on it. However, could it be that he had predicted that someone would come here in search of his mother? Su Yun shook her head. This is a set of accessories that Miss casually forged for herself when cultivating in the blood sacrifice artifact forging technique. It is far from just a single one, just that it just happens to have this effect, making it convenient for us. It has to be of pure blood for it to be effective. Therefore, there is no need to worry about a fake obtaining a portion of a true person's essence blood and refining it into his own body to bluff his way through. From the looks of it, you also don't seem to have been coerced by someone. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei, Ah Hu and Ying Longtu, Yang Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Why me, and not my companions? You are actually already certain of my identity in your heart, right? Looking at Yang Zhaoge, a hint of a smile finally blossomed on Su Yun's face. Between your brows, there is a 40 to 50% resemblance to ladies. Especially when you smile, it is especially similar. Chapter 435. Holding the snow crane hairpin, Yang Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face. From what I know, my mother has no other blood relatives. Su Yun nodded. That is also what I know. Therefore, if she does, it would be a descendant. Yang Zhaoge asked rather interestedly, if it is my father who comes looking for her, what then? Su Yun smiled. If it is son-in-law who comes looking for her, I would have no way of distinguishing him, only able to reject him outright. Therefore, if I offend son-in-law, there would be nothing I can do about it. Still, I believe that with lady's eyesight, son-in-law will definitely not be bad. I should not have the ability to stop son-in-law. Yang Zhaoge's smile was rather strange. That is to say that I am easy to bully. Su Yun shook her head, saying resolutely and decisively, whether or not I am a match for him, if someone wants to harm lady, I will fight him to the end. Yang Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he scanned the surrounding Snow Crane sect martial practitioners. Su Yun didn't use voice transmission when she spoke just now. Her voice spread out, and everyone in the surroundings heard it clearly. The Snow Crane sect martial practitioners all had blank, helpless expressions on their faces. In their innate impression, the strength of their chief often left them feeling that it was deep and immeasurable. While she always claimed that her cultivation base was still insufficient to reach the peak experts of the floating life world, just the power that she displayed was already extremely powerful. Others were unable to cultivate in the Qi cultivation path, yet their chief was able to cultivate in it to an extremely profound level, not letting demonic bloodline cultivators monopolize her. As the only sect of the floating life world that did not cultivate in the bloodline of demonic beasts, instead cultivating in the traditional martial Tao of pre-Great Calamity times, the Snow Crane sect being able to occupy a place in the floating life world was not just because Su Yun's daughter had married the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain. Su Yun's own strength was similarly an important reason. From a certain perspective, it was also not that any random sect could form a marriage alliance with the son of the chief of Green Dragon Mountain. At this moment, however, as the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners looked at their chief whom they usually revered like a divinity, her tone was clearly respectful to the extreme, filled with reverence as she spoke of the lady that she spoke of. However, Su Yun didn't seem to feel anything unusual about this. Her expression was calm, and she spoke from her feelings as if it was a matter of course. Looking at her, Yang Zhaoge was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "It's not that there aren't people in this world who are not related by blood but have similar appearances, or even exactly the same. You are completely sincere. I will not make things difficult for you." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge spread open his palm, holding the Snow Crane hairpin before him before sending a strand of his true essence within. The snow crane hairpin shook slightly within Yang Zhaoge's palm, a bright radiance suddenly flickering within. Amidst the radiance, the silhouette of a huge snow crane appeared on the snowy mountain. Then, it spread its wings and let out a clear cry. Su Yun looked at the snow crane with a dazed expression. For a moment, her gaze actually lost focus. The crowd of snow crane sect martial practitioners similarly stared blankly at that gigantic snow crane. Some of them reacted quickly, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. Su Yun was the founder of the snow crane sect. While she had yet to die, in the ancestral hall of the snow crane sect, the disciples of the snow crane sect already had incense to worship. That incense was not Su Yun's, but that of a snow crane. There were many different kinds of rumors in the world. Some said that Su Yun had been saved by a snow crane, having had a fortuitous encounter afterwards, thus resulting in the current foundation of the snow crane sect. Some also said that all of Su Yun's martial arts had come from a snow crane. A more reliable rumor was that Su Yun had been taken in by an expert in the past, becoming both a servant and disciple. That expert had taken the name of the snow crane, having vanished without a trace afterwards. In gratitude for that expert's benevolence, Su Yun had established her sect as the Snow Crane sect, also using the name of the snow crane to worship it. The people of the Snow Crane sect, however, knew that the final rumor was true. While they did not understand why Su Yun did not directly revere that expert as the ancestor of the sect, not even directly worshipping the incense of the living, not even telling her descendants his name, instead using the snow crane as a substitute. That expert, however, had truly existed. He was precisely the source of the Snow Crane sect. Connecting this with Yang Zhaoge's earlier words of descendant of an old friend, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners now gradually understood. Looking at that snow crane, Su Yun did not speak for a long time. After a while, she sighed, her gaze shifting downwards, falling on Yang Zhaoge once more. At this moment, her gaze that was on Yang Zhaoge clearly contained some respect, some warmth, even some excitement mixed within. This essence spirit martial grandmaster did something that caused everyone here to be slightly shocked at this moment. She did not hesitate in the slightest as she bowed deeply towards Yang Zhaoge before her. Greetings, young master. It is Su Yun's honor to be able to see you. Yang Zhaoge's true essence roiled, only allowing her to bow halfway before he stopped her. Su Yun was taken aback. First, not speaking of how much strength would be required to stop her movements as an essence spirit martial grandmaster herself. As their true essences clashed, she could clearly feel that this youth of around 20 years of age before her was an essence spirit martial grandmaster just like her. Possessing such a cultivation base at such an age, how terrifying of a thing must it be? Should I say, truly worthy of being lady's son? Su Yun sighed in admiration within her heart. No, young master has surpassed his master. Feeling the fluctuations of Su Yun's true essence, Yang Zhaoge realized, life creation heavenly scripture, one of the direct lineages of the Jade Clear lineage. Hair, indeed a little more solid than Broad Creed Mountain's legacies. This mother of mine, what exactly is her background? Thoughts flashed through Yang Zhaoge's mind at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted them, first focusing on what was before him. Looking calmly at Su Yun, he said, in imparting the life creation heavenly scripture to you, mother did not view you as a maidservant. She did not take you as a disciple. You two are similar in age, so I will just call you Aunt Yun. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Su Yun smiled. Young master is too kind to Su Yun. At this moment, she was already completely devoid of her previous solemnity. Having confirmed Yang Zhaoge's identity, she was completely as warm as a spring breeze. The people of the Snow Crane sect all felt rather awkward now. Earlier, they had been like facing a great enemy, yet their chief had been so humble at this moment, leaving them rather at a loss as to what to do. Su Yun's authority was unshakable. Even after experiencing today's events, the people of the Snow Crane sect were still unable to feel dissatisfied with her. However, some people were unable to come to terms with this, feeling despondent within their hearts yet having nowhere to vent it. A well-built man of around 30 years of age swiveled his head to look at the people by his side, shaking his head slightly before bowing towards Yang Zhaoge. Snow Crane sect's Chang Yen greets young master Yang. His etiquette was also extremely humble and courteous. Eldest apprentice brother? The other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were even more shocked as they looked at their eldest apprentice brother. Chang Yian's lips did not move as he sent a sound transmission through his aura chi to his fellow disciples. Even if we do not look at their background, we also have to look at their cultivation bases. Not knowing how to send sound transmissions, the person beside him asked softly, "Eldest apprentice brother, you can see through their depths?" Chang Yian wished he could stuff his mouth as he smiled at Yang Zhaoge and the others while continuing to send via sound transmission. "I can't see through the others at all. I can only see that child's cultivation base. That child is at least an early outer aura martial scholar." Chang Yian virtually said each word at a time. What cultivation base do you think the person leading him would have? Chapter 436. Early outer aura martial scholar? That youth of around 10 years of age. Hearing Chang Yian's words, the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners all sucked in a breath of cold air. Unlike the others of the floating life world, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners were well aware of what the early outer aura martial scholar realm entailed. The fourth level of the martial scholar realm, the early outer aura stage, was the ultimate goal of most chi cultivators of the floating life world. Also, there were not many who could achieve it. However, the Ying Longtu before them, who was merely around 10 years of age, was already a late outer aura martial scholar. How could they not feel dizzy at this? Even Chang Yian himself, upon discovering this, was greatly shocked as he was only able to stabilize his mind after a long while. As compared to Yang Zhaoge's identity, this discovery shocked Chang Yian even more. And very quickly, connecting Ying Longtu's cultivation base to Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, and the others, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. When they had first heard that Yang Zhaoge's group had wreaked havoc in Konghe City, Chang Yian and the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners had not paid much attention to it. After all, the Furin Kingdom was merely one of the 36 kingdoms under the rule of the Blood Cloud clan. Let alone massive entities like the Blood Cloud clan and Green Dragon Mountain, even the Snow Crane sect was much stronger than them. Now, however, Chang Yian deeply felt that Yang Zhaoge and the others had probably not taken the Furin Kingdom seriously at all back then. Otherwise, the Furin Kingdom might have long since been destroyed. The Snow Crane sect martial practitioners beside him were unable to recover for a long time, someone asking slowly, "Eldest apprentice brother, I'm not doubting you, but this is really too unbelievable. You couldn't have seen wrongly, right?" Chang Yian sighed, not blaming his junior apprentice brother. Even he himself had initially thought that he had seen wrongly, only daring to be certain after confirming it a few times. You can't be blamed for not being able to hear it, because most of your cultivation bases are insufficient. Chang Yian said slowly, the pulse of that youth's blood is very faint, virtually inaudible. However, it is not weak, instead being heavy and smooth. Do you still remember? This is the phenomenon of blood resembling lead mercury that Master once spoke of, a characteristic that only appears after an early outer aura martial scholar has completed the second cleansing of the marrow. As Chang Yian spoke, the remaining Snow Crane sect martial practitioners with higher cultivation bases had already simultaneously bowed towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. Seeing this, the other Snow Crane sect martial practitioners no longer had any doubts in their hearts as they hurriedly paid their respects. Newcomers greet young Master Yang. Some people also had a vague feeling in their hearts. That senior expert whom sect master Su Yun had always regarded as a deity, the founder of the Snow Crane sect, if he had a descendant, he should also have such an imposing manner and strength. Yang Zhaoge smiled and nodded towards them, but quickly retracted his attention, looking at Su Yun once more. "Aunt Yun, about 20 years ago, did my mother return to the floating life world? Have you seen her?" Su Yun gestured with her hand. "This way please, young master. Please come to my Snow Crane sect. We'll talk on the way." Yang Zhaoge nodded, saying goodbye to Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei, and the others, introducing themselves to Su Yun before setting off together. Having already received the person, the Snow Crane sect martial practitioners had no need to remain in the outskirts of the snowy mountain as they all returned to the clan together. On the way, Su Yun sighed, "While Lady never mentioned it, I can basically guess that she is not a native of our floating life world, instead coming from beyond the heavens. It was all thanks to Lady that I did not freeze to death by the roadside, even taking me in and always staying by her side, imparting supreme martial arts to me. As young master says, lady has never treated me as a servant. It was I myself who wanted to serve her. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how I could repay her kindness. Su Yun was a little despondent, but lady is not a person of this world. She would still have to leave at the end of the day. 30 years ago, lady still left at the end of the day. I also don't know where she went. I wanted to ask, but also didn't dare to. Lady knew what I was thinking, only saying it in a joking manner. While she had considered bringing me along with her, she was afraid that I would be implicated and met with danger. It would instead be safer and happier for me to remain in the floating life world. I believed that lady would not lie to me. Therefore, I listened to her and stayed behind, only praying for her every night. Hearing this, Yang Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits, met with danger. Thoughts flashed within his mind, but Yang Zhaoge did not speak as he continued listening to Su Yun. He heard Su Yun say, "Young master asked me whether lady had returned after leaving. I dare not be certain, because ever since lady left 30 years ago, I have not been able to see her again. However, I feel that lady has returned before." Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Was it 20 years ago? Su Yun said, "I am also not certain of the exact time. It was around 16 years ago that I went to the Southern Territory. In a primordial forest there, I saw some things that felt like they were left behind by lady." Yang Zhaoge's spirits rose. Over the past few days of study, while they were still not proficient in it, they could already generally understand some of the language of the floating life world. Hearing her words, they could not help but exchange looks as they thought of that half-broken stone carving that had been shoveled away. "Indeed," Su Yun said, "that was a stone carving that was left on a cliff. Because I went there 20 years ago, I knew that when lady left 30 years ago, these stone carvings were not there. Therefore, I guessed that lady had once returned to this floating life world. The meaning of the stone carving is hard to understand, seemingly possessing infinite profundities that I was unable to comprehend. Thinking about it now, perhaps it was left behind by lady and young master. I was blinded for a moment, cutting it off and taking it away, delaying young master's matters. Please punish me, young master." Yang Zhaoge shook his head. "While you made me run a little longer, it was also because you missed my mother too much, not having known about it beforehand. How could I blame you? Instead, is this stone carving still in Aunt Yun's hands?" Su Yun answered, "It is enshrined in our Snow Crane sect's ancestral hall. Young master, following me back to the clan, you will immediately be able to see it." The group traversed the Jade Ridge snowy mountains, finally arriving at the main peak of the mountain range. The headquarters of the Snow Crane sect was established here. The entire clan was not large. After all, in the floating life world, chi cultivation and body cultivation were not mainstream. Those who could go against the flow like Su Yun were few and far between. "This is my husband, Shen Nuo." At the entrance, Su Yun introduced Yang Zhaoge and the others to a middle-aged man with a resolute expression on his face. This Shen Nuo was a demonic bloodline cultivator. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, he bowed neither obsequiously nor haughtily. "Young Master Yang." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "Mr. Shen." Su Yun said, "I will bring young master into the ancestral hall to see what lady left behind. If people from the outside world come, please temporarily receive them, husband." Shen Nuo had a steady personality as she nodded. "You can rest easy. Young master, please follow me." Su Yun led Yang Zhaoge's group straight into the Snow Crane sect's ancestral hall. Raising his head and gazing over, what entered Yang Zhaoge's eyes was an ice sculpture of a snow crane, wishing to soar high into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 437. Yang Zhaoge looked at that ice sculpture of the snow crane, which was lifelike and elegant. Beneath the ice sculpture of the snow crane was also a jade bracelet which also had the image of a snow crane on it, looking to be of the same set as his own snow crane hairpin. Su Yun said, "I've let young master see a joke. This was left behind by lady that year, and I've always kept it as a memento. If young master wants to take it away." Yang Zhaoge smiled, "How could I? This was left behind by mother for you, Aunt Yun. Also, Aunt Yun, you can just call me Zhaoge." Su Yun smiled, raising her palm lightly. That ice sculpture of the snow crane emitted a bright glow before rising into the air. Amidst the glow, numerous spirit patterns intermingled, forming a small-scale formation which slowly opened up space, leading to a small-scale foreign dimension. Yang Zhaoge knew that this should be the snow crane sect's forbidden ground or sacred ground. Entering alongside Su Yun, a massive mountain rock appeared within the foreign dimension. Yang Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he gazed at the mountain rock, seeing a large amount of strangely shaped characters inscribed upon it. Oh, something like a secret code. Yang Zhaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he recalled that before he had left Broad Creed Mountain back then, his father Yang Di had once told him many things. These things might not actually all be useful, but Yang Di also didn't know what exactly his son might encounter. Therefore, there was no harm in being prepared as he poured out everything that might be useful to Yang Zhaoge. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge extended his palm, infusing his true essence within the mountain rock. The characters on the mountain rock began rapidly changing. Yang Zhaoge extended his other hand, writing within the air with his finger. Numerous silhouettes seemed to have been inscribed onto the surface of the mountain rock, merging as one with the original spirit patterns. Su Yun looked at this scene rather curiously. After a while, Yang Zhaoge ceased his actions, the silhouettes intersecting and changing before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the characters left behind on the surface of the mountain rock had already completely changed. Looking at those lines of characters, Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly. While there are some differences, they are extremely similar to the characters of before the Great Calamity, being even more ancient than the ones of the Eight Extremities world and the Floating Life world. Their lineage is clearer. Yang Zhaoge smiled. In his few memories, this mother of his had been extremely happy to delve into ancient texts and ancient characters. His interest in ancient texts and characters stemmed from what his mother, Xue Chuqing, had seen and heard when he was young. Perhaps this language that was extremely similar to the common language of pre-Great Calamity times was what Xue Chuqing had been used to before coming to the Floating Life world and the Eight Extremities world. Yang Zhaoge compared it to what he knew and had learnt while carefully studying the records left behind on the stone. Why can't you just say it directly? Do you have to go through so many twists and turns? If it's really inappropriate and inconvenient to talk about it, there's no need to leave a message, right? Yang Zhaoge pondered within his heart before analyzing the characters on the stone, his expression becoming increasingly strange the more he read. There are a total of 2 paths to the world beyond worlds. The most basic method is to reach the 4th level of the martial saint realm, surpassing the limits of the Great Thousand Worlds. Why don't you learn from me? With an artifact that can stabilize the dimension rift to protect yourself, you'll be able to search for the wounds of the sky. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth twitched unceasingly. This tone, why does it sound like you're reminding me to bring an umbrella when it's raining outside? Also, this isn't a very important matter, but you suddenly remembered that you had forgotten to mention it, therefore casually leaving a message behind. What's with that feeling? Yang Zhaoge sighed. Father, what kind of wife did you find that year? Still. Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned slightly solemn. World beyond worlds. Wounds of the sky. What exactly has the original world become after the Great Calamity? Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as a hint of a smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. I'm getting more and more interested. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge retracted his thoughts. He already had a general idea of the contents of the characters on the stone. Still, Yang Zhaoge did not retract his palm as he instead continued infusing his true essence within. After a while, a change suddenly occurred on the stone. The originally tough stone suddenly became like soft mud. The stone caved in, forming a circular indentation. Yang Zhaoge observed the size of the indentation before taking out that half-round mirror that he had obtained when he had first arrived in the Floating Life world. When they had come over, they had been drawn in by the mechanism that his mother Xue Chuqing had left behind. This half-round mirror was the core of that mechanism. After activating the mechanism, this half-round mirror had temporarily lost its effects. Yang Zhaoge had always kept it by his side, hoping to find some clues to find the other half of the mirror. At this moment, this half-round mirror was accurately embedded within that circular indentation, occupying half of its space. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that flowing water was actually gradually forming out of nowhere within the other half of the empty indentation, filling it up. Numerous scenes seemed to flicker on the surface of the water. Still, they were not stable enough as they were strange and dazzling, making it hard for one to clearly see them. Yang Zhaoge crossed his arms before his chest. It looks like I'll have to wait for some time. Su Yun had been quietly waiting by the side all this time. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, a warm smile appeared at the corners of her lips as she seemed to see Xue Chuqing, whom she had once served and followed on Yang Zhaoge's body. Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head. Aunt Yun, it looks like I'll still have to trouble you for some time. Su Yun smiled. Young master can stay as long as he wants. Yang Zhaoge asked, right, Aunt Yun, are things like grand spirit stones very common in the floating life world? Su Yun said, they can't be said to be common, but their production is still not bad. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking, where can I find them? Su Yun answered, the mines are rather scattered. There aren't any especially large ones, all of them being small and medium-sized, scattered all over the place. Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly. Now, a voice suddenly resounded from outside, Mother. It's my daughter, Shenrong. Su Yun first explained to Yang Zhaoge, who smiled and nodded, I'll go out with you. Please don't let anyone else in for the time being, Aunt Yun. Su Yun said, that is only natural. Leaving the flowing water by the cliff to accumulate on its own, Yang Zhaoge and Su Yun exited the foreign dimension together, returning to the Snow Crane sect's ancestral temple in the outside world. A girl in her 20s was waiting there, looking extremely similar to Su Yun. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, Shenrong's gaze was rather curious. Still, she first bowed. Shenrong greets. Young master. From the way she addressed him, it was clear that she had already received instructions from her father, Shen Nuo. Also, even though she had already married into Green Dragon Mountain, Su Yun's status in her heart was extremely high. At the very least, she did not dare to act rashly in the slightest in front of Su Yun. Yang Zhaoge smiled, greeting her, no need to be so polite. I'm older than you can just call me brother. Su Yun asked, Rong is there something over at Green Dragon Mountain? Shenrong nodded, yes. Father-in-law and the others have already received news of the arrival of Brother Yang's group. Father-in-law sent me and husband over to send a letter, inviting you and senior apprentice Brother Yang to Green Dragon Mountain together. Chapter 438. Su Yun asked, other than inviting us as guests, is there any other news? Glancing rather worriedly at Yang Zhaoge, Shenrong answered, yes, mother. Green Dragon Mountain has received news that the chief of the Blood Cloud clan has personally left the mountain and headed west. He has already entered the western domain governed by Green Dragon Mountain. Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly, coming for me? Shenrong nodded, that is how it is rumored. Yang Zhaoge smiled, not continuing on this topic as he instead appraised Shenrong with a glance. Oh, late inner aura martial scholar. You can already prepare for your breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar realm. Swiveling his head to look at Su Yun, he smiled, Aunt Yun, are you mother and daughter the legendary living source physique? Shenrong looked rather quizzically at Yang Zhaoge, Su Yun feeling rather taken aback as well. From their earlier conversation, Su Yun had been able to tell that Xue Chuqing had not mentioned the matter of her and the floating life world to Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Yang Zhaoge should not have known of her existence at the start, naturally not having understood her situation in detail. Replying to young master, I indeed possess the living source physique. Inheriting my bloodline, Rong also possesses the living source physique. Su Yun sighed emotionally. Lady once said that the living source physique might not necessarily be passed down to her bloodline descendants. Afterwards, it was proven that this was indeed the case. My husband and I had a total of 3 children, but of the 3 of them, only Rong alone inherited my living source physique. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The possibility of the first child inheriting it is the greatest. At the same time, if your first child has already inherited your living source physique, your subsequent children would basically have no hope of inheriting it at all. Looking at Shenrong, he asked slowly, possessing the living source physique, cultivating in the martial Dao in this floating life world is exceptionally convenient. Of those under your tutelage, only Rong can inherit your legacy. Being able to attempt a breakthrough into the outer aura martial scholar realm at this age is something that only an extremely small number of people in my world can accomplish. Su Yun replied, "Young master is too kind. To us chi and body cultivators, this floating life world is extremely lacking in spiritual chi, and resources are also very poor. But because there are too few chi and body refining martial artists, the resources are evenly distributed to everyone, which makes it seem very rich. Rong in addition to having the living source body, also has some talent in martial arts cultivation. She can comprehend a thing or two from the supreme art that Miss left behind, which is why she has her current achievements." Yang Zhaoge asked, "Still, of your lineage disciples, only Rong stands out. Wouldn't this arouse the suspicions of others?" Su Yun smiled faintly. "In the past, Miss had said that you wouldn't forbid me from taking in disciples. Hence, the reason why I established the sect was to pass on the legacy of Miss' lost art. Before the disciples enter the sect, they have already made it clear that learning is not easy, and they may not succeed. Those who are able to stay and persevere have relatively strong temperaments. Of course, there are also people who think that I am biased towards my daughter. Regarding this, I have my own way of dealing with it." Hearing her words, Yang Zhaoge smiled as well. The Su Yun who appeared benevolent in front of him might not necessarily be like this in front of her disciples. "Aunt Yun, has the living source body been considered in the marriage alliance between Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect?" After laughing, Yang Zhaoge asked mildly. Su Yun answered, "More or less, this has always been taken into consideration. To tell you the truth, I have had many interactions with Green Dragon Mountain all these years. While it does not involve the secret arts that Miss taught me, I have imparted much of what I have gained in the process of cultivation to those of Green Dragon Mountain. As demonic bloodline cultivators, they are not too deeply versed in chi cultivation techniques. However, the stones of other mountains can be used to attack jade. Green Dragon Mountain has gained quite a bit from my Snow Crane sect." Su Yun smiled, shaking her head. "The chief of Green Dragon Mountain, that in-law of mine, has always concealed himself deeply. Actually, he has improved quite a bit over the years. While he cannot compare to the three demons, he is already gradually showing signs of surpassing the experts of the four clans. Perhaps Green Dragon Mountain really does have some thoughts about the child that Rong gives birth to in the future, hoping to have a descendant who possesses the strengths of both sides. However, Rong and her husband are rather in love with each other. That son-in-law of mine, I can tell that he is not faking it. Otherwise, I would also not have agreed to this marriage. Of course, Rong has not revealed Miss' direct lineage to Green Dragon Mountain." Shun Rong nodded lightly by the side. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. If that is the case, it would be for the best. Su Yun said, "Young master, if you do not wish to attend Green Dragon Mountain's invitation, I will reject it for you." Smiling non-committally, Yang Zhaoge suddenly said, "Right, Aunt Yun, I have always had a question that I have wanted to ask you. I was too busy just now and forgot about it." Su Yun said, "Ask away, young master." Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered dimly. "Aunt Yun, you are at the 4th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, an early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. In Green Dragon Mountain, or perhaps in this floating life world, what level do you stand at? How many are there who are stronger than you or who are on the same level as you? Other than that, there is something else." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge swiped his finger in mid-air, forming an image of light. Within the image of light was a middle-aged man with a shrewd appearance. This man was precisely that person whom Yang Zhaoge and the others had met in the primordial forest when they had just arrived in the floating life world. This person cultivates in the bloodline of the six-legged flying lightning leopard. I wonder if Aunt Yun knows who he is. As Yang Zhaoge and the others were guests at the Snow Crane sect, winds were currently surging and clouds were surging in the floating life world. The lands of the West Domain had always been the territory of Green Dragon Mountain. However, currently in the West Domain, gazing towards the southeast towards the south, numerous crimson clouds of blood could be seen appearing in the horizon. A martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain gazed at the clouds of blood that were sweeping over from the southeast, asking in a heavy tone, "What is it that Chief Lu has personally come to the West Domain without informing us?" The clouds of blood broke apart, green light flickering as a long-bearded middle-aged man appeared. Behind him, numerous figures were indistinctly visible amidst the clouds of blood. The long-bearded middle-aged man said coldly, "Someone of the Snow Crane sect under the protection of your Green Dragon Mountain caused a great disturbance in the south, starting a fight first. Yet, you have come to feign ignorance now? If you wish to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." As the martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain said this, his attention was not placed on the long-bearded middle-aged man as he instead looked behind him. Amidst the numerous figures, the figure of a white-haired old man was indistinctly visible. A deep sense of fear appeared within the gaze of the martial practitioner of Green Dragon Mountain. That white-haired old man was the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, one of the few experts of the floating life world. That long-bearded middle-aged man had still wanted to speak when an ancient voice suddenly resounded from within the clouds of blood, "What need is there to say?" Saying thus, a streak of green light shot out from within the clouds of blood. That Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioner exclaimed in shock, unable to react in time. His body was already cleaved apart at the waist by the green light. To be continued. Chapter 439. Located in the Western Domain, Green Dragon Mountain was a massive mountain range that spanned over 5,000 kilometers. Its main peak was known as Dragon Peak, located at the southern foothills of the Green Dragon Mountain range. It was also where Green Dragon Mountain, one of the 4 clans of the floating life world, was located. While Green Dragon Mountain was far from the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains, with the speed of Su Yun and the others, they still arrived very quickly. However, when those of Green Dragon Mountain saw Su Yun, they could not help but frown. "Chief Su, may I ask where the other esteemed guest is?" The one welcoming them was an old man dressed in a green robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. He was a Grand Elder of Green Dragon Mountain. Su Yun asked instead of answering, "Is Chief Luo here?" That green-robed old man frowned, but still answered, "Chief is currently in the Great Hall." "It is just that," Su Yun said, "after seeing Chief Luo, I naturally have something to say. Elder Tong, come along as well." After a moment of silence, that green-robed elder surnamed Tong led Su Yun towards Dragon Peak. Arriving at Dragon Peak and entering the conference hall of Green Dragon Mountain, they saw a tall, mighty middle-aged man seated at the center, many people seated around him. Sweeping her gaze over, Su Yun discovered that most of the higher echelon experts and longtime elders of Green Dragon Mountain were already present. The middle-aged man seated there was the current chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao. He was the youngest of the 4 chiefs, but his cultivation base was such that no one of the floating life world dared to underestimate him. Luo Jinghao watched calmly as Elder Tong and Su Yun entered together. Beside him, a hale and hearty old man spoke, his voice like a great bell. "Chief Su, why are you alone? This old man remembers that you are not the only guest that our clan has invited." Su Yun said mildly, "My young master is weary from his journey and wishes to rest first. I hope that Chief Luo and fellow elders will forgive him." Noticing how Su Yun addressed Yang Zhaoge, the people of Green Dragon Mountain exchanged looks. Chief Luo Jinghao did not speak. That hale and hearty old man's brows instantly knit together as he snorted coldly, "How arrogant. Could it be that you think that sweeping through a tiny Furan kingdom is such an incredible thing?" This old man said coldly, "Let me ask you, how many people here cannot destroy a tiny Furan kingdom all by themselves?" Su Yun's expression was calm. "Elder Qi, what are you saying? Since it's an invitation, the guest will naturally be grateful for the host's hospitality, but there's also the possibility of not being able to come. It's true that a guest should follow the host's lead, but if someone is forced to be a guest, then this matter will naturally change." Elder Qi snorted coldly, "As a guest, you should have the awareness of being a guest. Chief Su, do not forget that the West Domain, the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains included, is still the territory of my Green Dragon Mountain at the end of the day. Sect leader Su should also be well aware of the attitude other places in the floating life world have towards you Qi cultivators. The world is vast, but how many places are there that are suitable for you?" Su Yun's tone was indifferent. "What, Elder Qi wants to drive my Snow Crane sect out of the West Domain?" Elder Tong raised his hand to stop Elder Qi. He sighed and said, "Sect Master Su is being too serious." That's not what senior brother Chi meant. Su Yun calmly said, if that's what you mean, then there's no harm. Elder Chi said coldly, how leisurely, causing trouble in the territory of the Blood Cloud clan, fleeing all the way west to the territory of my clan to seek refuge. If not for borrowing the power of my clan to intimidate the Blood Cloud clan, I wonder if that so-called young master of yours would still be as leisurely as he is now? I do want Chief Su to know one thing. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, has personally come out, leading the experts of his clan to the West Domain. Su Yun's expression did not change in the slightest. So, what does Elder Chi mean? If the Blood Cloud clan comes asking for him, your clan will just hand him over to them? The chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, now finally opened his mouth. Junior sister Su, there's no need to go at me. My clan and the Blood Cloud clan have been at war for more than a year or two, neither of us being afraid of the other. However, Lu Ming having personally come out, this means that he definitely won't let this matter rest. My clan does not fear a battle with the Blood Cloud clan. However, there is no need for us to go into an all-out war with the Blood Cloud clan of the four clans over an unrelated person. In the great battle, those who bleed and die will all be of my clan. He looked calmly at Su Yun. If it was you, Shen Nuo, or the Snow Crane sect who offended the Blood Cloud clan, I would have no objections. Since my clan is the ruler of all the powers of the West Domain, we will not allow the West Domain to be encroached upon by others. Moreover, our clan and the Blood Cloud clan already have old enmity in the first place. At most, it would just be a battle. However, from what I know, the one who caused trouble this time is not someone of your Snow Crane sect. Luo Jinghao's voice was neither fast nor slow. Whatever you call him, it does not change the fact that he is an outsider who has nothing to do with my clan. Looking at Luo Jinghao, Su Yun nodded. In all fairness, your way of thinking is not completely without reason. Whether it is Chief Luo or Elder Chi as well as the other elders seated here, all of you must first consider the pros and cons of Green Dragon Mountain. Still, aren't you looking at the problem a little too shallow? Su Yun said mildly, I'll say it clearly. Young master is the son of my lady's first wife. All of my, Su Yun's, skills have all been imparted to me by my lady. You can all think for yourselves what sort of person my lady is. To Green Dragon Mountain, is it still not valuable enough to form such a good relationship with her? My lady has always been someone who distinguishes kindness and enmity clearly. While my lady is no longer involved in the mundane world now, since young master has re-entered it, it is already sufficient to explain many problems. Hearing her words, Luo Jinghao said calmly, the master of Jade Crane is an otherworldly expert of legend. This Luo has always looked up to her greatly. Being able to form a good relationship with her is naturally a good thing. However, whether your master disdained to do so that year or was powerless to do so, the final result is that other than you, Chief Su, she did not leave behind any traces in this world. Hearing his words, Su Yun's gaze sharpened somewhat. Luo Jinghao's expression was calm as ever as he said mildly, your master and disciple lineage are both Qi cultivators. Indeed, with Chief Su's help all these years, it is not that my Green Dragon Mountain has not gained anything. However, at the end of the day, we are all demonic bloodline cultivators, and the floating life world is the world of demonic bloodline cultivators. Su Yun knit her brows slightly. Chief Luo, there is something in your words. Please make it clear. Beside Luo Jinghao, Elder Chi also calmed his emotions at this moment as he said, that Pisho. Hearing his words, Su Yun's gaze instantly turned cold. Elder Tong said, Chief Su, do not misunderstand. My clan does not request for the Pisho to change owners. Still, it should not be difficult for you to provide us with some Pisho essence blood. Elder Chi said indifferently, Chief Su said earlier that there is no logic in forcing others to be guests. Thinking about it carefully, this old man feels that you are indeed right. Then, that young master of yours also has no logic in forcing my clan to help him, right? Su Yun's face was expressionless. These words are naturally not wrong. It is just that if my young master does not agree, will your clan put aside our former enmity with the Blood Cloud clan and join hands for once? Luo Jinghao answered calmly, yet resolutely, no. That is to say, just watching from the sidelines? Su Yun suddenly smiled, while I feel regretful for your clan's short-sightedness, it is still a pretty good result. Hearing her words, Luo Jinghao and the others all frowned, not understanding what she meant. Now, someone suddenly reported, "Chief, the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, has arrived in the West Domain. Our clan's elder who went to negotiate with him was slain by him on the spot." Everyone was in an uproar, first shocked and enraged, then puzzled. How can the Blood Cloud clan be so arrogant and despotic? Green Dragon Mountain was not willing to lightly start an all-out war with the Blood Cloud clan. Normally speaking, wouldn't the Blood Cloud clan be the same as well? Immediately afterwards, another person came to report, abnormalities have been discovered in the north and east respectively from the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan. It seems that a large number of experts have left their mountains, rushing towards our west domain. The Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan were the other two great clans of the four clans alongside Green Dragon Mountain and the Blood Cloud clan. While their earlier doubts had been resolved, the hearts of those of Green Dragon Mountain grew increasingly heavy. To be continued. Chapter 440. It was not just the Blood Cloud clan. The other two clans of the four great clans, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan, had attacked as well. The already tense atmosphere in the hall instantly became even heavier, almost suffocating. Someone looked straight at Su Yun. "Apart from the Blood Cloud clan, you also offended the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan?" The pressure caused by the other three clans joining hands to invade Green Dragon Mountain was no longer something that the Blood Cloud clan alone could compare to. If it was just the Blood Cloud clan alone, while Green Dragon Mountain would not be willing to completely fall out with them, they would still be able to deal with them with relative ease. Now, however, there was a feeling of a Mount Tai pressuring down on them. Su Yun looked at Luo Jinghao calmly. Luo Jinghao frowned. "After a long time," he said, "from the looks of it, it is no longer just for the Pishio, but also for our sect." Elder Qi, Elder Tong, and the others felt a chill down their spines. Facing the combined attacks of the other three clans, if their target was purely Yang Zhaoge's group, Green Dragon Mountain might really have to consider whether they should take the initiative to capture Yang Zhaoge and the others and hand them over. However, if the other three sects had really already reached an agreement, their target being Green Dragon Mountain, Yang Zhaoge and the Pishio might also be one of their targets. However, they were already unable to satisfy the appetite of the Blood Cloud clan and the others. From a certain perspective, it was more like an excuse, a name. Without the excuse of Yang Zhaoge and Pan Pan, the Blood Cloud clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan would also find other excuses. There is no turning back. Elder Tong said hatefully, "Why didn't we receive any news at all? Aren't they afraid that their homes will be raided?" Currently, in the floating life world, there were currently 5 types of first-grade demonic beast bloodlines. They were the Mixed Blood Swanni, Green Bird, Golden Ape, Green Hornless Dragon and Fire Crow. The Mixed Blood Swan Ni's bloodline was owned by the Thunder Rumbling clan. The Thunder Rumbling clan had once captured an injured Mixed Blood Swan Ni, but this powerful demonic beast escaped. Therefore, the Mixed Blood Swan Ni had always hated the Thunder Rumbling clan. At the same time, among the 3 demons, the Thunder Demon was an expert of the Thunder Rumbling clan. After awakening his demonic beast bloodline, he became a half-demon warrior. The relationship between the Thunder Beastkin and the Thunder Rumbling sect was not harmonious either. In addition, the pure demonic beast Mixed Blood Dao Wu, the 3 of them opposed each other and had many conflicts with each other. The Fire Crow bloodline belonged to the Blazing Fire clan. Back then, they had obtained the bloodline by chance. However, the Blazing Fire clan's demonic bloodline martial artists were viewed with hostility by the Fire Crows themselves. The bloodline of the Blue Bird was possessed by the Blood Cloud clan. One of the 3 demons, the Phoenix Demon, was a semi-demonized martial practitioner of the Blood Cloud clan, having been on extremely bad terms with his former clan. However, what was more advantageous to the Blood Cloud clan was that the pure demonic beast, the Blue Bird, had a comparatively mild temperament as it had always resided at the headquarters of the Blood Cloud clan, receiving the support of the Blood Cloud clan. Therefore, the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, had less reservations in leaving the clan. Even if the Phoenix Demon invaded, there would still be the Blue Bird watching over the clan. The Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan had more constraints. Luo Jinghao's face was sunken as water. I fear that this was premeditated long ago. The Blood Cloud clan intentionally drew our attention while the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan created a false front to deceive us, acting in secret. Elder Chi's expression was ugly to the extreme. The Thunder Demon and that mixed blood Swanni have most likely clashed, giving the Thunder Rumbling clan some free time. The Fire Crow might also have been held up for reasons unknown to us, allowing the Blazing Fire clan to have nothing to worry about. Luo Jinghao stood up, saying decisively, "Gather the ordinary disciples and arrange for them to evacuate, avoiding unnecessary casualties. Bring out the dragon bone chain and prepare for battle." Everyone's expressions were grave to the extreme. This tribulation before them was not something that Green Dragon Mountain would be able to tide through easily, as they might be faced with extinction at any moment. Looking at Su Yun at this moment, they were stunned to discover that this chief of the Snow Crane sect was still as stable as a mountain. Elder Chi snorted, "No eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned." Su Yun smiled mildly, "I think so too." Hearing her words, everyone was even more taken aback. In the lands of the West Domain, blood clouds obscured the sky, temporarily not advancing. A white-haired old man sat at the center of the blood clouds, surrounded by a crowd of Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners. Before the old man was placed a blood-red treasured gourd, patterns of auspicious clouds engraved on its surface. From the mouth of the gourd rose a blood-red mist, merging into the surrounding blood clouds. After a long time, the white-haired old man who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, first gazing towards the east. There, the roiling sound of thunder resounded, deafening to the ears. As the light of thunder neared, the all-encompassing purple clouds surged, the light of thunder occasionally flickering within. The purple thundercloud approached and faced the blood cloud from a distance. It also stopped in its tracks, not in a hurry to advance. The white-haired old man nodded slightly, closing his eyes and resting once more. Both sides seemed not to care about the crux of speed in war. After who knew how long, an all-encompassing great fire suddenly swept over from the northern horizon, the roiling fiery light instantly transforming into a sea of flames. Within the sea of flames, numerous fire crows appeared, forming a formation that seemed as though they wanted to incinerate the heavens and boil the sea. That momentum actually seemed even more violent and ferocious than that of the blood clouds and thunder clouds. The white-haired old man opened his eyes once more, slowly saying, "Now that the three clans have all arrived, let us make our move." From within the Fire Crow Grand Formation, a voice resounded, "Before we make our move, let's first settle things, lest we end up becoming a laughingstock for Green Dragon Mountain when the time comes. Is everything as previously agreed?" The white-haired old man within the blood clouds said, "That's right. Everyone has a share of the Pishio's essence blood. My Blood Cloud clan wants to safeguard that Pishio. In exchange, my clan will give up the green scaly dragon bloodline and its supreme treasure, the dragon bone chain." From within the thunderclouds, the roiling sound of thunder resounded, "Other than the Pishio's essence blood, my Thunder Rumbling clan also wants the dragon bone chain." The voice from within the Fire Crow Grand Formation resounded once more, "My Blazing Fire clan wants the Pishio's essence blood and the green scaly dragon bloodline of Green Dragon Mountain." The white-haired old man said, "The lands of the West Domain shall be divided equally between the three clans. Everything as previously agreed, Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect shall become history this time. As for the other powers attached to Green Dragon Mountain, those who submit shall prosper, those who resist shall perish." Amidst his words, the previously still blood clouds, thunder clouds, and sea of flames mightily shuddered together, merging into a destructive torrent as they simultaneously headed west. There were those who resisted along the way. As the blood clouds, thunder clouds, and sea of flames surged forward, everything was instantly reduced to nothingness. There were Green Dragon Mountain disciples who stood firm and unyielding, swearing not to retreat even in death as they resisted the invading enemies. However, the gap between the two sides was just too great. With a flash of green light amidst the blood clouds, that Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioner's head was separated from his body. Seeing that the enemy's momentum was too great, some could only retreat and flee. However, as the light of thunder flickered, they caught up to the retreating Green Dragon Mountain disciples, blasting them into smithereens, not leaving any survivors. As some Snow Crane sect disciples fled, a cold snort resounded amidst the surging sea of flames. Chi cultivator. Swept by the great flames, that Snow Crane sect disciple was instantly burnt into charcoal, not even his bones remaining. The destructive torrent swept through the great lands of the West Domain, shooting straight towards the Green Dragon Mountain range. All those of Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect were slaughtered to the last. Those of other powers who dared to stand in their way were also slaughtered without mercy. Wherever the torrent crushed down, the voice of the god of death resounded. Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect have harbored a calamity that will bring calamity to our entire floating life world. Today, our 3 clans will join hands to suppress the Green Dragon sect, bringing order to the world. Everyone else, do not make a mistake. The bigwigs of the 3 clans were seated. Suddenly, their gazes flickered slightly as they gazed into the distance. In the distant horizon, light suddenly lit up. Who goes there? The white-haired old man roared coldly. From the light in the horizon, a mild voice resounded. Me? I should be the calamity that you speak of, the one that will bring calamity to the entire floating life world. To be continued. Chapter 441. The voice from afar was calm and indifferent. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to ring in the ears of everyone from the Blood Cloud sect, the Thunder Fire sect, and the Thunder Rumbling sect. Just as everyone was feeling apprehensive, they saw the light in the distance become brighter and more dazzling. It was clearly a sword light that came from the western horizon. Along with the sword light, a dragon's roar rang out, piercing through the sky and suppressing the thunder and the cries of the fire crows. The sword light sped over, arriving before everyone in the blink of an eye. It was first aimed at those of the Blood Cloud clan, a single sword cleaving through the blood-colored smoke. The white-haired old man's heart sank slightly. Back in the Furin kingdom, these foreigners indeed did not go all out. The sword light flashed and suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a young man wearing a white robe and a blue robe with a black border. This youth was naturally Yang Zhaoge. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, the white-haired old man asked, "You are that outsider who is related to the Snow Crane sect?" Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "That's right." The white-haired old man asked, "Then, you have appeared here on your own accord so as not to implicate the Snow Crane sect and Green Dragon Mountain?" Yang Zhaoge tilted his head, looking at the people of the 3 floating live sects before him. "What you have said is merely to find a dignified excuse for kicking down Green Dragon Mountain's headquarters. Whether or not I appear here, you will still be going to attack Dragon Peak and the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains." The sound of rolling thunder could be heard from within the thunderclouds. "You can see it clearly, and I can see that your cultivation base is extraordinary, far surpassing the rumors. But it's useless. Unless the 3 demons gather together, no one can stop us from advancing. If you're sensible and hand over the Pisho of your own accord, I might still spare your life. However, Green Dragon Mountain and the Snow Crane sect are destined to perish." A voice rang out from within the Fire Crow formation. "Why waste your breath on a dead person?" Roiling flames surged, transforming into 2 wings of flame which swept over towards Yang Zhaoge. It was a long-time elder of the Blazing Fire clan who made a move. Yang Zhaoge stood where he was, not moving in the slightest as he allowed the flames to assault his body. However, as they neared Yang Zhaoge's body, these flames suddenly dispersed on their own. Yang Zhaoge completely ignored the flames that shot towards him as he continued calmly, "You are mistaken about one thing. I have no interest in helping Green Dragon Mountain block a calamity. Whether Green Dragon Mountain lives or dies, it also has nothing to do with me. The reason why I'm here is because I finally figured out something not long ago." As Yang Zhaoge spoke, a cold snort resounded from within the grand formation of fire crows, flames that were much more violent than before surging into the skies, assaulting him. The chief of the Blazing Fire clan, one of the top 10 human experts of the floating life world, had made his move. True, violent flames enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they swept over towards Yang Zhaoge. Looking at the all-encompassing flames, Yang Zhaoge faced them calmly, the acupoints of his entire body shuddering as his entire true essence turned into extreme coldness. Numerous streams of icy cold, bone-piercing chi were born from Yang Zhaoge's acupoints, before transforming into numerous ice dragons, roaring in unison. being roared by these ice dragons. All the demonic blood martial artists present, including the masters of Shui Yun, Lei Yiming, and raging fire sects, regardless of their cultivation, felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. It was as if a subject was meeting their king, and the fear and subservience they felt was uncontrollable. True dragon bloodline? How is this possible? Could it be that he is also a demonic blood martial artist? Or is it a true dragon bloodline that surpasses the first grade and has been refined into his body? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, but what followed next was endless greed. Now, not just the chief of the Blazing Fire clan, even the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, that white-haired old man Lu Ming, and the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan all grew restless. Yang Zhaoge's expression remained calm as the power that had been born from refining the flesh and blood essence of the ice dragon corpse was completely transformed into his own true essence, a terrifying extreme coldness instantly sealing the heavens and the earth. The blazing fire unleashed by the chief of the Blazing Fire clan also seemed to have substance as it was frozen along with it. The extreme coldness caused the blazing fire in everyone's hearts to cool down slightly. Yang Zhaoge continued, "There were a few times earlier when I had felt that something was very wrong, just that I had never been able to confirm it. Not long ago, I finally verified the suspicions within my heart." As he said thus, Yang Zhaoge raised his hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as a swordlight formed of his true essence chopped out. Numerous ice dragons roared as they flew upwards, the swordlight taking the form of a dragon as it pierced through the horizon, heading straight for the chief of the Blazing Fire clan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the protective flames of the chief of the Blazing Fire clan were directly extinguished. Patterns of light surfaced all over his body, his pupils turning a dazzling fiery red. However, he was still powerless to resist the vigorous swordlight that roared like a dragon. Amidst the roar of the dragon was Yang Zhaoge's mild voice. "Having arrived in a world that is completely foreign to me, I chose to keep a low profile, first observing patiently and gathering information, understanding the situation. Only then would I be able to accurately determine my position. After all, this is not like the place where I was born, where I have the support of seniors of my clan." The swordlight shocked the heavens as the chief of the Blazing Fire clan was powerless to resist it. He let out a strange howl as the Fire Crow Grand formation behind him moved up together, bolstering him with their power as they helped their chief resist this terrifying coiling dragon sleeve of Yang Zhaoge's. The Blazing Fire clan was not like Green Dragon Mountain who had the Dragon Bone Chain, the Blood Cloud clan who had the Blood Cloud Gourd and the Blue Bird. What they relied on to stand tall in the floating life world was the #1 battle formation in the floating life world, the Raging Inferno Demon Slaughtering formation. His swordlight being blocked, Yang Zhaoge didn't care in the slightest, but actually, I don't really like this style of being careful in everything. Being unrestrained is my true nature. When I first came here, I was worried. I hoped that this place wouldn't pose any threat to the place I was born in. Yang Zhaoge's swordlight circulated as he casually brandished it, but afterwards, I gradually discovered that it was not like that at all. As Yang Zhaoge said this, he threw out a skeleton. Seeing this, the pupils of those of the Blood Cloud clan all dilated. It was clearly the skeleton of a huge six-legged flying lightning leopard. Yang Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "I heard that the Blood Cloud clan has a pair of master and disciple who both cultivate in the bloodline of the six-legged flying lightning leopard. The master, the leopard king Ling Gang, is a long-time elder of the clan, possessing some ability. The disciple, the little leopard king He Tai Cheng, is also a famed expert long ago. Because of this, I've always thought that the person I killed so easily was He Tai Cheng." Yang Zhaoge drew the outline of the first demonic bloodline cultivator he had clashed with back then. In the end, only recently did I learn that this person was not the disciple, the little leopard king, but the master, the leopard king, the so-called long-time elder of the Blood Cloud clan. Yang Zhaoge gazed at the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming. "Do you know how I feel now?" Lu Ming's gaze tightened as he saw Yang Zhaoge suddenly flick his right hand, a clear swordlight flying out from within his sleeve, its blade flickering crimson. High-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. Yang Zhaoge forced the Blazing Fire Demon Slaughtering Grand formation of the Blazing Fire clan into retreat with a single sword, his second sword chopping towards the Blood Cloud clan. The blood clouds immediately shattered, the the terrifying sword light directly chopping down on that blood-red treasured gourd. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth now arched slightly upwards. Just now, you seem to say that I am a tribulation that will bring calamity upon the entire floating life world. Actually, I think what you said makes sense. To be continued. Chapter 442. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming, was currently in an extremely bad mood. The greatest target of the three clans in their joint expedition to the west this time was actually Green Dragon Mountain of the four clans. Other than that, it was the Snow Crane sect that seemed frail but actually possessed extraordinary strength. This was the true target of Lu Ming and the other bigwigs of the three clans. As for Yang Zhaoge, in their earlier considerations, he had only been incidental. Comparatively speaking, what they valued more was the Pixiu in Yang Zhaoge's possession. Now, however, the truth of the matter had struck Lu Ming and the others squarely in the head, leaving them unable to recover for a long time. As compared to the threat to their lives now, the massive difference in their mental state was something that these bigwigs of the floating life world who had originally ruled over a region were unable to bear. Yang Zhaoge's high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword, transformed into a green light that resembled a dragon, roaring as it shot out from his sleeve. Lu Ming composed himself, seeing Yang Zhaoge's swordlight chopping towards his supreme treasure, the Blood Cloud Gourd, as he hurriedly let out a long howl. He struck the Blood Cloud Gourd with his palm, a blood-red light instantly shooting out from the mouth of the gourd. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of essence blood of his own accord, the blood turning from red to green in the air as it surrounded the gourd. The green light and the blood-red light flickered alternately, forming a vortex from which a powerful suction force instantly emanated. Gudong, Gudong, Gudong. This vortex seemed to possess a life of its own at this moment, also like an extremely hungry beast that wanted to devour everything before it. Meanwhile, that Gudong Gudong sound resembled the sound emitted from the belly of a starving beast. At the same time, with this white-haired old man Lu Ming at their head, numerous dazzling patterns of light surfaced all over the bodies of all the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners at this moment, traversing the surface of their bodies unceasingly. As the patterns of light flickered, numerous streaks of green light intermingled before transforming into a massive silhouette of a green bird at the center of the blood clouds above their heads, spreading its wing. With the strongest expert of the Blood Cloud clan, Chief Lu Ming, as the leader, more than half of the higher echelon experts of the Blood Cloud clan were gathered, activating the most powerful battle formation of the Blood Cloud clan, the Green Bird Crying Heaven formation. The silhouette of the green bird let out a long, clear cry, shaking its wings, expanding to the sides, enveloping the heavens and covering the earth, as it shot towards Yang Zhaoge. At the same time, thunder roared in the distant dark clouds. Seeing Yang Zhaoge being so ferocious, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan no longer cared about anything else as he hurriedly led the martial practitioners of his clan in attacking together. As bolts of lightning flashed, the silhouette of a giant beast that looked like a lion and breathed clouds of smoke appeared in the thunderclouds. It looked exactly like Swanni. Although the Thunder Rumbling sect's best bloodline, the Swanni bloodline, was mixed, it was still incomparably powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the Bluebird and the Firecrow. The Thunder Drake roared as the grand formation expanded, violent thunderbolts surging madly towards Yang Zhaoge. The light of thunder resembled tides that surged to the heavens as they roared, wanting to drown Yang Zhaoge within. The thunder is loud, but the raindrops are small. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly, a strange silvery-white light of thunder suddenly flickering on his body. Silver-white lightning flashed, and in the next moment, a black shadow flew out, enveloping the Swanni shadow that was rushing towards him. Everyone from the Thunder Rumbling clan felt their vision darken. It was pitch black. The deafening sound of thunder from before also instantly subsided and became completely silent. Immediately after, the silver-white lightning erupted once more, and then it directly blasted the Swanni's silhouette into pieces. Thunder of eternal night. Trapped within the boundless, deathly stillness of eternal night, the enemy would only be able to see the light of day once more as the rumble of thunder resounded and a bolt of lightning exploded. And the day they saw the light of day once more would also be the day their enemies were destroyed. After releasing the Eternal Night Thunder Sword to block the Thunder Drake Roar Grand Formation, Yang Zhaoge laughed, his sword light circulating as it resembled the appearance of a true dragon. The dragon opened its eyes, letting out a long roar that pierced through the clouds and split rocks. The dragon's body shook, its scales pulsing as the illusory swordlight of the green dragon erupted with an authentic, tough, masculine chi and blood. It was as though a true, ancient dragon had awakened from its slumber, erupting with flames of fury that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth towards those who dared offend it. The entire heavens and the earth, the sky and the earth, trembled amidst the roar of the dragon. Yang Zhaoge's true essence and the swordlight of the green abyss sword merged together within this coiling dragon sleeve sword technique. Where the true dragon passed, all life forms bowed their heads, the silhouette of the blue bird directly dissipating. That vortex that resembled a hungry beast attempted to devour the true dragon. The green swordlight shot into that vortex, then spun and twisted. A terrifying force erupted from the depths of the vortex, from the inside outwards. The vortex was instantly unable to withstand it, collapsing completely. The swordlight that resembled a dragon seemed to want to rip apart the 9 heavens of the sky, riding the clouds as after breaking through the vortex. It did not stop as it continued chopping towards the blood cloud god. The blood cloud god emitted a mournful wail, resembling a true living being as it evaded in fear. However, it was all in vain. Pa! A crisp sound resounded as the supreme treasure of the Blood Cloud clan that had always been acclaimed alongside the bloodline of the bluebird, the Blood Cloud god, was directly split into 2. This was the killing technique born of the coiling dragon sleeve after Yang Zhaoge had stepped into the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the 9 heavens chain. A dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and the world changed color. A rain of blood instantly descended from the sky as Lu Ming and the other Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners simultaneously spat out blood. Some of the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases were directly ripped apart by the powerful force, perishing on the spot. As the blood cloud gourd shattered, the dense blood-red smoke within the sky instantly dissipated. Losing their support, the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners plummeted downwards like rain. The chief of the Blazing Fire clan let out a long howl, controlling the Blazing Fire demon slaughtering grand formation to attack once more. The all-encompassing Blazing Fire was even more powerful than the Bluebird Crying Heaven formation and the Thunder Swanee Roaring Grand formation. The all-encompassing fire crows soared high into the sky, shooting towards Yang Zhaoge with the momentum of obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. That scene resembled an all-encompassing fireball, densely filling the entire sky. Yang Zhaoge, however, did not care about this in the slightest. The green light retracted, purple light appearing. Yang Zhaoge kept the green abyss sword, another high-grade spirit artifact appearing within his hands. Heaven shocker! Having become an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, I am not quite the same as others. Yang Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, smiling as he pulled it into a full crescent shape. Streams of true essence agglomerated, transforming into an ice arrow within the air as he narked it on the bowstring. The next moment, the rumbling of thunder resounded as an ice-blue arrowlight pierced through space. The ice-blue arrowlight exploded in mid-air, transforming into an all-encompassing storm of ice and snow. Formed of innumerable sharp arrows, countless frost arrows shot down all the fire crows, not a single one spared. Not waiting for the chief of the Blazing Fire clan to lead his martial practitioners in reorganizing their formation, Yang Zhaoge waved his hand, the pillar of the divine palace flying into the air before smashing downward. The people of the Blazing Fire clan could only feel the sky before their eyes suddenly turning dark. The bottom of that massive stone pillar resembled the cover of the heavens at this moment as it filled the entire sky, pressuring downwards with an unstoppable momentum. It was as though the sky was collapsing. The people of the Blazing Fire clan wanted to flee in all directions, but Yang Zhaoge smiled, "You can't leave." The space between the heavens and the earth seemed to have been restricted. No matter how they fled, the chief of the Blazing Fire clan included, they were unable to escape the suppressive range of the pillar of the divine palace. A single stone pillar resembled a divine mountain descending from the heavens, suppressing the entire Blazing Fire demon slaughtering grand formation beneath it. Over at my hometown, one of my wishes was to be unparalleled one day, sweeping through the world, Yang Zhaoge said leisurely. Never would I have thought that having come here, I would instead first have a taste of it. Chapter 443. As Yang Zhaoge was clashing with the blood cloud, Thunder Rumbling and Blazing Fire clans, those of Green Dragon Mountain, had also arrived in the vicinity. Seeing the blood clouds, thunder clouds, and the sea of flames standing in a single line in the distance, resembling a torrent that devoured the heavens and devoured the earth, the hearts of those of Green Dragon Mountain all felt heavy to the extreme. This was a force that was sufficient to destroy Green Dragon Mountain. Just looking at their formation, Luo Jinghao and the others knew that this would be the greatest tribulation that Green Dragon Mountain had ever faced since its founding. Luo Jinghao tightly gripped the supreme treasure of Green Dragon Mountain, the Dragon Bone Chain, already prepared himself for a battle to the death. The faces of Elder Qi, Elder Tong, and the others were similarly sunken as water. Just as their hearts were filled with tragic emotions, they saw the scene of Yang Zhaoge sending the chief of the Blazing Fire clan into retreat with a single sword. The emotions of those of Green Dragon Mountain were instantly stifled, not rising nor falling as they hung suspended in mid-air. Feeling the powerful qi and blood of Yang Zhaoge that originated from a true dragon, those of Green Dragon Mountain were similarly stunned beyond compare. True dragon? Heavens, it's actually a true dragon! Elder Tong exclaimed in shock. No one laughed at him for making a fuss over nothing, because beside him, all the martial practitioners of Green Dragon Mountain were currently wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they stared dazedly at the numerous silhouettes of ice dragons revolving around Yang Zhaoge's body. As compared to the Blood Cloud, Thunder Rumbling and Blazing Fire clans, those of Green Dragon Mountain felt the bloodline of a true dragon more intensely. Unlike the Bluebird, the mixed bloodline Swanni and the Fire Crow, while they were completely suppressed by the bloodline of a true dragon, they were still not of the same race at the end of the day. The peak bloodline that Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners could cultivate in was the Green Scaly Dragon, a race of impure dragons. Facing a pure-blooded true dragon now, they immediately felt the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. From a certain perspective, it was like a descendant meeting their ancestor. If the descendant was extremely powerful while the ancestor was extremely weak, it would still be fine. However, the true dragon bloodline before them was ridiculously powerful to the point that the green scaly dragon bloodline of Luo Jinghao and the others could do nothing about it at all. Even the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, could no longer remain calm as he muttered unceasingly to himself, "True dragon bloodline, true dragon bloodline." When they saw the blazing fire demon slaughtering formation of the blazing fire sect being activated, Luo Jinghao and the others, who had been shaken by the true dragon bloodline, quickly regained their senses. Everyone's expressions were solemn. The blazing fire demon slaughtering grand formation is currently the strongest battle formation of the floating life world, surpassing our clan's rampaging dragon grand formation, the thunder rumbling clan's thunder swanny roaring grand formation, and the blood cloud clan's bluebird crying heaven formation. If we want to fight against it, we must borrow the power of the dragon bone chain. Just as Luo Jinghao and the others were thinking at this point, they saw Yang Zhaoge's green abyss sword leave its sheath, green light flashing as it forced the flock of fire crows to hurriedly retreat, fluttering and scurrying. Seeing this, those of Green Dragon Mountain could not help but be rendered speechless. At this moment, the allied forces of the three clans had already realized Yang Zhaoge's strength. They immediately and decisively gave up on the idea of fighting him alone, beginning to join forces to surround and attack him. The expressions of Luo Jinghao and the others turned serious. The situation before them was exactly what they were worried about. The combined might of the three sects was akin to a calamity, able to destroy any single individual in the floating life world without the slightest doubt. While Yang Zhaoge had displayed shocking power just now, wanting to face the combined might of the three clans, it was probably still, halfway through their thoughts, they saw the strange silvery light of thunder flickering on Yang Zhaoge's body. Next, a dark shadow flew out, instantly devouring the silhouette of the Swanni formed of the Thunder Rumbling clan's Thunder Swanni Roaring Grand Formation. Meanwhile, facing the Blood Cloud clan's Bluebird Crying Heaven formation, Yang Zhaoge's swordlight resembled a soaring dragon, directly ripping that mixed blood blue phoenix apart. After ripping apart the blue phoenix, the dragon-shaped swordlight seemed unsatisfied as it chopped down on the vortex spurted out of the Blood Cloud clan's supreme treasure, the Blood Cloud Gourd. The vortex exploded, but the swordlight actually did not cease as it continued forward, completely cleaving the Blood Cloud Gourd into two. Luo Jinghao and the others nearly bit their own tongues. The Blood Cloud Gourd was the supreme treasure of the Blood Cloud clan. Its importance to the Blood Cloud clan was like that of the Dragon Bone Chain to Green Dragon Mountain. Of the current 5 great first-grade bloodlines of the floating life world, other than the green scaly dragon which Green Dragon Mountain possessed after its death, the source of the other 4 great bloodlines, the 4 powerful demonic beasts, the golden ape, the bluebird, the mixed blood swanny and the fire crow, still existed in this world. These 4 great demonic beasts could basically be considered the current 4 hegemons of the floating life world. Amongst them, the mixed blood swanny and the fire crow were like fire and water with the thunder rumbling clan and blazing fire clan who respectively possessed their bloodlines. It was only the bluebird who instead had a rather harmonious relationship with the Blood Cloud clan who possessed its bloodline. The bluebird had also received the support of the Blood Cloud clan, residing permanently at their headquarters. While it would not do anything for the Blood Cloud clan of its own accord, it was still a great deterrent. Whoever wanted to attack the headquarters of the Blood Cloud clan, that bluebird who stood at the peak of the floating life world's demonic beasts was an unavoidable problem. Other than the bluebird's relatively mild temperament, another very important reason was that the Blood Cloud clan nourished and worshipped it with the Blood Cloud Gourd. The Blood Cloud clan was not like Green Dragon Mountain, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan, whose name was usually related to the first-grade bloodline they possessed. Other than respecting and currying favor with the bluebird, the fact that it was named after the Blood Cloud Gourd was sufficient to prove the significance of this treasure to the Blood Cloud clan. The Blood Cloud Gourd can forcibly steal the essence blood of other people or demonic beasts, sometimes even being able to refine their bloodlines. Such a powerful treasure, actually. Elder Chi stared blankly at the 2 halves of the Blood Cloud Gourd. As a longtime elder of Green Dragon Mountain, Elder Chi had prayed for the destruction of the Blood Cloud Gourd countless times. Destroying the Blood Cloud Gourd was equivalent to breaking off more than half of the Blood Cloud clan's wings. While the Blood Cloud clan was currently joining hands with the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan on a westward expedition, their cooperation incomparably close, even the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan similarly secretly wished for the Blood Cloud Gourd to be destroyed or obtained. Now, the scene that countless people yearned for in their dreams was happening right before their eyes. Yet, they all felt disbelief. One of the 3 great treasures of the floating life world, the Blood Cloud Gourd that countless people hated to the bone yet desired to possess, was gone just like that. Elder Chi felt like he was collapsing. Luo Jinghao felt like he was collapsing. Those of Green Dragon Mountain felt like they were collapsing. When they had seen Yang Zhaoge break through the fire crow with a single arrow and the pillar of the divine palace suppressing the blazing fire demon slaughtering grand formation, Luo Jinghao and the others had virtually collapsed to the point of numbness. As bystanders were like this, it was even more so for the allied forces of the 3 clans facing Yang Zhaoge. An extremely conflicted expression appeared on the face of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan. After hesitating many times, he finally could no longer hold back as he threw out a stone tablet. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of his essence blood, landing on the stone tablet. The stone tablet instantly shook intensely. Amidst the shaking, the stone tablet mightily split apart from the center. After splitting apart, incomparably violent thunderbolts surged from within, causing a chain of explosions to erupt amidst space. Amidst the light of thunder, a purple orb the size of a chicken egg appeared, shaking the surrounding area. "You forced me to do this." The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan roared, spitting out another mouthful of essence blood which landed on that purple orb. The infinite pure chi of thunderbolts contained within the purple orb instantly grew even more violent, about to explode. The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan immediately retreated. Because of this treasure, he was also unable to control its power. Therefore, he had never been willing to use it. Now, however, he was being forced by Yang Zhaoge to the point of going all out. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. An unexpected surprise. An unexpected surprise. "I thank you." Amidst his laughter, the purple light of thunder similarly flickered within Yang Zhaoge's right eye, an even larger purple orb appearing within. Next, under the virtually dazed gazes of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan and everyone else, The purple orb that shot out from the stone tablet shot towards Yang Zhaoge's eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment like a child returning to the embrace of its parent. The two purple orbs, one large, one small, merged together, transforming into an even larger orb before it was retracted into Yang Zhaoge's right eye. The body of the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan swayed in mid-air, nearly plummeting straight towards the ground. To be continued. Chapter 444. The chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan really had the urge to dive downwards now, taking the initiative to smash his head into the ground and die. Seeing the treasure that had originally belonged to him actually being so easily taken away by Yang Zhaoge, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan very nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That stone stele was known as the Thunder-containing tablet, the Thunder Rumbling clan's guardian treasure. This thunder-containing tablet had always been one of the three great treasures of the floating life world alongside the Dragonbone Chain and the Blood Cloud Gourd. Not long ago, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan had suddenly discovered that an even more powerful force was actually concealed within the thunder-containing tablet that had been passed down for generations. With too little time, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan had still yet to completely analyze the treasure concealed within the thunder-containing tablet. Now that he had been forced into a dead end by Yang Zhaoge, he had resolved to make a risky move. However, never would he have thought that his clan's treasure would actually take the initiative to defect to the enemy in the blink of an eye. A treasure that had been refined carefully and slowly by him, lest it go out of control and go berserk with just the slightest carelessness. Now, however, it had been instantly taken away by Yang Zhaoge as easily as if he were eating or drinking. How would this not cause the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan to feel depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood? In comparison, Yang Zhaoge's mood was very good. I only vaguely felt it before. If not for the stone stele being broken, I still wouldn't have dared to be completely sure. Who would have thought that there would actually be an eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment here, even sending it over on its own accord? This really is an unexpectedly huge gain. The light of thunder flickered unceasingly within Yang Zhaoge's right eye. Having just obtained an eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, combining it with the fragment that he had previously grasped, he would have to refine it once more. However, with the previous fragment as a foundation, as well as Yang Zhaoge's current cultivation base, it was already a very easy thing, not requiring much effort. Yang Zhaoge was currently truly feeling overjoyed. With this thing, coming to the floating life world this time can already be considered not returning empty-handed. Those of the Blood Cloud clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan currently felt infinite fear. If one were to say that they had still had other emotions before, such as fury, unwillingness, greed, resentment, unwillingness. Now, Lu Ming and the others only had one emotion within their hearts. Fear. Fear that almost paralyzed their bodies and minds. Seeing the final trump card of the Thunder Rumbling clan being easily broken by Yang Zhaoge, the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, Lu Ming and the others, as long as they still had the strength to move, immediately turned and fled. Even those who were heavily injured and unable to move were now struggling to escape with their lives. Just like how the other three clans feared the Blood Cloud Gourd of the Blood Cloud clan, the martial practitioners of the floating life world mostly knew of the might of the thunder-containing tablet. If there was a chance to seize or destroy the thunder-containing stele, whether it was the Blood Cloud clan or Green Dragon Mountain, they would not hesitate in the slightest. After the leader of the Thunder Rumbling clan shattered the hidden thunder tablet, the purple orb's power was completely activated. Everyone present could feel the terrifying aura from it, which was even stronger than the hidden thunder tablet. However, this treasure had been easily taken away by Yang Zhaoge amidst his laughter, looking even more relaxed than when he had suppressed the blazing fire demon slaughtering grand formation and broken the Blood Cloud Gourd with his sword. How could this not cause Lu Ming and the others to be terrified to the point of numbness? Because they had never been more aware of one thing than they were now. Previously, in the Furin Kingdom, they had not seen through the strength of Yang Zhaoge's group, mistaking a true dragon for a grass snake. And now, they still seemed unable to see through Yang Zhaoge's true strength. This youth who had only appeared in the floating life world not long ago had single-handedly swept through the Blood Cloud clan, the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan, beating them into a sorry state. Yet, it still seemed like he had not gone all out. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. A deep sense of despair and helplessness even caused the martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan to be unable to feel any hatred towards Yang Zhaoge. They needed to vent their rage and hatred on someone. The martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan could only feel that they had never hated the Blood Cloud clan as much as they did now. If not for the Blood Cloud clan having wrongly estimated the strength of Yang Zhaoge's group, how could they have possibly crashed headfirst into an impenetrable wall, seemingly about to directly smash themselves to death here? For just that one moment, the martial practitioners of the Thunder Rumbling clan and the Blazing Fire clan simply wanted to contact Green Dragon Mountain, everyone joining together in a southern expedition to beat up the Blood Cloud clan. Now, however, the most important thing for them was to first escape the calamity that was about to befall them. As Lu Ming led the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners in fleeing, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan also did not dare to continue feeling frustrated and despondent over having lost his treasure as he hurriedly led the martial practitioners of his clan in fleeing into the distance. The people of the Blazing Fire clan were in a tragic state as they were firmly suppressed beneath the pillar of the Divine Palace, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Behind Lu Ming and the others, it was as though a dragon had soared 1,000 li as a terrifying swordlight assaulted over once more, sweeping through the surrounding area as rivers of blood flowed from them. Seeing Lu Ming and the others flee, Yang Zhaoge was not in a hurry as he gazed beneath the pillar of the Divine Palace. There, the chief of the Blazing Fire clan let out a series of strange howls, a fiery red light flickering unceasingly within his eyes as the patterns of light on his body grew more and more dazzling. The Blazing Fire demon slaughtering grand formation had already been suppressed, but above his head, the silhouette of a massive fire crow was currently gradually appearing. Looking rather interestedly at this scene, Yang Zhaoge commented, "Right, much stronger than that Ling Gang who cultivates in the six-legged flying lightning leopard. Still, it's useless." Saying thus, the swordlight of the Green Abyss sword in Yang Zhaoge's hands flickered as the chief of the Blazing Fire clan who was suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace was instantly beheaded. The Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners all watched dazedly as their chief was beheaded by Yang Zhaoge with a single sword, unable to react for a time. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners in the distance, with their chief Luo Jinghao at their head, involuntarily trembled, a chill shooting up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Yang Zhaoge's expression was rather nonchalant as after having slain the chief of the Blazing Fire clan, he turned to look at the people of Green Dragon Mountain, saying casually, "It should be fine for you to handle the remaining Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners, right?" Luo Jinghao and the others unconsciously straightened their backs as they answered sternly, "No problem." Yang Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly before directly keeping the pillar of the Divine Palace, his figure flashing as he vanished from the spot, chasing after the fleeing martial practitioners of the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan at lightning speed. That speed left the people of Green Dragon Mountain without the slightest doubt that they would definitely be able to catch up to the fleeing Lu Ming and the others. With Yang Zhaoge already gone, the tense hearts of the people of Green Dragon Mountain gradually relaxed. They all exchanged looks, feeling as though they were in a dream. Thinking of how they had previously been pondering on how to extract the essence blood of the Pishio from Yang Zhaoge's body, thinking of how they had thought that Yang Zhaoge had wanted to borrow the power of Green Dragon Mountain to intimidate the Blood Cloud clan, preventing them from pursuing them, Luo Jinghao and the others all broke out in cold sweat, wishing that they could dig a hole and bury themselves in it. At this moment, they all rejoiced from the bottom of their hearts that they had not expressed such thoughts to Yang Zhaoge face to face. Everything still had a chance to be salvaged. Thinking of this, they all turned, looking at Su Yun who had arrived neither hurriedly nor slowly. The chief of the Snow Crane sect seemed completely unworried about whether her young master would be able to deal with the situation just now. Looking at Su Yun now, Luo Jinghao and the others could only feel their faces burning with pain. However, at this moment, they still had to thicken their faces and face Su Yun awkwardly, redeeming the mistake they had made back at Green Dragon Mountain. However, awkwardness aside, all of them of Green Dragon Mountain rejoiced at this moment as they had never felt before that their chief had arranged this marriage for his son that year. Those who had once been opposed to this marriage now only wanted to raise their heads towards the heavens and cry aloud, "Chief is brilliant." Facing the people of Green Dragon Mountain who had switched from arrogance to deference, Su Yun's expression was calm as she said mildly, "This is my young master's way of resting. My young master says that as compared to the matters before us, traveling and socializing are more tiring." Chapter 445. Being able to take care of the Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners who had come knocking on their doors while also having to awkwardly smile at Su Yun, Green Dragon Mountain felt both pain and happiness. They could not be blamed for not having the strength of character. It was really that Yang Zhaoge's earlier momentum of sweeping through the three clans alone had caused Green Dragon Mountain to deeply realize that the two sides were very possibly not on the same level at all. Admitting defeat in this situation had nothing to do with one's strength of character. At least, this was how the people of Green Dragon Mountain comforted themselves. They did not know if others believed it or not, but they believed it without a doubt. As for the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan, they could only feel pain right now. While they wished that they could give those of the Blood Cloud clan a good beating, now that they were fellow sufferers, grasshoppers tied to the same rope, those of the Thunder Rumbling clan could only suppress their fury. The Thunder Rumbling clan thought that if Yang Zhaoge wanted to pursue, it would most likely be those of the Blood Cloud clan. After all, Yang Zhaoge already had old enmity with the Blood Cloud clan. The Western expedition this time had also been led and organized by the Blood Cloud clan, being the main culprit. The Blood Cloud clan had the same thoughts as well. However, it was impossible for them to flee to the territory of the Thunder Rumbling clan. Fleeing back to their clan and borrowing the power of the Bluebird was already their final hope. Although after having seen Yang Zhaoge's strength, no one believed that the Bluebird had the ability to block him, it was still a life-saving straw at the end of the day, causing the already despairing Lu Ming and the others to grit their teeth and advance. Otherwise, they might immediately collapse. Behind him, a sword light lit up in the western sky. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up. The majestic roar of the dragon was like the soul-chasing talisman of the Yama King at this moment, causing the martial practitioners of the Blood Cloud clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan to lose all courage. Gazing over, the chief of the Thunder Rumbling clan saw Yang Zhaoge's swordlight turn, indeed chasing after the people of the Blood Cloud clan. However, before the people of the Thunder Rumbling clan could heave a sigh of relief, sword chi and saber light soared into the skies before them. Xue Fei, Hu, Feng Yunxing, Ying Longtu and the others stood before them. Xue Fei turned to look at Feng Yunxing and Ying Longtu. "It's mainly for the two of you to temper your martial arts. Do what you can." Feng Yunxing and Ying Longtu both nodded, while Hu chuckled. "They've all been beaten by young master to the point that the entire camp is filled with wounded soldiers. They won't be able to cause any big waves." The Thunder Rumbling clan's sect leader was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end. The group of Thunder Rumbling clan martial artists were also furious. With Yang Zhaoge having beaten them to the point of fleeing like rats, it was already tragic enough. Could it be that a few random chi cultivators would be able to do as they pleased in the floating life world? The people of the Thunder Rumbling clan rushed forward in disbelief. But soon, they realized that they had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei, and the others were indeed not as powerful as Yang Zhaoge, who was covered in powerful treasures. However, after truly clashing with them, the demonic bloodline cultivators of the floating life world discovered that Xue Fei, Hu, and the others had not used their full strength back in the Furan Kingdom's Kanghe city. Therefore, those of the Thunder Rumbling clan who had met with a wall once more hated the Blood Cloud clan to the point of no return. Regarding Lu Ming and the other Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners having to face Yang Zhaoge's personal pursuit, the Thunder Rumbling clan martial practitioners could only feel delighted to the extreme, as even the current predicament before them no longer left them feeling so despondent. Meanwhile, the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners naturally looked like they had lost their parents. Now, the clear cry of a phoenix resounded on the path ahead of the Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners. Hearing that familiar cry of a blue bird, not only did Lu Ming and the others not feel joyful, their expressions instead changed greatly. In the distance, a green silhouette rose into the air, spreading its wings as it possessed even more majestic power than when Lu Ming and the others had set up the bluebird crying heaven formation. The wings of the massive silhouette of the bluebird seemed to extend into space, the winds and clouds of the heavens and the earth stirring as they flapped their wings. Below that blue bird stood a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, his pupils completely green as numerous patterns of light flickered on the surface of his skin with bright light. He was one of the 3 strongest people who stood at the peak of the floating life world, the former heaven's favored son of the Blood Cloud clan and the current phoenix demon Xiao Fengting. Xiao Fengting looked calmly at Lu Ming, senior apprentice brother. In all my years of life, this is still the first time I have seen you in such a sorry state. Lu Ming's expression was ugly to the extreme. Currently heavily injured, how could they be a match for the phoenix demon of the 3 demons? Even if he too awakened his bloodline and became a semi-demonized martial practitioner, he would still not be able to stand against this Xiao Fengting. Xiao Fengting chuckled. Do you think that I would be foolish enough to attack a clan with the bluebird presiding over it? Waiting here in the West Domain for you to return would be the best choice. Even if you won, you would still be complacent and let down your guard. And if you had lost, you would have ended up in your current state, having fallen right into my hands. Beneath the wings of the bluebird, numerous powerful auras surged as semi-demonized martial practitioners appeared one after another. They resembled wild beasts congregating by the side of their king, following the movements of the phoenix demon Xiao Fengting. Looking at Lu Ming and the others who had appeared before them, a bloodthirsty, brutal aura exuded from the eyes of the group of semi-demonized martial practitioners. Looking at Lu Ming, Xiao Fengting tilted his neck slightly. Still, with your 3 clans joining hands to attack the West Domain, how could you have lost to a single Green Dragon Mountain? That's really a little too useless. While you are trash who do not dare to awaken your bloodline, the same goes for Green Dragon Mountain. Even if they all awakened their bloodline, they should still not be able to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that there is still a green scaly dragon hidden within Green Dragon Mountain? Or could it be that the strength of that jade crane of the Snow Crane sect far surpasses our predictions? Xiao Fengting's gaze flickered slightly. Being too far away, even with my sensory abilities, I cannot be certain. Still, I feel that there are extremely powerful energy fluctuations where you are battling. It is not the power of bloodline that we cultivate instead seeming like the attacks of chi cultivators. He smiled slightly. Whatever the case, you have still walked right into my trap at the end of the day. The silhouetted blue bird flapped its wings, a terrifying storm sweeping over towards Lu Ming and the others. Numerous streaks of green light formed a net, first enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he heard Xiao Fengting say, "Senior apprentice brother, leave your life behind for now. It will still be of use against the bluebird back at the clan." Now, a sword light lit up in the distance, completely ignoring Xiao Fengting and the other semi-demonized martial practitioners as it still chopped towards Lu Ming. Frowning, Xiao Fengting swept out with his palm, a wing of the bluebird rising to block the sword light. "Go back and tell Yu He that I, Xiao Fengting, will be taking the people of the Blood Cloud clan. There is no need for her to worry about me letting Lu Ming and the others off," Xiao Fengting said mildly. "I will not interfere in the matters of the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan." Before his words had landed, a massive rumbling suddenly resounded in the horizon. A massive purple orb hung high in the horizon. Infinite, endless thunderbolts mightily descended. The surrounding world was completely enveloped within a sea of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning had already descended in just a single instant. Xiao Fengting's calm and composed expression had not even had the time to fade as it was changing into one of utter shock when he was already devoured by the thunderbolts along with the silhouetted blue bird above his head. The terrifying thunder only resounded for an instant before disappearing in the next instant. However, chaotic crackling sounds still resounded between the heavens and the earth as numerous lightning snakes shuttled about unceasingly, not dissipating for a long time. Situated within this world, Lu Ming and the others could only feel their entire bodies being electrified, numb and stiff as they found it hard to move. They were all wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they saw that the phoenix demon Xiao Fengting, who had still been awe-inspiring just a moment ago, had already completely vanished without a trace, as though he had never appeared in the first place. However, that dissipating chi of blood and the deathly chi of life still indicated one thing. One of the exalted 3 demons, a peak expert of the floating life world, Xiao Fengting, had been directly hacked to death by a single bolt of thunder. To be continued. Chapter 446. Lu Ming and the others had not been the direct targets of the thunderbolts, but just being struck by the remnant thunderbolts afterwards, they felt their bodies go numb. The semi-demonized martial practitioners who had followed Xiao Fengting over were similarly affected. Those who had been close to Xiao Fengting had even been blasted along with him to the point where not even their bones remained. Everyone stared dazedly at where they were, unable to recover for a long time. For just that one moment, a rather absurd thought even surfaced within their minds. Could it be that after abandoning their human identities and even devouring the flesh and blood of others, the heavens really couldn't stand it and thus directly sent down retribution to punish these semi-demonized martial practitioners? According to folklore, the heavens would descend divine punishment, directly striking the sinner to death with a bolt of lightning. That shocking thunderbolt that had descended from the heavens just now seemed like the wrath of the heavens no matter how one looked at it. While they clearly knew that this thought was a little absurd, everyone present still involuntarily shuddered. Analyzing the scene before them with normal thinking, they really couldn't quite react to it. The phoenix demon Xiao Fengting, together with the thunder demon and the ape demon, was known as the three demons, their individual strength standing at the peak of the floating life world. The four clans were powerful, but they also had to rely on rare treasures and a large number of peak experts to form battle formations in order to be able to stand against them. Any one of the three demons were figures who had dominated the floating life world for many years, representing the highest level of individual combat power of the floating life world's martial practitioners. However, at this moment, right before their eyes, the phoenix demon Xiao Fengting had been struck by a bolt of lightning to the point where not even his bones remained, dying without a place to be buried. If this had been done by someone, how could Lu Ming and the others not feel stunned and shocked? Now, Yang Zhaoge leisurely strolled out from amidst the light of thunder. After having executed an instant's thunder, the power of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had been depleted, returning to its ordinary, unremarkable appearance of a grey stone orb. Yang Zhaoge kept the stone orb before lightly tapping the blade of the green abyss sword. Now, who else wants to stand in my way? The group of semi-demonized martial practitioners could only feel their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they hurriedly retreated to the sides. Lu Ming forcibly roused his spirits, saying shakily, "Thank you for saving our lives. If we had fallen into the hands of the Phoenix demon, it would truly have been a fate worse than death for us. Half-demon warriors are born with the appearance of a human, but they forget their ancestors and willingly become demons. They eat human flesh and blood, and their appearance is very confusing. To us human warriors, they are even more dangerous than demonic beasts. By killing the Phoenix demon, you have done the floating life world and the human race a great evil. On behalf of all those who have perished at the hands of the Phoenix demon and the semi-demonized cultivators under his command, this old man offers his sincerest gratitude and respect to you." The Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners all looked rather shocked at their chief. Those with quick reflexes gradually came back to their senses and hurriedly followed suit. Having left behind a portion of their people to deal with the Blazing Fire clan martial practitioners, the other portion of Green Dragon Mountain martial practitioners who had closely followed Yang Zhaoge over also recovered from their initial shock. Luo Jinghao and the others could not help but curse Lu Ming inwardly for being shameless, actually finding such a chance to beg Yang Zhaoge for mercy despite having no face left. But even as they cursed, they had to admit that Lu Ming had grasped this opportunity extremely well. Luo Jinghao and the others felt rather uneasy as they all looked worriedly at Yang Zhaoge. The Phoenix demon Xiao Fengting and the Blood Cloud clan were mortal enemies. Yang Zhaoge killing Xiao Fengting was indeed equivalent to saving the Blood Cloud clan. This caused the hearts of those of Green Dragon Mountain to involuntarily pound. If Yang Zhaoge had the heart to let the Blood Cloud clan off, it would not be good for them to beat them up when they were down. As their chief, Luo Jinghao thought even more. Yang Zhaoge was too powerful. Could it be that he really wanted to conquer and control the entire floating life world? Conquering through strength was easy. However, wanting to control and rule over a world as though it was an extension of one's arm, also allowing this world to operate normally in the long term as one wished, that was not something that could be conquered by just one person's strength. As Luo Jinghao saw it, could it be that Yang Zhaoge wanted to subdue the Blood Cloud clan? By extension, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan might also be in the same situation. After beating them up today, they would be obedient in the future. Their Green Dragon Mountain would also be powerless to refuse Yang Zhaoge's orders. After beating them up today, when the Blood Cloud clan, the Blazing Fire clan and the Thunder Rumbling clan were all obedient, perhaps they would still have to suppress Green Dragon Mountain, preventing it from becoming a sole power. Thinking of this, Luo Jinghao's mood grew even gloomier. Lu Ming's thoughts were much simpler. Youngsters mostly love face, love to act as heroes, love to let their emotions get the better of them. Pointing out the dangers of semi-demonized martial practitioners, emphasizing that we are all martial practitioners of the human race, being of the same camp, this should be able to dispel his hostility and killing intent, right? Praising him to the heavens, using words to push him into a corner, as long as he follows my words and raises his status, under the circumstances where he cherishes his reputation, it shouldn't be easy for him to make a move, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was even more sincere as he said in an even more humble manner, the people of the floating life world have always been threatened by powerful demonic beasts and semi-demonized martial practitioners. Us martial practitioners have always wanted to exterminate demons, but have always been unable to truly do so due to their strength. Fortunately, you descended like a divinity, a true dragon descending from the heavens, slaying a semi-demonized hegemon like the phoenix demon with a flip of your hand, ridding the floating life world of a great menace. Our insignificant Blood Cloud clan is willing to follow you in subduing demons and ridding the world of evil. Having eyes but not being able to recognize a true divinity earlier, we have offended you. We feel extremely regretful, and sincerely ask you to forgive us for our ignorance. Looking calmly at Lu Ming, Yang Zhaoge kept the green abyss sword in his hand. Lu Ming lowered his stance even more as he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. A youngster is a youngster at the end of the day. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a shocking level of power. Still, as long as I support him a little, he will be very easy to deal with. He glanced at the chief of Green Dragon Mountain, Luo Jinghao, from the corner of his eye. This matter might still be possible. As he was thinking, the world before his eyes suddenly darkened. Lu Ming stared wide-eyed as he saw Yang Zhaoge raise a hand, slapping downwards with a palm. You. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan was shocked beyond words. He wanted to resist, but his skull had already been smashed apart by that palm which seemed as though the sky was collapsing. Everyone else was similarly rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Yang Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm. This time, I don't want to be some hero or savior. I want to be a great demon king. Right, and a great demon king who doesn't want to use his brain. Yang Zhaoge naturally understood what Luo Jinghao was thinking of. Still, he couldn't be bothered to use it, just wanting to be a little more simple and crude this time. Looking at the remaining Blood Cloud clan martial practitioners and semi-demonized martial practitioners, Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head to ask those of Green Dragon Mountain, I'll leave it to you to handle. Any problems? Luo Jinghao and the others hurriedly answered, no, definitely no problems. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly, his hands behind his back as he leisurely left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly halted, asking, right, I remember that someone of your Green Dragon Mountain once invited me to be a guest at your clan? Having just heaved a sigh of relief, Luo Jinghao and the others instantly felt like crying but had no tears to shed. To be continued.